When did a feeling of we need to get out of here immediately save you? I mean, it's all speculation, since we didn't actually end up getting kidnapped, but when I was 19 and traveling solo in Europe I met this Australian girl in Spain, who was also around 18, and we went to Italy together. We are both short petite girls, and were very clearly in need of a place to stay. We missed our first ferry out of Barcelona, so we had to take the next one. When we arrived in Italy, our train was hours late, and we didn't get into Rome until around 1 to 2 am. We navigated the sketchy streets by the Termini train station, and finally found our hostel. The check-in lobby was in a small dingy room that appeared to be a closet. The man working reception looked us up and down, and told us there was no room for us there anymore, since we were late, but suggested we stay in their sister hostel. Desperate, we agreed. He took us downstairs back to the alleyway, where we were greeted by a large man in dirty clothing. They spoke to each other in a language other than English/Italian, and led us outside. We walked down a couple alleyways, until we got to an unmarked door on the side of a building. One of the men made a phone call, again speaking in a different language. We found it odd, since everyone could speak English, but they chose to speak in a language we didn't understand. A man cracked the door open just enough to poke his head outside, and upon seeing the other men fully opened the door and let us in. We walked down the stairs into the sunken room, which was lit by black lights. At this point it was me, my friend, and 3 large men. The reception was a dirty room containing a couch with some dirty sheets laid over it. They told us the rooms were in the basement and to follow them. We walked down a set of stairs, one man in front, followed by my friend, followed by another man behind her, followed by myself, and the last man behind me. We went down one flight of stairs to find that there was yet another flight of stairs going down to a closed door. At this point I lost it, and my friend and I pushed past the men and scrambled back upstairs. The men kept shouting at us that the rooms were downstairs, but the scenario seemed way too wild. We eventually found an Australian couple on the street who brought us to their expensive hotel where we booked a room. The next day we searched the internet for the sister hostel they brought us to. Can't remember the name they gave us. We found the hostel online, but it was very clear that this wasn't where they brought us. The hostel boasted beautiful views of the city, so clearly a few levels above ground, and was immaculate. We were definitely in some weird blacklit, dirty basement. We thought for sure that we were going to get kidnapped and sold into the sex trade that night. A friend and I had just seen a midnight movie. It was about 2:30 am when I pulled into a gas station to grab a yoo-hoo. I grabbed the bottle, turned around, and saw 3 men enter the store together. One waited by the doors, one stood near the register looking at chips, and the third was crouched down with his back to the employee door, so the cashier wouldn't see him through the square window in the door. They all look at me at once, and then try to ignore me, acting like they are just casually positioned around the cashier and door. I walk up, put my yoo-hoo on the counter. The cashier turns the scanner, and basically tells me with his eyes, "You do it." I ring myself up, drop money on the counter, and walk as normally as I could past the man by the door, and out to my car at what seemed like the furthest pump from the store. I sit down, throw my yoo-hoo at my buddy, and hit the emergency button in my car that calls 911. I connect with dispatch and report a possible robbery. A mile or two later I see a cop car flying down the street in the direction we just came. I called non-emergency the next day to ask what happened, and they said the men fled after I left, and the cashier told the police he knew he was about to get robbed too, and to thank me for calling the police. That felt good. What didn't feel good was my buddy, in all his nervousness about what was unfolding as he was listening to me recount everything to dispatch, thought I just gave him a random yoo-hoo, and chugged that thing down like a starving infant with a bottle. Edit. Lots of people asking what yoo-hoo is. It's a drink in the US that tastes like watery chocolate milk. But shut up, it's delicious also. People asking what kind of car I had with the emergency button. It was a 2002 Chevy. The service is called OnStar and came/comes standard on tons of GM cars. I currently drive a 2020 Subaru, and it has the same thing, only it's called Starlink. I was about 11 or 12 years old, at a neighbor's house. The sun had already set. It wasn't completely dark yet, but it was close and there was less light by the second. We were sitting on the lawn, because we loved watching the sky turn from day to night, just talking and giggling and carrying on as little girls do. A truck drove up our street, slower than usual, but not suspiciously slow. Still, I felt my gut sink for some reason I didn't understand. A couple minutes later, it passed by again. And then again after another few minutes, though not quite as slow this time. I was 100% positive it was the same truck, so I watched it drive away, and noticed it started slowing down. I told her to get up, and when the truck made another U-turn, and started heading towards us again I told her to run and hide. I don't know if she realized what she was hiding from, but we ended up splitting in two directions. She dove behind a bush, and I crouched behind an old car parked in their driveway. We could see each other, and I had a clear shot to the door if I needed to dart in to get a parent, but we heard the truck roll up and stop in front of her house. Someone got out of the truck and started calling for us. I honestly don't remember what they were asking though. We just kept our eyes locked and tried to stay as still and quiet as possible. We probably should have screamed, but I think we were both too scared. The person eventually got in their car and took off. We stayed hidden for what felt like forever, eyes locked, until we finally felt safe enough to run inside. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't notice something and we booked it, or if that person was actually dangerous or not, but I'm glad that I'll never find out. This story is thanks to mom's intuition. When my brother and I were young, maybe 10 and 7 respectively, our family was spending some time over the summer with my aunt in Central Florida. My mom had taken us for a trip to a super Walmart, and we came out with a shopping cart completely full of stuff for the couple weeks we were planning to be there. My brother and I were goofing around on our walk back to the van, while my mom navigated the cart, when suddenly she said, "Get to the car, now," in a tone of voice that I hadn't quite heard before, which warranted zero argument from us kids. We quickly crossed the concrete median between parking aisles. We were won over as she unlocked the van for us to get in, and we waited as she caught up a few seconds later and loaded everything herself and got in. She called our dad on her next stall, lol, immediately as she peeled out and told him that she noticed a particular car with 2 men in it pass by us when we were initially walking towards/into the store, which for some reason gave her very bad vibes, and sure enough they had waited and began following us down the lot as we exited the store with a giant cart full of stuff and headed to our vehicle. My dad then called the police and the store to let them know. Lo and behold, some days later 2 guys with that same car had been arrested for attempted mugging at that exact Walmart after multiple calls to police had been made. Only as an adult did I realize the adrenaline rush my mother had to have experienced in order to physically pick up that shopping cart outright, to bring it across the median as quickly as she did, instead of having us walk to the next cart opening in the median, or walk all the way to the end of the aisle and come back up with those guys following in their car. Who's to say what would have happened? It was plain daylight and quite busy in the parking lot. But one thing is for sure, mothers don't mess around when their intuition kicks and point at it. Thank you so much for the silver. It's my first. I messaged my mom to let her know she has no clue what it means, but says thank you. I've had a few, but one of the most prevalent that comes to mind is when my older sister and I were kids. I was 8 and she was either 10 or had just turned 11. My dad had just bought a new house that wasn't finished being built yet, so we were staying at my grandpa's house for about a month while our new house was being constructed. My sister and I were playing outside when I saw this weird van pull around the corner. I had been taught about creepy white vans in school, so when I saw it, I paid attention and took in the details. Everything except the windshield was tinted. The driver saw us and started to speed up, and I just told my sister we need to get inside. Right as my sister got up, I looked back at the van and saw a guy open the side sliding door and stare straight at us. We made it inside and locked the door. I peeked through the window and saw the van go slowly by while the guy who opened the side door was scanning the yard. I told my mom when she got home about an hour later, and while she said we're right to play it safe and we always should, I heard her tell my dad later that it was probably nothing and we let our imagination scare us. It was a new place in a neighborhood we weren't comfortable in, so that must be it, according to my mom. The next morning, my grandpa woke me and my sister up and told us that there were cops down the street and that a little girl had been abducted, and the police wanted us to tell them about the van. We saw security cameras from a couple houses down, saw the van too, and my grandpa's next door neighbor also had security cameras that showed the van drive by with the side door open and a guy hanging out and looking in our yard. We moved into our new house before we got an update, but my grandpa went to church with the couple whose daughter was abducted. The van was found, along with the clothes the daughter had been wearing. Her body was found in the wetlands a few months later. If we hadn't trusted my gut, that would have been my sister and I. This story starts like that, but then ends up the opposite point. I was on a bus in Romford, UK, and this guy was wasted, talking to everyone and being weird. My mates had a feeling things were getting dangerous, but I didn't feel it. We got off. Here's where the story goes bad, because at 18, I was an idiot. As the bus pulled away, I shouted something dumb at it. Imagine bus wonkier, but pre the in-betweener, so probably not that good. The bus was moving, and suddenly the fire exit door at the back of the bus flew open and the back drunk rolled out the door, hit the ground, and started running towards us holding something. I can't remember if it was anything dangerous, or if it just looked dangerous, in his hand, or red-faced and angry. We scattered in different directions. I joined a queue to pretend I was going into a club. Some guys went down an alleyway. The drunk went around the street shouting for us, me, to come out and face him, and even approached the queue I was in, searching it like something out of Jurassic Park. I kept quiet, and after what seemed like forever, he turned and walked off down the road towards where the bus had been to see if we were there. All of my friends were understandably furious with me when we caught up at our destination. The two that went down the dead-end alleyway were convinced he was going to kill them if he found them. Nearly 20 years on, they still rib me about my lack of awareness and how ridiculously dumb I was. We got very lucky. My first year of college, me and two of my girlfriends got invited backstage before a show with a well-known hip-hop artist. After checking our IDs to make sure we weren't underage, this big friendly guy led us through a labyrinthine series of low-ceilinged rooms, ending up in this bunker-like pad with a large leather sectional coffee table littered in drugs and booze, and 3 or so guys who were not artists, but who seemed nice and funny. While we all chatted, those 3 guys turned into 5, maybe 6, including some stary and silent types. These nice and funny guys kept pressuring us to have the coffee table stuff, while we made increasingly smiley, high-pitched no thank you, but at a little point suddenly, we heard the show starting, sounding so far away. I said, "Oh, if artist isn't coming backstage before his set, let's go back out, so we don't miss it." One of the guys says he'll be smoking a joint with us on stage in like 15 minutes. Don't you want to wait to do that with him? That sounded cool, so we waited. Everyone in the room got increasingly faded. But then the artist takes a break between sets to smoke a joint, and they take us to meet him. Unfortunately for us, he's stoned/zoned past the point of speech with fans. He doesn't look at us, just his friends. He turns back to the crowd. His posse move us to the darkened edges of the stage, just behind the curtains, and I'm feeling dizzier now. Feeling confused now. Not sure whose hands are on my body now. My friends are on either side of me, and they've each got a guy behind them feeling them up, which is basically the only way I realize that I too have a guy behind me feeling me up. We are ushered backstage again, each of us with at least one guy right at our backs. Things are sort of liquid. I'm told that I'm about to get my head, which felt rude, but also like a joke. In hindsight, it probably wasn't. We are being physically led to a room I can't remember seeing before. My friend calls out to me, and our other friend loudly, in a candy sweet, flirtatious tone. "Hey babes, I have an idea. It's gonna sound crazy, but like what if we, haha, just come here." She yanks us into a hug, with her hand sliding down to our, as like we're all about to make out. Then she hisses, completely cogent for a split second, "We have to get the fuck out of here. Right now. Just follow me," and she literally grabbed my friend's hand, who grabbed my hand, and she faking dragged us power walking out of this maze-like backstage complex for what felt like 5 minutes without saying a word, or making a single wrong turn, or meeting a single locked door. Those guys didn't know what happened. We went from catatonia to teleportation. She didn't stop dragging us until we were out of the venue and several blocks away. TLDR, probably almost got non-consensually group gangbanged backstage at a concert, till my friend got a bad vibe so powerful that it temporarily turned her into a spatially gifted superhero. Was at a party a long time ago. There were a bunch of guys from a local gang there, but I had grown up with many of them, so I didn't think it was a big deal. A guy walks in, and the whole sound level of the party went down noticeably. I didn't know the guy, or what was going on, but everyone all of a sudden looked super nervous and uncomfortable. The guy who walked in didn't seem to notice, or maybe care at all, and walked around talking to people who clearly wanted nothing to do with him, or whatever situation was brewing. He walked up to me and started talking. I honestly have no memory of what he said, but I do remember looking over at the gang members who were 100% staring right at me. That is when the feeling hit me, and I decided to call it a night, and left. Woke up the next morning to over a dozen texts talking about how that guy had apparently snitched on one of the gang members and they nearly killed him after I left. The part that surprised me more is that for some reason those gang members had also severely beat many people who that guy talked to at the party. I was able to reach out to a couple of them to clear the air that I didn't know the guy or what was going on, but I was told I avoided a very rough night of misunderstandings. I saw the guy several years later working at a food truck of sorts and we talked about what happened. Apparently they did like a ghetto crucifixion, nailing his hands and feet to 2x4s and then beat him with random objects they found around the house. Crazy enough, he is relatively fine now as I understand it. TLDR went to a party where a gang almost killed a snitch. Left early enough to miss a ghetto crucifixion of the snitch and a beating of my very own. 6 years ago I had a photography internship at a newspaper and borrowed my friend's camera for it. It was during the monsoon, so one night, while riding my motorbike, I decided to stop halfway on my way home to see if I could catch some lightning. I stay far from the city and I just happened to stop in the middle of nowhere with no street lights or anything. 3 men on a motorbike pass me. Yes, 3 on 1. I don't take notice until I saw them make a U-turn and pull up to where I was. They casually ask me what the time is, which I tell them. This is when I felt something was off, but I keep my cool. They said thanks, took a U-turn, and seemingly went on their way. I hung the camera on my neck, got on my bike, and made my way back home. It didn't take long until I noticed headlights behind me. They circled back again. Damn. They rode right next to me and began trying to kick me off the road. Somehow I was not fearful as I began kicking back as well. Out of nowhere I decided to brake. Was not a great choice as I fell off my bike. 2 of them got off and ran towards me. I was able to get back on before they got to me. One of them grabbed my jacket, but I was already accelerating. The guy on the bike tried to chase me for a bit, but then I pulled a fake out again and braked. He thought I was taking a U-turn, but I didn't. His mates were still running on foot, so he either had to chase me alone or go back for his mates. He chose the latter. I got away. Camera was safe even though I fell. In my 20s, my brothers and a couple of friends were traveling through Europe. We were on a boat headed for Riga. It was an overpass boat, so we had sleeping accommodations. We're all nerds, so of course, rather than being in the bar or the casino, we are exploring the boat, cause we wanna see cool boat sheet. Problem with exploring a boat late at night in certain parts of the world, however. Me and my buddy are walking down the halls on one of the lower levels. A couple of the employees had barked at us in Finnish, I think, to get upstairs. We were too far down, but they were too busy to care that much. After a few turns, I just couldn't help but get the impression we were being followed. Boat had Wi-Fi, surprisingly, so I texted my brothers to meet us at a certain point and told my friend to stop talking. Figured 90% chance if we were being followed, it's because they thought we were American. Meet up with my brothers. Quick motion of the eyes and a barely passable sentence in French clues them in. My brothers were fluent in French and Spanish, but I wasn't. One of my brothers spoke German, and so did I, So I continue, very loudly in German. Start braggadouching about football and Bayern with my brother following along as we meander back upstairs and get ours back to our cabin. Next morning everyone getting off of the boat is detained and interviewed by Latvian police. Turns out a Russian gang had been mugging people all night in various parts of the ship, and one of the altercations got violent, with a victim being stabbed. Majority of the victims were Brits and Americans. I'd never really felt a I need to leave instinct before, and I still attest that it could have been purely coincidence, but I'm not going to argue against that feeling either. There was no downside to leaving and going to bed, and many possible downsides from lurking around there. Can't remember the exact year, but it's got to be around 05. I was newly married, and my husband had an accounting job he had to do in Las Vegas, so his firm put him up in a suite over the holidays, which meant that he'd be in Las Vegas for New Year's. That year there was an event planned for the Strip where there was going to be a lot of fireworks for the countdown. Kind of like a Las Vegas version of Times Square on steroids. So we went down there a little before midnight. The show was good, but just before the countdown they started closing casino floors and locking the doors on the Strip. I guess they didn't want the crowds filing back in. Unfortunately the street in that area also had a fence, so you had to stay on the sidewalk. I got really claustrophobic, so I tugged on my husband and said we got to get out of here. So we just started making our way through the crowd towards the side street when the countdown happened. We still got stuck, but luckily we're a little more out of the way. When the countdown was over everyone left at the same time, but there was nowhere to go. People started filing off of the pedestrian bridges, shoving and pushing to the point where I was actually lifted off my feet and just shoved by the crowd. The doors to the casino next to us almost broke open with the amount of people being smashed into them. I'm grateful we started leaving early, because the place I was at several people crushed and trampled. A guy in a wheelchair was pushed out of it, and actually don't know what happened to him, because he disappeared into the mass separated from his chair. We finally got pushed towards the street that I was trying to get towards. There was like 6 cops just sitting there doing nothing. From their vantage point they couldn't see any of the crush. Though I have no idea why they couldn't hear the screaming. My husband went and talked to them, and they went off running to do crowd control. Later found out several people got injured. Never did find out what happened to that handicapped guy. We were so amped up on adrenaline that we just decided to cut out early and drive home that night. Many years ago, when I was much younger, I was driving home from the gym. There was a biker off to the side of the road, his Harley broken down. He asked if I could give him a ride. He was going not too far from my home, so I said sure. We made small talk. He asked if I was afraid of him. I said no, I'm bigger than you, and I work out. He sized me up and said yeah, fair enough. We got to where he was going. It was the local clubhouse. Asked me to come in. He'd get me a beer, least he could do for giving him the ride. I accepted. A lot of people at the house, for a weekday, enjoying the cold drink. An extremely attractive lady sat on the couch next to me, slid right up and got cozy. Very friendly, very chatty. As we are chatting, I asked why there were so many people over. Was it a party or something? She said her husband had just got out of jail. They were celebrating. Apparently he had beaten a guy really badly for flirting with his wife, who was now snuggled up next to me on the couch. But don't worry, it was all just a silly misunderstanding. It was pointed out the husband was sitting on the couch next to us, staring at me very intently. Right in front of me was a pet pit bull, with its face about a foot away from my crotch, staring at me. I had a sudden moment of clarity as I took this scene in, and realized I needed to leave immediately. Excused myself, thanked everyone for the hospitality, and bailed. Realized as I was leaving it was a local clubhouse. This is gonna be a long read, so bear with me. I was 15 at the time. It was 3 AM, and I was walking through a village going to the bus station on my way to school. I know it's way too early, but I have military-ish style training at 5 AM. I've been sick the past few days and I wanted to chat with my friends before the training, so I wanted to go early. Anyway, I was carrying this big backpack full of notebooks and stuff with some loud music on my headphones. I liked walking this way, drowning myself with music, and enjoying the walk. The village was very dark with street lights that are spaced too far apart. As I was walking, I saw the headlight of a motorcycle moving towards my direction. I couldn't really see behind the headlight, but something felt off. Maybe it was because it was the only vehicle there, or the fact that it was moving slowly and quietly, the exact opposite of how riders do it. So I slowed down very slightly, being cautious and looking at the motorcycle the entire time. Sure enough, it stopped right in front of me. It was then that I saw there were two riders, the passenger immediately getting off after they stopped. Simultaneously, I went for a quick dash through another street. I didn't bother calling for help, since I knew everybody was asleep, and I needed every bit of energy to run. When I gained some distance, I looked back to see what they were doing. They were very surprised with my response. They also happened to be right below a street light which was reflecting light off of something on the passenger's hand. Fuck. A gun. This scared the shit out of me, so I ran faster until I was out of their sight. Didn't seem like they chased me, and I hid behind some plants. I was scared as fuck, didn't know where to go. If I stay, they might find me. But my house was far enough that going back was also risky. I just observed. I could hear the sound of a motorcycle. I don't know if they were looking for me or for a different target. In the end, I was able to back home safely. I was traumatized after that, but I learned two lessons. First, I never played loud music on my headphones while walking regardless of what time it is. Secondly, I'm always observing what's going on around me, and I always look at people in the eyes. It helps when they know that you're aware of your surroundings. I didn't go to school that day. Anytime I'm out at night and a guy starts to catcall me, I should tell a story. I worked in the city and this day I got off late at night. I usually feel safe and shit, but this day I thought I should get on the first train that comes. Even if it's the one I need to transfer trains, I usually wait for my train cause I hate transferring. I see this group of men near the train stop, and they start yelling at me, "Yeah girl, get hurry, you'll miss the train, or you should hang out with us instead of getting on the train." And other shit I'd rather not mention, as I just missed this train, and so I had to wait like 10 minutes for another one, and so I walked down and stood at the other end of the stop, so I didn't have to be near that group, and if they got up to go to me, I could book it to the next stop, which was at this plaza, and even at night more people are there. They ignored me cause I don't think they realized I was at the other end, or they were so out of it cause drugs, or they were drunk. And so they realized I was there. They again started saying stuff to me, like you should come over here and let us warm you up, or it's gonna be a long time till the next train, which he was wrong cause the train was coming, and so the switch to we should sit next to you in the train, or don't leave us, come play with us. Along with other stuff, they started to get up to walk over to me. The train got there, and I ran on. I don't know if they got on the other compartment of the train cause you can't walk to one end of the train to the other. It's really just two trains, and one of pulling the other. I also don't know if they didn't have a ticket to get on, or whatever, and so that's why the trains at night do more ticket crackdowns, but they didn't follow me to my side of the train. In June 2017, I was celebrating my second anniversary with my then girlfriend at the Sky Garden rooftop bar in central London. The evening's going well, we've watched the sunset, taken in the views, and have had a few rounds down us, so start thinking about heading home. Me loving my drink suggested we stay and get one more, and enjoy the setting, as it's not often we do a nice evening out, and it's for a special occasion. 10 to 20 minutes passed, and as we're getting through another round we notice there's a whole load of police vans all around driving below us, zooming towards London Bridge Station. The Sky Garden is just across the river from the Shard, so we have a great view of the bridge. A lot of people at the bar have clocked on something's happening by now, and we notice the security in our building is no longer letting anyone down the lifts and out the building too. This was the evening the London Bridge terror attacks happened, with the van plowing into pedestrians on the bridge and the subsequent stabbings in Borough Market. I lived in southeast London at the time, and the route home from the Sky Garden would have been a walk across the bridge to London Bridge Station, along exactly where the attacks started. Me and my ex-girlfriend would have been walking across the bridge on the side the terrorists first ramped the walkway and ran pedestrians over right about the time it all started, if we didn't stay for another drink. not quite feeling of we need to get out of here, but unknowingly my low-key alcoholism probably saved us that night. I remember finishing that last drink I suggested whilst watching the police vans in the distance quite amusingly, half cut at the time, and not knowing what the drama was about in the moment. It wasn't until shortly after when the news had got through and seeing the confirmed deaths rise over that evening that it sunk in how good a decision it was to get one more pint. I was in the woods in the northeast US and I go to this spot maybe 2 miles deep into the woods I used to hang out in regularly. I could find my way around in the pitch black if I needed to. I was bringing a friend out there to hang out at night. We are both women in our 20s, and as soon as we stepped foot into the woods we had a bad feeling, but I figured nothing of it yet. Well, it takes maybe an hour give or take to get to my spot. I get a fire going in the pit and start taking stuff out of my bag when I hear a dog start barking maybe 100 or so feet behind me in the woods, and I remember looking at my friend and telling her that it's really odd considering it's around 11 PM and there's no houses or anything close by in any direction. But I just assumed there was someone hanging out nearby. Well, some time goes by and I hear the dog bark again the same distance away, but from a different direction. Then someone fires off a gun maybe 6 times. Then the whole area goes quiet. So I start getting really nervous and stoke the fire up really high and sit down. Then I hear the dog again, but much closer and some guy walking just outside of my vision, and he mumbles something, probably to his dog, and now I'm really spooked, because by this point it's undeniable he knows we're here, and he's still walking around us firing off a gun. So I start packing my stuff up when I hear him shoot again, but by now he's made an entire circle around us. And I started shoving everything, even if it wasn't mine, in my bag, and heading towards where I'd leave. I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my heart beating and the rocks clacking around as I ran, but the person with me grabbed me and says he shot off again, but it seemed more in our direction, but I didn't hear it, so I turned and yelled in the direction I assumed he was in, telling him to fuck off, and he faking shoots at me. I hear the bullet go past me, and at that point I just ran the whole way out of the woods. I should have listened to my gut feeling a lot sooner than I had. Almost got lost in a storm. I was young, but the oldest of 3 brothers, 10 and 6 years old. I was 12 at the time. We had decided to go on an adventure to a pine forest we had found days earlier. It was me, my 2 younger brothers and a few friends. Made it to the pine forest without issue. Tree cover was thick, so almost no underbrush, and it almost made a roof. Well, after exploring I noticed it's colder and the wind has shifted. It was also likely snowing, or so it seemed. I was young and stupid, but knew something was up. Decide to turn around and head back as it started to snow. As we got to the edge of the pine forest we noticed it was really snowing, like a borderline blizzard. To get home had to cross a clearing into a regular forest of maples and oaks and follow that to the edge of our neighborhood. Couldn't see the other side of the clearing and the snow was piling up, so decided to walk straight ahead. After braving the wind we start to see trees. My youngest brother was not doing well. The snow was too high for him and I could tell he was getting cold. His pace was getting very slow. His face was pale and lips blue. We had to get him inside soon. I strip off my scarf and my outer coat and wrap them around him, and we all form a penguin huddle around him and keep trudging. Eventually he says his feet hurt and can't walk, so me and my buddy, who was another bigger kid, help carry him. Eventually we make it home to find my father about to head out on his sled, snowmobile, to find us. We take my brother inside and wrap him in blankets and put him in front of the stove. Ended up being okay, but we got 3 feet of snow that day. I used to go to a lot of semi-underground EDM shows in Detroit. When I was a teen, there was this one place called Bert's Warehouse, and it was literally just that. It was a warehouse in the Eastern Market District that I went to a few times. Always underage, always an absolute rager. I saw a VCI there once. Anyway, one of the shows I went to was just a bunch of local Detroit guys killing it. I think Kevin Saunderson was there or something, because it was Detroit techno all night and it was going off. My friend I was there with is usually the one that wants to stay all night, but this night she had worn some new boots that were uncomfortable for dancing, and since we both lived pretty far away, we called it a night early. Just early enough to be in our car and watch as a load of police cars rolled up and raided the place. All the minors were herded out and everyone got shaken down for drugs and alcohol. It didn't look like too many arrests were actually made, but it was shut down hard, and they never did any shows there again. Years later I was taking to that friend and she mentioned how we used to go to that place all the time, and how it had been raided. She lived in Detroit at this point, and apparently through talking to some others who knew it, that place was not only not a real venue, but also a huge drug front. Well, I tried looking it up, and it wasn't a thing. Bert's warehouse was actually just a warehouse we illegally partied in, and where Detroit's techno roots and EDM underground scene was very much alive. Glad I got to experience it. My ex was not well mentally. Over the years his mental health got worse and worse, and he became violent. Fortunately not with me physically, but I was mentally and emotionally abused for 4 years. No, it's not that easy to just leave. The day it hit me that I need to get for this relationship, we were alone in my mom's house where we were living, and he had a psychotic breakdown. He was yelling and breaking things, pacing and talking to himself, and I was just sitting on my bed with my mom's Pomeranian crying and shaking. I was so scared and confused. Then he came back into the bedroom holding big kitchen knives in each hand. In a really creepy voice he says, "You better leave before something bad happens." I remember grabbing my purse and the dog, running to the front door to put my shoes on, and right as I'm about to leave he comes into the living room, still holding the knives, and in a completely different tone of voice, childlike and innocent, says, "Where are you going? Please don't go." I got the fuck out and didn't come back until later. He was okay after a while, but when he went out of state to visit family, I ended it over the phone, and he was very angry. From that point I had to hide out at someone's house, my now husband, and wait until he gave up looking for me. For some reason he cut a huge gash in his face, and while covered in blood, went to my mom's house and best friend's house looking for me. Eventually he left me alone, but not before making death threats. TLDR, I was almost stabbed to death by my very sick ex-boyfriend and he stalked me after I broke up with him. A friend and I were on our way to the airport to pick up my family. Upon reaching the intersection, before we turn onto the main highway, we noticed some rails were bent and weird. There was a truck also parked in the road on the left lane. As we got closer there was a cloud of white smoke in the middle of the road and we slowly approached it and proceed to drive onward. Quite dumb of us, but there was no warning cones or signs set up, no people blocking the road. As we were pretty much in the cloud we smelled this gas, not sure what, and we stopped just in time to notice these pipes flying around and a canister in the middle of the cloud, and then we realized that this is not a very safe place to be. We just reversed out and moved on. Turns out there was a pickup truck carrying a load of gas canisters that drove off the road somehow and went straight through the railing and down to the main highway below. When we made it to the other side at the other entrance we saw some people and a medic team there with the vehicle overturned and more gas canisters spinning about in the road. Couple of years later, and it has still not sunk in how bad it could have been if we drove a meter further. Not an expert on gases and stuff, so an explosion or toxic inhalation could have ruined our day. We do not know if the driver survived or not, but found out either him or a oncoming driver overtook when they should not have, and the other tried to evade. My cousin and I visited a shady restaurant at the edge of the town for a cheap meal because we were pretty broke as students back in 2009, so we couldn't afford most other places. While we were talking during our meal, some guys were listening in and trying to see what we have on our persons. I kind of took note of this, but my cousin was too busy being hungry. After we paid for our meals, we started walking back to his place to take food for some of his friends who'd asked us to pack a few things for them. There wasn't much of a sidewalk, so we were walking by the side of the road, and after a minute of walking, I hear a van speeding towards us from the restaurant. It was weird for me that a big van like that would need to be driven so fast, unless there was a bit of an emergency. The van came to a screeching halt just 3 meters ahead of us, and at that point I knew these guys were going to pull us in and take all of our stuff, or worse. I don't know how or why I thought of this, but I immediately caught my cousin's hand and pulled him across to the other side of the road to get away from anyone exiting the van. My cousin, who I might forgot to mention, was stoned out of his senses, thought I'd suddenly lost my mind, to run across a road like that, and ask me if he could slow down, to pull up his pants for a bit. After reaching the other end I see two guys who'd gotten off the van asking themselves in their native tongue, which I understand by the way, where these two guys disappeared to. The driver saw us across the street and made a gesture which basically indicated that he'll take care of us next time. While I was relieved that nothing happened to us right then, I didn't fully come to terms with what transpired that until the next morning. I realized that we cold been abducted last night. My cousin still has no clue as to what cold happened that night. Years ago, my then boyfriend and I went to a convention with a mutual acquaintance, since he offered to be our ride for free. But instead of going straight home after the con as we agreed, the guy then decided to hang at the after party for a little bit, and as half an hour turns to 1, and then 2 and 3, I start getting a little impatient just sitting in the corner of the club we were at, plus the music was extremely annoying. So I decided to step out for a bit of fresh air, and by the time I elbowed my way from the corner to the exit, I was so agitated that I basically flung the club door open, upon which I was immediately met with a police officer just standing there, a meter from the door, looking down at me. I give him the deer in the headlights look, then greet him, nod and walk by to the end of the street, pacing around for a few minutes. The club already had 4 officers standing in front of it, and another police van pulled up as I was assessing the situation. I've never been in that situation before, but the idea that they are gonna storm the club kinda began to crystallize as even more of them lined up, as if waiting for an order, and that would be really bad, because I was a minor at the time, and also because my ex didn't have any ID on him, which would cause even more problems. So I walked back in past the whole row of officers, saying hi as casually as possible as I walked by. I think that me being a girl in a cute dress helped my case a lot there tbh. Once back inside, I immediately went to get my ex and told him we need to go. Yay. I talked to our buddy. He said soon. No. You don't get it. There are cops outside. No. More words needed. We bolted out and made it to a nearby park before texting our buddy who was still in there. Some time went by with no reply until he called us to give us an update on what happened. Apparently, there were several noise complaints called in, and it wasn't the first time the club was raided because of either noise or drugs. A bit after the two of us left, the police stormed in, lined everyone up outside, and did a head count. The place was at the exact capacity they were registered to host. So not only did I manage to spare us having to deal with that, but I also coincidentally got the club owner out of a pretty hefty fine for going over the guest limit. Lots of stories in this thread are really interesting and creepy, but still mundane. I've got one that's either supernatural or, at the very least, scary as fuck. I live about 40 minutes or so from a national park highway called Foothills Parkway. It runs from US Highway 321 just outside of Maryville, Tennessee to US 129 in Calderwood, Tennessee. It comes out on 129 pretty close to the tail of the dragon, if you're familiar with that at all. Anyway, just about exactly 11 miles from 321, there's a foot trail that leads up to an old fire tower and an area called Look Rock, though the locals just call it the fire tower. My friends and I used to go up there a lot. It's about a half-mile hike on a paved trail, and when you get to the top, you can see Maryville and Knoxville one direction, and clear into North Carolina in the other direction. I've also taken a few dates up there. Foothills Parkway is kind of our version of Lover's Lane from the movies. Anyway, one night, hell, probably 15 years ago, me and 2 friends are up there just faking off and shooting the sheet. It was about midnight or 1 AM or something, late, but not crazy late. We're at the top of the tower, it's cool and breezy, and there's cicadas and whatnot happily buzzing away, when suddenly, everything goes dead faking silent. Even the wind died. This feeling of we need to get the fuck out of here now blasted over M. And I communicated this to my friends by saying something along the lines of we need to get the fuck out of here now. I'm creative like that. Now, these 2 friends, who we'll call Darren and Josh, because those are their names, were started by my sudden declaration that we needed to unass the situation postest. I don't know why, I just have this feeling that we need to get the fuck out of here immediately. So, anyway, at the bottom of the tower, there's a big boulder just placed there decoratively. Well, on top of this boulder was a crouching black form, about the size of a short human, but thin and spindly, with glowing red eyes staring right at us. Now, when I say black I don't mean that it was just black. It wasn't a silhouette, and it wasn't just poorly lit. It was like it actively sucked in light, like a deep, dark void. Like it was painted with that Vanta black sheet. I locked eyes with it for a second, and then it just vanished, leaving a wavy distortion in the air, kind of like when you're at a cookout, and you see the wavy heat distortion in the air over a grill. Kind of like that, except it was on a rock at the top of a mountain at night in 50-degree weather. Neither of my friends saw it, just me. Josh, acting tough guy and devout Baptist, said something along the lines of, well, I'm not scared of anything. Something something, armor of God, something something, devil can kiss my ass, something whatever. And continued to talk shit as we double timed it down the mountain point. The trail from the tower passes an air quality monitoring station probably a couple hundred feet from the tower. Then in another 100 or so feet, the trail forks. You can go left straight down the ATV access trail to the road, or to the right down the foot trail that leads to the parking area point right before the turn in the trail. I noticed an extra set of footsteps. There were mine, and Josh's, and Aaron's, and another set. I turned around, and standing right behind Josh, who was still talking shit, was another heat distortion, only this one was about 7 feet tall, and shaped vaguely human. It was hunched over him, like it was about to grab him. It faded away as I watched it, and the fourth set of footsteps stopped. I'm not sure what I screamed at this point, but it was probably some combination of Jesus fact sheet God, and whatever curses came to press. We turned down the trail to head for the car, and triple timed it. The trail from the fork to the parking lot is the longest and darkest section. It's a winding trail down the mountain that puts you within sight of the parking lot long before you can actually get there. Halfway down the trail, there was a spot where a tree had fallen onto another tree and gotten pinned where the trunk of the standing tree split, creating kind of a triangle shape. Crouched on that fallen tree was the same black form from the boulder with the same glowing red eyes. It stared at us for a second, then vanished, again leaving that heat distortion effect behind. We made it back to the car without incident, then high faking tailed it down the mountain back into town. I drove far faster than was reasonable or prudent. We made it back into town and dropped Josh off at his house. I was backing out of Darren's driveway having just dropped him off at his house when he came running back to the car with his phone in his hand waving me down. Josh just called. We need to get back to his house now, he said. So, we proceed back to Josh's house. He lived alone in a little single wide trailer on his parents' land in the holler a few miles off the highway. When we got there, every light in the house was on, and he was lying in bed, a Bible in one hand and a .45 in the other. According to him, what had happened was that he was getting ready for bed and had turned off the lights when something changed. He had a window in his room and there was a light outside, plus a night light, stereo, alarm clock, etc. all brightly lit as normal, but nothing was casting a glow. He could still see the lights, but the inside of his room, except for those points of light, was completely pitch black with no ambient light at all. He said he couldn't even see his hand waving in front of his face, except when it occluded one of the lights. Then, he said, he heard a growling noise and something grabbed his throat. It growled in his face and he could feel it staring at him and choking off his air. He couldn't breathe at all. Then, as quick as it had come on, it was over. The strangling hand was gone, the lights were normal, and the cicadas were back. When we got there, we made a circle of salt and stayed inside it. I'm not sure which of us had that idea, but it seemed like a good idea. We prayed with him, and he read some Bible verses. I have no idea if any of that did anything, but again, it all seemed like a good idea. We never heard from the thing again. I'm firmly 100% convinced I saw a demon that night. 0/10 do not recommend. I was visiting my Thai friend in Bangkok. I was leaving for my flight back to Australia and asked her to communicate with the cab driver for me. No Uber is Thailand, so she comes down and it's been 20 minutes, but there's been no taxis the whole time. But all of a sudden we see one of those shared car/ute things. It looks super dodgy. It's literally a few rows of wood planks as seats on the back of an open ute truck, and it apparently said airport route on the sign on the front. So my friend goes and organizes it with them as I hesitantly get on. It's 34 degrees and it's so hot, and I'm so white, an obvious tourist with a pink suitcase and a carry-on. I was an obvious target to get pickpocketed, or worse. As this shuttle car / ute drives off more and more people get on, and it gets so packed like sardines, and it's still so warm and humid in Thailand. It should have been about a 20-minute ride to the airport, but it's been a good 45 minutes already. I turn on my Google Maps to see where I am, and I'm in the opposite direction to the airport, but I just keep calm and try and keep all my important items with me: phone, passport, money. After another half an hour, I'm the only one left on the car, and it starts to turn off the main road and down a dirt track further away from the city and stops under a freeway bridge, and the lady in says airport over and over until I pay her the 5 baht for the trip, and they drive off and leave me in the middle of faking nowhere in Bangkok under a freeway bridge. I was so terrified I was going to die. I thought they had an arrangement with the locals to drop off tourists so they could rob them, or even if someone was going to harvest my organs. I start to text my husband and mum and say my goodbyes if I never see them again. I start running down this dirt road trying to wheel my bright pink suitcase behind me and to the main road. It was probably a good 1-2 kilometers long. The very first car I see is a taxi, and I flagged it down and got in, called my Thai friend to ask her to explain which terminal I needed, and she did. I got my bag checked within literally minutes of the cut-off time, got on my plane, and cried for a minute. Basically I had that get the fuck out feeling about 5 minutes into the car ride, but I convinced myself it was anxiety and nothing was wrong. I didn't want to offend the old couple driving the car, but I should jumped off so much sooner, and I regret not listening to my gut. Sorry for the long post. I was in Missouri, just passing through on a road trip. I stopped at a river resort where people float down the river and then camp for the night. By camp I mean get sheet-faced and party. I stayed there one night, then fled the second point. I was hanging out alone, wandering the place, and trying to meet people and hang out. I was pissing people off and had no faking clue why. People calling me a killer and a bunch of other stupid shit that makes no faking sense. People know I was at campsite 132, but the second day I switched to 138. So my car had moved. Late that night 3 cop cars went to site 132, pulled everyone aside, and began searching the cars of the people camped there, who had only arrived an hour before. My old campsite. Someone called the cops to come get me. I walked over to my car and started driving off. As I left I got pulled over and questioned. I can take you to jail for 3 things you did on the highway. I don't know what the first 2 were, but I swerved so I wouldn't hit that girl on the side of the road. He decided to let me go. He went back to the resort. As soon as he was out of sight I sped the fuck out to there. 15 minutes later I got a bad feeling, so I pulled into a gas station and parked out to site. 3 minutes later, cop car comes speeding by. 5 minutes later, another 1 point. They were looking for me and they were going to kill me. Moral of the story: fuck Missouri. Never go there if you value your life. Went to Lanzarote with a group of friends a couple of years ago. We stayed at a closed resort on the other side of the island for the most part of our trip. The place was pretty relaxed and crawling with European tourists. One day we decided to head over to the other side of the island to the city center to eat at the local restaurants and to get a feel of the life outside of this resort bubble we were in. After some eating and walking and good times, it got late and some of my friends decided to take a taxi back to the resort. The sun had gone down hours ago. I decided to stay a little while longer, and one of my friends didn't want to go back either, so the 2 of us decided to go on an adventure. It was quite hot and humid this particular evening. I, 6,5, was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. My friend, 5,9, was wearing pretty much the same, but he also wore a cap. We were both in running shoes. The reason I'm telling you this is relevant as we go along. After a little while of some more walking and talking about big and small things, we came upon a group of old approximate 50 to 60 years old, men hanging out and selling souvenirs. We said we didn't have any money, lie, because we didn't want to buy anything. Then they offered to trade, so I showed them a box of matches I fished out from my pocket. Seconds later I hear a gravelly Irish accent behind my shoulder saying, "Don't show them what you've got, they want to see what you have in case they want to rob you later." This mysterious Irishman got us away from the creepy salesman and the three of us started walking together. A mysterious Irishman was better than intimidating salesman, we thought. I know it looks sketchy having a grown-up walking alongside two 18-year-old boys in Lanzarote, but HMO. This dude was incredible. He was a former kickboxer, served 20 years in the army, lived and traveled all around the world. He even cracked jokes. Now, I never double-checked his history or any claims he made. However, naive 18-year-old me bought it, and he seemed to live up to it, just by looking and listening to him. This is the part of the story where I reveal the reason why me and my friend stayed behind when the others left. We were looking for weed. As simple and childlike as we were, because it was decriminalized there, to a certain degree. We inquired with the Irishman and we would certainly get us some from one ACQUAINTANCE or another. So the three of us went looking for weed in between the poorly lit streets at night. After a while we saw three shady looking dudes hanging out in an abandoned lot and we all knew. The Irishman told us to stay back and let him handle it because he knew how to, and we didn't. Fair enough. After the Irishman went up to them, it didn't take long before we started hearing aggressive yelling and seeing provoking hand gestures. The Irishman returned empty-handed and told us to promptly turn around and walk away, fast. They started following us and kept shouting in Spanish, things I could only imagine. We were alone in a foreign country, chased by three angry drug dealers, and our only hope was this Irish stranger slash kickboxer slash army veteran slash occasional marijuana smoker. In retrospect I would say that we were in good hands. What we quickly realized was that this guy was the freaking Quasimodo of Lanzarote. He knew which alleyways to take, make a left here, pick up the fucking pace LADS, don't look BACK. Those were the longest minutes of my life. When we were safe he told us one of the dealers caught a sight my friend's cap which made him look like a Spanish mainland narc, and assumptions were made after checking out the rest of the ensemble. Turns out the Spanish mainland police sends narcs down as a way of slamming down on drug trafficking. The mysterious Irishman kept us safe the rest of the night. He even followed us to the bus station, and from there we could get a taxi. The Irishman's name has since faded from my memory, but his generosity and endless amount knowledge is something I still keep with me. I never got to thank him properly. I hope he is well. Edit. TLDR was chased by angry drug dealers who thought we were narcs in Lanzarote, and a mysterious Irishman helped us out. 6 years ago, I, 27 at the time, had just gotten out of rehab in a state I wasn't familiar with. My mom sent my final paycheck from my job and I needed a cell phone, so I walked to the Metro store in the dark, 6 or 7 p.m. It was closed. A guy pulled up saying, "I can give you a ride. The other store is 10 miles away and is open late." I said no thanks. I started walking back to my sober house and he kept driving around the block and stopping to ask if I needed a ride. I finally got to the corner where my house was and ran into the gas station. I saw a man there, not much older than me, 30s, and I ran up to him and hugged him. He went with it. I checked over his shoulder and the guy sped off. I let go of this man, told him what happened, and I was sorry I just grabbed him like that. He paid for his purchases and told me to stay put so he could check for the vehicle. It was gone. I walked the half block home. A few weeks later, I was walking in broad daylight and the same car stopped alongside me and asked if I needed a ride. I said no and happened to run into a guy I was in rehab with, and he walked me home. I don't know what the guy was up to, but I'm grateful to the man in the gas station for not pushing me away like the random weirdo I was, lol, and for making sure the coast was clear. Also thankful to my friend from rehab. He unfortunately didn't lie for much longer due to addictions, but I really feel he helped save my life that day. Eater. When I told my mom this story, when I begged her to help me find a sober house in our state, she didn't really believe me. I get why. I was fresh out of rehab. But it scares me to think, if I went missing, maybe no one would have looked for me because of my addiction. I have over 6 years now, an amazing family and life, and a strong relationship with my mom again. My story is more we need to move out of this shitty neighborhood and find out later what actually went down there. We lived in a really shitty apartment complex. It's weird because I still live in the same town. Most of it's very small town suburbia, but this one neighborhood is just derelict. It's an entire street of apartment complexes. 4 apartments per building. I hated it there because we shared a back porch with our neighbors, and the back door was a huge glass patio door. Never felt right about that. I lived there for 3 years, and in that time there were carjackings, break-ins, and we constantly heard gunshots. A woman was even held at gunpoint getting into her car. We never had any problems with our neighbors. We were on the top floor, and across the hall was vacant most of the time we lived there. When it wasn't, we just had a heavyset couple that would stomp up and down the communal stairs every day. But then new people moved in. I never did count how many people lived there, but they only ever had 1 car. They would make all kinds of noise at night, but were mostly quiet during the day. When I'd bang on our shared wall for them to stfu, they'd only get louder. Well, things started getting sketchy when I noticed them peeking through their blinds anytime I'd leave or come home. My boyfriend said the same thing. My immediate thought is they wanna break in, so I start leaving the TV on when I'm gone, or going as far as to yell, "I'll be home in a minute," or "see you soon" as I was leaving. Even though my boyfriend had already left. Then they started having people over every day, but the person would always knock on their front door. No one would answer. They'd make a call, then go around back. And I swear I'd never see this person again. Every day, a different dude. I never even saw another car out front. I should also probably mention that walking up the stairs every day I smelled weed. I could even smell it as soon as we opened our front door. Well, needless to say, this was the last year we lived there. We finally found somewhere cheaper and there. Then a few months later my boyfriend tells me that there was an attempted kidnapping. Someone tried to snatch a child in broad daylight. But that's not the point of this story. He had to go pick up a package that we had accidentally sent to our old address, and all packages that couldn't fit in our mail slots got sent to the front office. We were friendly with the ladies there cause I was in there often picking up packages. Well, one of them tells my boyfriend that after they did our final walkthrough, the glass doors to the patio had been smashed and drug paraphernalia was all over the empty apartment. They called the cops and somehow ended up searching our neighbor's apartment. My instincts were right. Not only were they selling drugs, but they are also pretty sure they were a hoe house. Friend and I went camping at a lake with her mom when we were 13. Her mom was one of those cool moms who let us kids drink and smoke in her presence. Anyway, I only had 1 drink because it was my first time drinking, while my friend got completely smashed. It was about 11 PM, and we were sitting around the campfire, still in our swimsuits from swimming earlier in the day. Her mom was sleeping. In her drunken stupor, my friend suddenly took off running for the lake with no warning, like a dog that escaped from the backyard. I chased after her because I wasn't about to let my best friend go swimming in the dark, drunk and alone. As my friend was wading into the lake, and I trailed only a few feet behind her, we heard 2 men's voices calling after us, "Hey lady." Only about 50 yards away were 2 stumbling drunk men, still holding on to their beer cans. They waded into the water after us, trying to talk to us. We clearly looked and sounded like preteen children. There's no way these men mistook us for full-grown women. They had followed us at first. My friend, who was barely cognizant, didn't understand what was going on and tried to talk to them. I was trying to pull her away as they got closer and closer. The whole time, even through my tipsiness, I knew this was bad. I whispered to my friend, "We need to leave now. They're going to wrap us. They're going to wrap us." I think it finally knocked some sense into her because she finally listened to me and followed me out of the water. Luckily, the men were too drunk to keep up, and we swam around them as they called for us, escaping back to our campsite. I still can't believe what almost happened to us. I still feel angry at my friend's incredibly negligent mother for not being a parent, for not protecting us, and preventing kids from drinking like she should. I have two that come to mind. One was when my friends and I ate some shrooms and were going to cowboy camp in the middle of the woods. This was in the eastern US and the topography was very hilly with few good spots. We finally found a flat spot in a conical valley that was actually near a trickling spring. We were feeling funny at this point and I just couldn't shake a feeling that I should bail and go back to the car. I told them that I would sleep next to my phone with it on loud all night in case they needed me and come pick them up the next morning. My friends decided to stay but ended up calling me in about an hour while I was sitting near a swamp watching the sunset. Apparently a bear had come rambling over the ridge to return to where it lived, which was the campsite point. The second was actually my mom's instinct. We rented a Jeep and were doing a famous four-wheel drive road in Canyonlands National Park. My mom had a bum hip and I really wanted to show her this part of the park that you could reach by Jeep. Well, the technicality of the four-wheeling kind of freaked out my mom, and when we got to the bottom of it, she decided we couldn't go onwards to the destination. She said that she just had too much anxiety about having to go back over that part again and just wanted to get it over with. We listened to her and turned around, and about 40 minutes later it started dumping snow. I absolutely would not have wanted to have to come back out over that slick rock route with it being all wet from snow. I don't know if we neglected to check the forecast or if there just wasn't any snow in the forecast, but her motherly instinct definitely paid off. I noticed my mare running and bouncing in circles like Willy the Coyote, with her head held high and her tail straight up and curled over her back. As I watched her from the house, I couldn't see anything that made her act that way until a man stood up, ran a few feet before he dove in the grass again and again, heading straight towards our house. We lived in the country and I was alone in huge 2.5-story house. I knew he'd be at the house before the police could get there, so I grabbed my dad's rifle, called the police, and went to the back door to keep an eye on him. I knew I couldn't let him get in the house, but he continued to shorten the distance, so I finally shot above his head, but he still kept coming. I was just in the 6th grade, but a calm came over me when the thought suddenly came to me, I'm going to have to shoot him to stop him. This time I aimed at him, but then just couldn't, so moved the rifle just enough, so the bullet was close enough he changed his direction. Now running parallel to our house, I continued to watch to make sure he didn't double back. A few minutes later, our long driveway was full of police cars, one even drove in our yard. It didn't occur to me so many cop cars was not normal. I just walked towards them with a rifle on my shoulder to tell them which way he went. Not one said anything about a young girl carrying a rifle. They all pulled out at the same time, like they were in a race. Maybe an hour later, they caught him. He'd escaped from a prison not far from the back of our farm. Later that day, his prison uniform was found in our barn loft, where he changed into street clothes. I never knew how long he'd been there, but I think he waited until my parents were gone before he tried to sneak into our house. The thing I always wondered about was where he got the change of clothes. Until he was heading for our house, I don't think my mare acted strange, so I always felt she was trying to warn me, because this is the way horses warn others in the herd of danger, and she and I were bonded. Reverse answer here. There was a time when my brain was screaming to get out, but staying calm may have saved my life. I was working for Comcast as a textee the time. Mere mid-20s white guy was working at a house with a woman well into her 60s and her son who must have been my age or older who were both black. There was another white man there, who by appearance sake looked to be dating the mother. There was a long hallway that was the entrance for the 3 bedrooms and bathrooms, which was when I was zing a phone jack. The son was kinda coming out of the room, pacing a bit, then he would go back in. The mother and her, because we're on the other side of the hall in the living room. First the son came out and started talking shit to his mom about letting white pepper in the house and how it wasn't okay. She nicely explained to him that he was a grown-up living with his mom and doesn't dictate who does or does not come into the house. He argued a bit, then went back in his room. A few moments later he returned with a laser pointer and the convo and anger escalated. Keep in mind, I'm exactly between all this and in an enclosed hallway. After a few minutes of this, he goes back in the room. The mom begins to apologize, but I didn't really care as it hadn't escalated to a point I was uncomfortable yet. Now is when shit hits the fan. He comes back out with a pistol. His tone has now become violent, and he's acting belligerent. He's screaming about hating white people, and how the man shouldn't be in the house. I had kinda gathered that I was just collateral damage and he wasn't focused on me, so I just stayed calm, hunched over the phone jack, working away. The argument then went from son and mom to the guy getting involved. The son rushed past me, and they began to fight. The fight went for about 2 minutes with the mom screaming, before they both went outside to finish. I finished the phone jack at this point, so I began to fill out the paperwork when the son's friend came in profusely apologizing to me. I told him that I was safe, so it wasn't my problem anymore, and left. On the way out, I saw an ambulance taking someone away a half block up, so I could only assume the worst, but I never went to look into if the son shot the guy or whatever. Moral being, if I had jumped up out of fear to leave, I was the first thing between everyone else and a bullet. Okay, so my family and I went on a holiday to the Netherlands, Den Haag. We stayed on the high street in the new Novotel Point on our last night. Everyone was being boring, so I decided to go and get wasted by myself. Went to a bar and sat drinking beer after beer, chatting to the locals. It was quite nice. Eventually I started moving on towards, I think the square is called Kottemet. Dutch Redditors, please correct my spelling. I was looking for a place called Miller's, which had been to years before when visiting my friend Point. Anyway, I find it, but every place there is closed, cause it was a weekday. I then leave and start walking. I came across a group of uni students on bicycles, who told me to hop on, and we ended up at a bar called Gabba, and I bought them drinks. Unfortunately the place didn't take cards, so I went like 10 meters down the street to an ATM point. After taking cash out, all the beers I drank suddenly hit me all at once, and I didn't know where the bar was. I asked this group of 3 guys, Moroccans. I was always told they tend to be involved in crime in the Netherlands, beside me if they knew where to go, and they said no, so I started walking in the completely wrong direction. About 5 meters down, one of the guys run up and says he knows where I'm going, and we start walking. He offers me a few togs of his spliff, and I take it, and we are just walking and walking. Eventually I realize he was trying to get me more and more faked, and he kept telling me he knew where I had to go. I kept trying to hint to the few people we passed that I was in trouble, but people were blur. Eventually I started panicking, cause the streets were empty and my fight or flight started screaming at me. Point that was when I saw a car driving down the street and tried to flag it, when the guy suddenly got really angry and started screaming, "I know where you're going." First car didn't stop, so I continued walking, and eventually a taxi with its light off drives towards us. I literally jumped in front of the taxi, flapping my arms, and the lovely guy stopped. He had a passenger in the front and they opened their windows. I went mad. I said, "Yo man, you gotta faking help me. I need to get back to my hotel on the high street. I'm drunk and high, and I don't know where the fuck this guy wants to take me." The driver took one look at the passenger and went, "Get in man, we'll take you." Right then, my friend just bolts off like the hounds of hell were on his heels. Eventually in the cab I told them the story and they just nodded and agreed I did the right thing. I was so grateful that for what was probably a €5 trip I gave him €50. My mom left me with my grandparents who lived in a trailer park. She had me stay there as a little vacation because there were a lot of kids my age, 7 years old at the time, around visiting their grandparents, and despite what others think, there were plenty of outdoor activities like hiking, fishing, biking, etc. There was a children's park just down the road from where my grandparents' trailer was, and so my newest trailer park buddy and I went to play. I remember that the park was empty that day, which was strange, but we continued to play on the jungle gym. Not long after, we noticed a grown man wander into the park. He would stop by various play equipment to examine and continue to move closer toward us. He was alone. I knew him as my grandpa's friend. A lot younger than my grandfather, mid-20s I would say. I started to get this sick feeling in my stomach as he neared us. It was very obvious that he was trying to find a way to involve himself in our activities, but it was strange. This adult was all by himself, and so were we, and it was obvious he was just trying to get near us. I said to my friend we should run away from him. He's acting funny. He agreed and we bolted from the park. First we hid in some bushes for what seemed like forever. Just when we felt safe enough to come out, we saw him coming up the road. We ran again, but this time to my friend's trailer. I told him to go inside and to not come out until tomorrow. I took off to my grandparents' trailer and hid inside for the rest of the night. About 5 years later, I found out that this man was a convicted sex offender and had molested numerous children at this trailer park. We were lucky. TLDR, my sister and her boyfriend were literally thrown against a wall by the biggest baddest Britishest motherfucker I ever saw. 3 hours after I noped out. I was at my sister's 21st birthday party at her boyfriend's house in a college town. Her boyfriend's new roommates invited their friends. One of them was this gigantic motherfucker with a British accent who told us he was a Royal Air Force veteran. I reckon he weighed at least 300 pounds and was at least 6 feet 2 inches. He asked me to take him to the liquor store and I did it. He bought the biggest bottle of Honey Jack, and when he told me he would drink it all, I didn't doubt him. Around 9 PM, still at the house, my sister's boyfriend loses his bag of weed. He looks around for about 2 minutes, then he accuses his roommate's friend of stealing it. Turns out it's the little brother of the British motherfucker. He checks his pockets, and there's no weed. But he's the only person I don't know at this party, so I have to suspect him first. I decide to hold off on my first alcoholic beverage. About half an hour goes by, and the situation is getting worse. Now everyone is starting to get drunk, and the weed still hasn't turned up, and the Brits are clearly not in a good mood. I try to warn my sister that I'm concerned about the direction things are going. She tells me I'm an asshole for trying to ruin her party. So I decided to leave and leave her. Gotta look out for #1 always. So I go to my car. Sure enough, I'm boxed in by my sister's boyfriend. So I ask him to move his car. He can't find his keys. So now he can't find his weed or his keys. For 45 minutes, I'm looking around for both. I figure if I find the weed, the tension of accusation will settle a bit. And if I find the keys, fuck all and I'ma hit the road like I never did before. For 45 minutes, he can't find anything. I finally get pissed and yell at him, "Are you sure it's not in one of the 9,286,298 pockets of your cargo shorts?" He feels around and we both hear the keys jingle. He says, "I'm so sorry man," but I didn't say anything back. I just jumped in my car. He moved his, and I got the fuck out of there. Turns out my sister and her friends went and did the bar crawl in town and came home around 2 AM making a ruckus. This is when the Brits, who decided to stay at the house, become enraged. From what I heard, the big motherfucker literally picked my sister's boyfriend up over his head, then threw him at the living room wall. Then, he threw my sister on the pile. Another of our friends witnessed this and decided he needed to get away too. So he jumped in his car, made it 2 blocks over, and got pulled over and given his first DUI. Little did we know at the time, but this would be the first major milestone on his long way to becoming a meth addict. I ended up at a party with a friend who was in town before he was going to leave for Jerusalem to study to become a rabbi. It was a great send-off for him. So I was hiking and snowboarding in the Whistler backcountry all day with a buddy. At the end of one of the most amazing days snowboarding I have ever had, we hike up on a ridge that leads back down to the main area. We saw a bunch of people hiking out from there, so being unfamiliar with the terrain, figure that is where get back to the ski area. But as soon as we get to the top, it gets cloudy real fast. We wait for a few minutes for it to clear, but it is getting dark quickly. We can't see more than 30 feet in front of us, but we decide to try and go slow on the way down in fear of getting stuck up there in the dark. The turns though, ended up being amazing. Onto shade POW on a super steep line. That is really everything you hope for hiking in the backcountry. Of course we end up going faster than we agreed on because it was the stuff dreams are made of. All of a sudden I have this little voice in my head that screams at me, "There were dozens of people back here today. How come this section has no tracks?" I yell at my buddy who is 2 or 3 turns ahead of me to stop. He yells, "Why? This is amazing." I tell him we need to cut hard over to find somebody's tracks to follow out. He reluctantly says okay, and we traverse hard over till we find a bunch of tracks heading in the direction we think we are supposed to be going. 10 minutes later we are at the bottom and turn around to see the clouds parting enough to see 2 tracks in an open powder field directly above a huge 300 to 400 foot cliff. We were going so fast we would have never seen it coming. I've never felt so much like somebody was watching over me. Thanks little voice. A friend of mine gets a bit too crazy for his own good when he's drunk. After a boozy night out we are all standing outside McDonald's eating some burgers. A guy comes up to us, promoting a strip club. Strippers, strippers, you guys wanna see some strippers? My friend, only if it's your mom. Stripper guy quickly gets pissed off. What did you say, mate? What the fuck did you say? My friend, well, if you didn't hear what I said, why you so faking upset? Stripper guy, you're ending up in a hospital tonight. He walks off. My friend is too drunk to care, even a bit. Anyways, he and I jokingly start to argue about something. One thing leads to another, and he pushes the burger I'm eating into my face. Sounds retarded, I know, because it is. No one was angry though. That's how we mess with each other when we are drunk. The stripper guy comes back as we're standing there laughing. Why did you push a burger up your friend's face? My friend, I want your mom in my face. Stripper guy is boiling at this point. I try to apologize on my friend's behalf, but it's like I'm invisible. He starts going around to his friends. Other stripper promoters spread out on the square. He seems to be gathering his troops for a fight, and suddenly I see a knife. That's our cue. Jump in a cab. Leave. When we were about 14, my friend and I, we are both girls, were out riding our bikes on a summer day and stopped at a park to hang out. We were sitting on a bench in the shade. That's about a 5-minute walk from the park's parking lot. There was no one else in the park, and then an older model sports car, like a Z28 or something similar, pulled in and the driver, a guy maybe in his 30s, got out and walked straight over to us. He started asking what we were doing, if we lived nearby, and how old we were. I don't trust anyone and never have, but my friend was naively answering his questions. I was really uncomfortable and trying to find a way to get us out of the situation, but couldn't think of a way to safely leave while he was there without him being able to follow us on our bikes. This was before everyone had cell phones, so I couldn't call anyone for help either. He asked us if we wanted him to buy us beer or cigarettes. My friend said no, but I told him that I did, knowing that there was a convenience store a few minute drive down the road, thinking it would buy us some time to GTFO. He said that he would buy them and bring the stuff to us if we promised that we'd still be there when he got back. I promised that we wouldn't leave, but as soon as his car disappeared from view, told my friend that we needed to leave before he came back. She didn't see it the way that I did, but I was adamant that there was something creepy about him and how he'd approached us, so she agreed, and we ran to our bikes and we booked it. I got home and called my mom, who called the police. We were not the only report of that guy attempting to talk to underage girls in my town's parks that day, and I've always thought that it could gone really badly us if we hadn't gotten out of there. Edit. Spelling. Mine's not uncommon. In underground mining. One place I worked at, the ground conditions were very poor. High ground stress to start with, ore body bisected by numerous active faults. Top half of the place mined by cascade stopping, no backfill, and the extraction sequence in the active area left these long pendant remnants out surrounded by open void above, below and before, which focused the local stress field onto those remaining pendants. So I'm in a drive in one of those remnant pendants, boring production up holes, about 6 meters back from the brow. When the rig is drilling, the noise pretty much drowns all else out, but in here, where I am, the ground boots so hard that you can both hear and feel it over the rig. I'm mid-hole, staring at the collar returns, and easing the feet up and down, pretty broken ground, so you gotta feel your way through it. There's a particularly crisp boot, and several plates spit off some splitties in front of me, which is not a good sign. I nulled feed and percussion, pulled the string back 2 rods and shut down the power pack. Instant silence. Took out my earplugs, can hear the usual mine activity around me, other drills, a deeper grunting note that is at ETH rig, scratchy noises from boggers, and then over the top of that, a low groaning noise that rises a note and then stops. I'd never heard anything like it before. Every hair stood up, a chill down the spine and a tingling feeling of back quote get the fuck out to here point. I hopped down and started walking back to the crosscut. Got 10 or so meters behind the rig. There's another one of these groans. I turn around and there is the most tremendous bang, like someone fired a hole, instantly blinded by dust, knocked on my eyes by wind blast and hit all over by rocks. Crawled out of there, back to the crosscut, and onto the decline into fresh air. It was felt all over the mine. They pulled everyone out, and I got trucked off to town to get a bunch of cuts stitched up. Point back at work the next day, foreman pulls me to one side. "Hey cunt, how are ya?" Says I rolled a 12 yesterday. I said nah yeah no worries. He says no, I mean you dodged the big one mate. We look at some printed out photos. All you can see is air and water hoses and a trailing cable running into a solid mass of broken ground that fills the drive. Then I get it. The rig guy was on his somewhere underneath all that sheet. If I hadn't walked back when I did, I'd have been a minor headline and source of speculation for however many days it took to dig out a dead body. It was late at night, and I was driving along unlit country roads commuting from my university. I've done this drive a million times. The roads are all extremely curvy and single lane, so there is no room to pass for over an hour. Therefore, it's not uncommon at all for cars to be riding each other's bumpers. Totally normal, I'm used to it. My car is very girly on the outside. There are decals on it, and if you shine your lights into my untinted windows on a dark night, you can see one female solo driver. It was a late weekday evening after my night class and the sun had gone down long ago. There is nobody on the road but me. I'm relaxed, listening to music, and watching the stars shine above my head in the countryside. Suddenly, this unmarked car pulls up behind me. I think nothing of it. They follow me extremely closely for 45 minutes, and I'm cussing at them under my breath thinking they should just pass me if they really want to speed so bad. I didn't think anything of it until the road finally separated into a two-lane road, and they still refused to pass me. I changed lanes so that they could drive ahead, and they automatically changed lanes too to stay behind me. I changed lanes again, thinking these guys must be idiots. They follow me. At this point I'm testing them to see how far they will take this, so I'm dangerously weaving between lanes. They follow my moves exactly. Now I'm panicked. I stick to the lane closer to the median of the road in case they try to run me off into a ditch and abduct me. Then I dial the non-emergency police saying that I have reason to believe that I'm being followed and would like someone to drive out to me. I start to get upset and start taking detours from my normal route to try and throw them off my path. We end up in this little town I didn't even know existed, where the speed limit reduced to 25 miles per hour. This car was still following me and had no intentions of slowing down. I'm flying through this small town because I'm scared the car will rear-end me and force me to exit my car. The lady on the helpline told me that the police were just called to a car crash, so they have no one to help me. Small TOWN equals SMALL police force. I'm about to completely lose my shit when I see a firehouse up ahead. I have no clue if the fireman could help me, but I pull in anyway and the car slows down as I turn in and then speeds away into the night. It added an extra hour to my drive and I cried the whole way home. This comment will probably be so buried that nobody will see it, but what the hell point my wife, now my ex. This was a while back, and I were visiting a park in the mountains with our 2 young children, toddler age. A herd of elk had moved into a grassy field, a harem of about 20 cows and a solitary large bull. We were sitting high up on some large boulders watching them for some time, far enough away that we wouldn't bother them. A group of other people happened by and decided to join us on the rocks. The people kept slowly moving lower on the rocks to get a little closer to the elk. I started noticing that the bull was now keeping a wary eye in our direction. That and something about his body language told me it was no longer safe there. We grabbed up our young kids and scrambled back over the back of the rocks and moved off across the field to watch from a different direction. Shortly after we left, the bull elk suddenly charged the spectators on the rocks where we were. They barely got over the rocks without being gored. With the little kids we wouldn't have been able to move as quickly as they did, and it could have been pretty bad. A man was killed gored by that same exact bull elk later that season. An average bull elk weighs about 700 pounds and has a rack full of spears on its head, which it can move towards you at 45 miles per hour. Just because an animal eats grass, that doesn't mean it can't mess you up. Bull elk are pretty dangerous animals when they are protecting their harem. Edit. My wife says I misremembered. The man was badly gored, but he survived. The summer before sophomore year of I lived in an off-campus apartment. My boyfriend was out of state, but his friends still lived near uni and often invited me to parties when they had them. My apartment wasn't far and the main roads were well lit, although side streets weren't, and busy enough that I felt safe walking after dark. One night while walking to their house, a very dirty and disheveled man in his late 40s/early 50s rode past me on a bicycle while staring at me. He turned a corner and went around the block and rode past me again. The streets were set up in grid pattern and he continued to do this again and again. He told me I was very pretty and that he'd like to kiss me, then said I'll give you $500 if you let me lick your asshole with a big smile missing a few teeth. At this point I was extra freaked out and started jogging to get away faster. I called one of the guys I was going to see and told him what happened. He offered to run down to where I was and get me cold and drive because he'd already started drinking, but I was already very close to where I was going. So I asked him to stay on the phone with me instead. I crossed a large intersection and the creepy guy didn't follow. I saw a police car parked in a restaurant lot and the cop already out of the car. He saw me and we made eye contact and I went over to him. I told him what happened and he said that if I hadn't come over he would have approached me because I matched the description of a woman who was reported to have been raped in the area. Apparently what the creepy guy said to me wasn't relevant to the rap that apparently happened. It all sounded pretty suspicious, but I guess there was info I wasn't aware of. The cop took my phone number and said he would drive around the area in a but and see if he could find the guy. He walked me down the street to where my friends came out to meet me and called a few hours later to see if I was okay. I never found out what happened to the guy on the bike or if there was a girl raped and if he was involved, but still feel like I dodged a huge bullet. I went to a college on the water, coastal town on the east coast. The campus was literally smack in the middle of a historic area full of Gilded Age mansions. Freshman year, I will never forget. Dead nuts of winter. Almost the entire campus was gone for winter break. I don't remember why, but some of the football team stayed on campus for a week or two longer. Me and some buddies go out drinking downtown. Get absolutely plastered. A blizzard comes. An actual blizzard, like weather alert type sheet. Normally there's a shuttle service that runs until 4 AM available to students. Yay. Turns out that was shut down because everyone was gone. So now we have to walk. It's probably about 2 miles. We are not dressed for the weather at all. We made it 3/4 of the way, then we had to stop. I mean it was really rough. The snow, the cold, us being absolutely wasted. It was no joke. We stopped to catch our breath in front of the main gate of one of the mansions I mentioned earlier and leaned against the concrete columns that transitioned the iron gate to the concrete wall that surrounded the property. I got that feeling at this point. I was like, alright, let's go. We gotta keep moving. Come on, let's go. We gotta go. Not 1 minute later we hear tires screeching/slipping and a car plows into one of those columns we were leaning on. Brutal accident. Everyone in the car dead immediately. Car crushed like a faking accordion. I mean these columns were massive. I'm gonna say at least 10x the size of say a Jersey barrier on the highway. We would have been splattered between that accordion and that concrete column had I not had that feeling in my stomach. We were that close. This saved me just a couple weeks ago. My job doesn't allow employees to park on site in the parking lot. Those of us who work the night shift usually have to park a mile away in the parking lot of another nearby business. Now that the days are getting shorter, this is getting to be more and more of a safety concern, especially for young women such as myself. I was kept a little later at work than expected, and the sun had already set by the time I walked back to my car. I approached a nearby used car dealership. Some of the cars near the lot were parked facing the wrong way on the street, so I assumed that they were all part of the dealership's inventory. Someone had thrown away a couch near one of the cars and I instinctively kept the couch in between myself and the street. As I approached the nearest car and SUV, I got the "I have to get out now" feeling. The headlights turned on, the engine revved, and next thing I know, the driver was trying to get himself over the discarded couch to pull me into his car. I couldn't see his face because he wore a mask. I ran into the closest shop where one of the managers from my job happened to be spending his break. He escorted me to my car as I told him what happened. He told me that, while he doesn't think upper management will let me park in the lot, I should start moving my car there before dark anyway. He said that the area is getting worse and worse for kidnappings and sex trafficking, so he doesn't want me walking anywhere alone anymore, especially not at night. I now move my car into the lot as soon as upper management leaves for the day and I carry a knife with me. A few years ago I was on a solo road trip in the Pacific Northwest. I pulled into a campsite as it was getting dark and passed by a group of sketchy looking men camping who watched me pretty intently as I drove by. I was a 25-year-old woman, clearly alone, so I chose a spot far away from them, which happened to be kind of isolated and nestled up against a pretty densely wooded canyon. All evening I felt so uncomfortable, like I was being watched, but I thought I was feeling weird about those men, and felt pretty confident I'd noticed them walking up to my campsite, so I kept pushing my feelings of fear down. In my experience as an outdoorsy solo woman, human men are usually the scariest thing you can encounter out there. It was pitch black, and I had been outside at the picnic table chilling, cooking, and eating dinner, messing around on my phone for about an hour and a half or so. I was sitting at the table after washing dishes, and I heard a rustle in the woods. I had been having issues with raccoons at my last few campsites, and so I shined my light, expecting to see a raccoon, and saw eyes much brighter and further apart and taller than a raccoon. As I kept my light on it, it started to walk, and I saw its long tan legs, and I immediately realized it was a mountain lion. It was about 10 to 15 yards away. I grabbed a brighter light and my phone and water as fast as I could, keeping my headlamp on those eyes, heart beating a mile a minute. I was so scared and so sped up. I backed into my car and closed the door. Almost an hour later I went to shine my brighter light outside, and the same eyes were right there, but I could see the whole mountain lion. It didn't even move when I shone the light, which really freaked me out. It was not scared of me. A while later I desperately had to pee, so I opened the door and shone my light, saw the eyes, but stepped out to pee literally right next to the car and kept my headlight on it the whole time, the same two eyes reflecting from the same place. Even then it was super scary. Those two eyes are still there, definitely watching me. I got back in and went to sleep, and in the morning the raccoons had trashed my campsite and stole all my food. But yeah, the unease and dread, like I was being watched, that I had been feeling all evening, despite no evidence, makes me think that something in my subconscious was picking up that there was a predator watching me. One time when I was maybe 18, I was longboarding down a local canyon by myself. I had my mom drive me to the top and I parked at the bottom. It was in the evening, and the sun was starting to set. The trail typically has quite a few other longboarders, bikers, and walkers, so I'm always looking behind me to see if I need to move over to let anyone pass. About halfway down the trail, I look behind me and see someone on a bike, close enough / far enough away that I moved over and expected him to zoom past me in just a few seconds. However, when he didn't pass me, I looked behind me again only to see that he was at the same exact distance he was when I first saw him. Instantly, I got that gut feeling. So I slowed down tremendously so he could pass. Only he didn't. He slowed down as well to stay at that same distance behind me. Then I sped the fuck up, cruised as fast as I could, only for him to also speed up and stay the same distance. At this point, I'm starting to panic because I'm still a long ways from the bottom and I didn't have my cell phone on me. I know. So, thankfully I had learned about a spot by the trail literally days before that had a picnic area that you could climb to, and then it looped back around to the trail about a 1/2 mile down point. So I was zooming down the trail and this dude definitely knew that I knew he was following me. It was like he was faking with me before he decided where he was going to catch up to me. So I see the picnic area and swerved so hard and fast and then just sprinted up this hill and hid behind an awning pillar. I peeked around it to see if the guy would just bike past, but nope. Once he realized I wasn't in front of him anymore, he slammed on his brakes and immediately started looking around. Some other people came longboarding down the trail and this motherfucker flips his bike upside down and starts inspecting the chain. The longboarders pass and he gets back up and starts looking around again. I think he assumed I went to the bathrooms that were by the picnic area. I watched him for about 5 minutes to see if he'd leave, but he didn't. Every time someone passed him, he'd inspect his bike, and once they were gone, he'd stand up and just spin the tire and look around. So then the sun was completely down, and it was just dusk enough that I was able to run around through the picnic area, behind some trees, and hop back on the trail. Longboarded so fast down the rest of the trail, shaking so hard. A few days later, I heard about a girl getting wrapped up the canyon near the trail. Not sure if it was that same guy, but I'm sure I could have faced the same fate. Never did I go longboarding alone or without my phone ever again. This was in 1987 or 1988, and I had just started to drive and go to doctor and dentist appointments without my mom. I was 16 or 17 and had a routine dental cleaning at a new dental office she had set up for me. It was a Friday afternoon appointment and the office had no one in the parking lot or in waiting room. I looked back behind the desk and no one was there. I said hello or something like that, and this guy yelled from down the hall and apologized and said I was the last appointment of the day. His receptionist left early and he would be right with me. It felt strange to be there all alone and was thinking about leaving, but then he popped back up and told me he had the room and chair ready. He acted strangely, like he had this excited energy about him. He smiled at it and rambled on and on about weird stuff. I remember he started the dental exam, and it wasn't like the other exams I've had in the past. The normal steps and routine questions weren't being asked. He was just talking and talking and talking, then meant and owned excitedly that I still had my molar teeth and that they needed to come out that day. I told him that my mother and I had made an appointment with another specialist and that I just needed a cleaning, which was 100% true. But he was adamant that they needed to come out that day and that he had time and it wouldn't hurt a bit and that he would give me some laughing gas, nitrous oxide, so there wouldn't be any pain. I remember telling him no again, but he was already up and out of the room so quickly. I could hear trays and instruments clanging around and all I could think was, I need to get out of here right now. I grabbed my coat and ran out of the room and down an incredibly long hallway, right past the prep area, where he was quickly gathering his tools. I didn't say a word, but he heard me as I went by and stuck his head out into the hallway yelling for me to wait and don't leave and that this wasn't going to hurt and there was nothing to be afraid of. I remember just saying that I have to go and ran out of the dental office and tore out of the parking lot. My mother always taught us to listen to our gut and not to feel foolish or afraid of looking stupid if our instincts was telling us something. I have no doubt at the very least he would have sedated and taken advantage of me that afternoon. I was catching up with my mates, who I hadn't seen in a few months, around central London. We were in O'Neill's, 4 floors of hose as we call it, in Covent Garden, when I started to feel like something was off. I can't describe the feeling exactly, but I remember thinking I need to go home. I'm too drunk. I'm done. I also kept thinking, how did I get so drunk so quickly? I left the bar pretty sharpish. As soon as I got outside, the world started spinning and everything felt much slower and out of control. I ordered an Uber, but when it arrived I couldn't take being driven more than a few seconds without feeling an immense feeling of I'm going to throw up and blackout. I jumped out the Uber, which cost me £15 to move about 15 meters. As soon as I was out, my legs turned to jelly and I threw myself into a piss-ridden corner on a busy street. I threw up all over my work suit whilst propped up against a wall. As I was blacking out, two guys came running up to me asking if I was okay. I couldn't talk, but they clearly saw this isn't a normal situation and pretty much helped carry me to the nearest tube station and put me on a train home. I'll never see those two people again, but I'm pretty sure they saved me from something terrible that night. I wish I could thank them. Unfortunately, the story doesn't end there though. As with the Uber, I couldn't stand being moved more than a few seconds on some form of transport. The vomit must have helped, because I managed to increase my tolerance to about 2 minutes by the time I had to face the tube. I pretty much spent the night making my way down the line towards my house, but stopping at every station, so I didn't throw up on the poor people next to me. I finally passed out at Victoria Tube Station and watched the last train of the night leave. I remember sitting on the floor, hearing a man on the tannoy say "last train, station closing" and thinking I just can't make it. I passed out again and got moved on my station staff like a bum. I didn't have too far to go from Victoria, but with a dead phone, no cash, no real route to get back, faked up and covered in sick at some early hour of the morning, things weren't looking great for me. I managed to find a bus stop and hop on a night bus heading roughly the way I needed to go. The bus driver was my second savior of the night because he promised to help me get home. He woke me up down the road from my house sometime later. I have no idea what was in that drink, but I don't think it was alcohol. I wasn't okay for 2 to 3 days after the event, and I felt sick for over 24 hours. Typing this on my phone, so sorry if the spacing is awkward. Not my feeling, but my best friend who most likely prevented me from getting wrapped. She lives in London, and I was visiting. Earlier in the day we met this DJ who promised us free drinks in his VIP booth for his set that night. Cue the eye roll from us, but later on when getting ready to go out with some other women we decided, let's just go for a pre-game of 1 or 2 drinks, and then we will leave. He had given me his Instagram earlier, so I messaged him saying we were in line at the club and to come meet us. A couple minutes later this man we had never met came up and said my name and motioned for us to skip the line. We got free co-check, VIP wristbands and were promised free drinks all night. He walked us in and brought myself and my friends to the bar and got us all a first round. I normally never accept drinks, however I watched the bartender pour it and pass it to the man, who put it on a tray with the others and offered it to us. I accepted and we were brought to the booth. I immediately noticed that the DJ we had met earlier wasn't there, nor was he playing. The booth was also full of women and only women. I found this odd, but decided to just try to enjoy the moment, since I knew we were leaving soon anyways. A couple minutes later I was dancing, and this guy took his phone out and started videoing me. My best friend let me know, and my response was "That's okay." She immediately let the other girls know something was wrong, and she was getting our coats. When she left to get our coats, the same man taking my picture started motioning for me to come with him. I pushed him away, not roughly but enough for a clear no, and said no thank you. One of the girls came up and asked if I was okay, to which I responded I'm not sure, I feel kind of weird. I was violently ill for the rest of the night, and I do not remember any of this. My friends all say that I was acting completely normal, not even intoxicated, but my best friend knew something was wrong immediately. It made me extremely grateful to have someone with great instincts and who knows me well enough to tell if something is off. In 2018, I was working at a university in the Midwest as an academic advisor. One day, our administrative associate sent me a message over our internal IM about a student that was making her uncomfortable, and if I could help by taking him back to my office. I asked who it was, and when she sent the name, I knew the student. That said, he had never presented odd behaviors, at least around me, in the past. When I came out to our waiting room, I greeted him, and his response was "What are you?" I didn't answer, and just pretended I didn't hear him clearly, and started walking back to my office. He repeated, "What are you?" and I didn't know what to say. Eventually, all that came out. What was I don't know how to answer that. People don't usually ask me that. He blurted out "I'm a Christian," loudly. There wasn't anyone else there at this point in the morning, so it didn't stir anyone else. He sat down across from me and started on a non-stop religious rant, again loudly. A lot of it was nonsensical, and then suddenly he threw out, "They think I'm gonna shoot this place up. They are gonna make me shoot this place up." At this point, the hair on my neck stood up. I've heard a lot of crazy things in my office, but this is the only time I've been afraid. I'm also behind my desk, and he's between me and the door. My office is not arranged well to make escapes. He continues his rambling, and I'm just trying to be calm and nod. Eventually, he stands up and starts pacing in and out of my office. He's walking up and down the hall, continuing to shout and ramble on. At this point, I got up and kept myself in the doorway. I don't know why that was the tactic, but I didn't want him back in my space. I then made up an excuse that whatever he needed, the people in a different office could help. Somehow that worked, and he starts walking away. As he walks away, I'm telling my supervisor to radio our on-campus police department that there is a potentially dangerous person walking toward a particular place on campus. A plainclothes officer is in the office and the other staff are notified before he arrives. It ends with him being led off campus, and he is barred from coming back. I give my statement and that was it. Flash forward a few months. I'm on Facebook, scrolling through my feed, and there's his face on our local newspaper's post. The headline underneath said something to the nature "Man kills librarian in California." Apparently, he was in a few similar situations after his encounter with me, but the rest ended up being in libraries. He somehow made his way to California and had an interaction with a librarian in a library that he was previously banned from. He was agitated, waited for her to leave, and shot her 11 times in her car. When I read about it, I felt a sudden wave of shock and sadness. I remember shaking at my desk. There was definitely a sense of relief of holy shit, could that have been me? And at the same time, I felt awful for the person he murdered and their family. He's currently in jail in California. Years ago, me, UK, M, and my Italian friend Gabriel, M, were out at night in London. Gabe was gypped on some pot outside Brixton Academy and started screaming and running after the dude who scammed him. He didn't know Brixton, so I ran after him to get him to stop before he got himself battered. The scammer ran into a house screaming his head off just before Gabe got to him. Next, 2 huge black dudes came out, and I thought we were faked. Gabe wouldn't stop screaming and shouting really loudly about being robbed, and it seemed to stop these 2 dudes in their tracks. They looked nervously about. All through this, I'm trying to get Gabe to split before we get killed. Then this small white dude with an East Europe/Russian accent comes out and calmly asks what the problem was. Gabe tells him he's been gypped. The Russian then refunds him 30 GBP and bids us farewell. Gabe is all puffed up as we're walking down the high street back to the academy. 10 minutes later the Russian appears and is all friendly. "How about you guys come to mine for a drink?" Gabe is all "Yeah, okay." I say to the Russian, "Sorry mate, got a train to catch," and drag Gabe away before he can get us disappeared by this super dodgy guy. As I'm dragging Gabe into Brixton Underground, I fall down a flight of concrete steps and crack my head open. Gabe puts me in a cab and I never saw him again. Hopefully he went back to Naples. This happened a few years ago now, but I was working very late. It was probably 1 AM and I just finished work, and I had a 45-minute drive home, but I was hungry and there was a coffee shop down the road, so I decided to go get a sandwich before I drove home. I decided to eat my sandwich in my car in the parking lot. As I'm eating my sandwich, a car pulls up beside me and honks at me. I look over, realize I don't know the man, so I ignore it and continue eating my sandwich. A few seconds later there's a knock on my window and it's the man. I had an older car with crank windows, so I cracked the window to ask what he wanted. But stupidly, because I had just been inside the coffee shop, I hadn't locked my door. When I got back in the car, he opened my door before I had a chance to lock it. I put my hand on the door to close it, and he just grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go and asked if I wanted to be his friend. And that he wanted to hang out right now, and that he worked over at so place that I knew didn't exist. I wanted to throw my car in reverse, but he had my hand. He even had the audacity to cock his head to the side and look down at me and ask me if he frightened me. Eventually I just said I have to go, ripped my hand away, threw my car in reverse with the door still open, and got the hell out of Dodge. It wasn't until I was on the highway that I realized I still didn't have my seatbelt on. Even though I was sure he didn't follow me, I still took 3 different detours on my way home and drove around the block twice. So yeah, that's the story on how I'm pretty sure I was almost kidnapped. This was about 5 years ago. There was a guy that was going around and randomly killing people near where I lived. He'd shot 3 people at the time. 2 were sitting in their car and 1 was jogging on a path near our house at the time he killed them. It got so bad that the police had squad cars set up near all the apartments where I lived, and there was a curfew in effect for our city. My boyfriend, at the time, and I had been having a lot of fights, and I thought it'd be a good idea for us to go out on a date night. I was certain that there was no way the man that was out shooting people would be a problem, partly because he only seemed to attack in the daytime, but mostly because I was young and stupid. I secretly got us tickets to go see Green Room and surprised him like 30 minutes before the movie. He didn't really want to see the movie, but agreed to go since I'd already bought the tickets. When we get to the movies, it looked practically abandoned, most likely due to the curfew. We get our drinks and popcorn and get into the theater. Not a single other person was in the theater, which we both loved. About 45 minutes into the movie, a guy walks in who literally looked like a textbook serial killer from the 1970s. He had a flannel tucked into his jeans, a pretty bushy mustache, big frame glasses, and a kinda weird haircut. He honestly looked like someone who was about to be cast as a serial killer in an upcoming movie. He also happened to come into the theater at a particularly violent point in the movie, where there were lots of loud noises and screaming going on. The entire theater, a massive theater, was empty and this man literally chooses to sit 1 seat to the right of me. He didn't look at us, he stared straight ahead, and he sat really upright and still, like he wasn't trying to get comfortable in the seat. I immediately felt a pit in my stomach, like I've never in my life felt. Why the hell would this guy sit immediately next to us in a huge open theater? This was before assigned seating. Why did he even show up to the movie if it was 45 minutes into it? Why was he sitting the way he was sitting? There were so many alarms going off for me that I knew we had to get out. I looked at my boyfriend and I could tell we were on the same page. I could feel myself almost freezing because I was so certain that if I moved, this guy was going to do something. I told my boyfriend I was going to go to the bathroom and whispered that he should follow me. When I stood up to go, the hair on the back of my neck stood up and fear literally flooded my entire body. I kept imagining this guy standing up and shooting me in the back of the head or shooting my boyfriend after I'd made it out of the room. I straight up speed walked out of the theater and 20 seconds later my boyfriend joined me. We scurried to the car and the first thing he said was, "Why the fuck did you think it was a good idea to go out tonight?" We were both so panicked and scared from the situation that we just laughed for a good 2 minutes. I can't say for certain if this man was the same man that was going around killing people, of course, but I've never felt the way I felt that night. My boyfriend swears up and down he felt the same exact way. It was like my entire body was reacting to this person and knew he was dangerous and knew we had to get the fuck out or something horrible was going to happen. When I was about 13 to 14, my dad won 2 John Mayer tickets on the radio. I was super excited because I was allowed to take a friend instead of going with my parents. The concert was a couple hours away, so my parents drove me and one of my best friends to the concert, dropped us off outside, and went to dinner while we went to the concert. I realize now this seems really dangerous, but this was back in 2003 when we were still riding the coattails of the no worries 90s as I like to call them. We went inside and found our seats. Not great but not terrible. My friend started talking about getting someone to buy her beer. I was like, sure, okay, because I didn't really care either way. I was there for the mayor, obviously. Anyway, she didn't manage to get any beer, but we both were dying to meet John, so she convinced me to sneak out of the concert during the last song and see if we could find his tour buses. 13-year-old logic. We found the tour buses behind a huge gate. A couple people were standing on our side talking to a couple guys on the other side. Turns out they were getting autographs from Maroon 5, who were the opener for John Mayer. My friend walked up and started making dumb comments trying to seem older than she was, and the guys got annoyed and left. All of a sudden this guy, late 20s probably, comes out of nowhere and asks if we want to meet John Mayer. Obviously, our answer was yes. What could go wrong? The guy said he was staying in John Mayer's suite and could take us there. At this point I'm like yeah, no, but my friend says yes, and we start walking down the sidewalk into this small parking lot behind the amphitheater. We are getting closer to the building, and I'm getting this knot in my stomach. I'm about to tell my friend we need to go, when two dudes start fighting out of nowhere, and the guy who was leading us stops and says hey that's my dad, and runs towards the fight. My friend snaps into reality and agrees it is time to leave. We managed to get back to the front of the amphitheater as my parents are calling me asking where we are. I'm 31 now, and I only told my parents what happened last year. My mom about slapped me for being so stupid. Not sure if it saved me or not, but here it goes. I was at a party with my boyfriend and some other guys, drinking and dancing. My boyfriend and I go outside to smoke, and these two guys ask us if they could borrow a lighter. We were speaking English in a non-English speaking country, so they ask where we are from and keep talking to us. My boyfriend leaves to go pee and soon after I go back inside to find him and keep dancing. When I go to the bar to grab a drink, one of the two guys is there and says he wants to buy me a drink because I let them borrow the lighter and had a nice conversation with him and his friend. I said no. He insisted. I said no again. He said I absolutely had to try mint vodka because it's delicious. I, stupidly, caved, kept my eyes on my shot, and drank it. I got a bad feeling when I put my glass down, and he's smiling at me, so I ordered a water. Tell him thanks, and go find everyone I was with. While chugging that water soonish afterwards, I start getting tunnel vision and people tell me I'm just drunk. I beg our driver to take us home and get called a party pupper, but luckily he's tired so we leave. He drops us off, and I remember waiting for the elevator and telling my boyfriend I feel like I'm going to black out. I don't remember entering or exiting the elevator, or walking through our door, or getting ready for bed. My next memory is of me puking my guts out like never before, and I have puked from being sheet-faced before. I hadn't drank that much, and the intense taste of that one shot of mint vodka. I was 12 or 13-year-old and decided to take a walk down the street to the package store for soda and candy and hang out by the public pond/beach area to look at the water. It should be noted that I was at a stage in life that I was pretty unaware that I could be seen as anything other than a child. As I was walking I stopped to look at the channel of water going under the bridge because I liked water. I then noticed someone walking up to me from coming up the sidewalk. He did like a whole "hey girl what's up" spiel. I recognized him as the newer kid in town that was on my bus. So I engaged. He took my hand and did that step away up and down look at my body and then asked where I was going, what I was doing, if I was going to the package store for liquor, and if I wanted to hang out. I feel like this was a moment where I, because hyper aware of my body, I'm 31 now and still remember what I was wearing, because I remember racking my brain trying to contend with the growing up/realization that I could be sexualized. I was wearing a brown hoodie with a flower design embroidery on the front from like Limited to or something, some tan shorts, and black Chuck Taylors that I thought made my feet look freakishly long because I was already a size 9. FYI not tall, just big feet lol. I was also contending with those preteen thoughts of an older boy I kind of pegged as cool, thinking I was cool. How grown up it would be of me to go hang out with him at his house down the street. I want to say he was maybe 15 over 16. However, since I was an actual child my fear outweighed my curiosity, and I was very uncomfortable and creeped out. I knew I needed to stop talking to him and get out of there. I forget what excuse I made, but I ended up telling him I had to get right back home, but I'd see him at school. TW he ended up leaving my school for assaulting/rap allegations. Not sure if he was found guilty or charged or W/E. I just heard he rapped a younger girl and wasn't allowed at our school anymore. Was at the bar with my girlfriend to meet her work friends. One of her work friends was introduced us to a guy who immediately set off alarm bells for me. I just didn't like the cut of his job. He was one of those guys who wore a tank top to the bar and thought he was really jacked. I'm kinda jacked, so he kept trying to rile me up, and I wasn't having any of it. It got to the point where I told my girlfriend I wanted to get out of there, and as she was staying at my place she was coming with if she didn't want a cab. She pushed back, but I wasn't going to relent. I gave her a $20 for a cab and she realized I was leaving, so she joined me. Woke up the next morning to learn the guy stabbed someone in the chest and killed them. Another time at the bar, I ran into a guy I went to HS with. I didn't like the guy. He was in a gang, but he knew my older brother and wanted to do some shots at the bar, so I took a couple. Then he wanted to go to a party and I noped out of there, leaving a buddy to go with him to the bar against my advice. The guy ended up shooting at the cops and getting shot, put in the hospital. My buddy ended up spending 10 hours at the police station giving a statement. I learned to listen to my gut while camping out in the bush. It's always done right by me to avoid storms and nasty situations. I listen to my gut more than I'm willing to admit. I don't know why, but there's times I well up with emotion that seems to override my logic, and my experience has taught me I better listen up. I was visiting Greenville, South Carolina in 2007. I was 18 years old, young and naive. I had gone on a trip with my dad. He had to work. It was his business trip, so I decided to go see some sights until after he was done. I decided to walk to the Greenville Zoo, which was only a couple miles from our hotel, and the weather was gorgeous. While walking, I noticed this dumpy pickup truck driving kind of slow next to me. It stopped at a light and then sped away. Typical creep, I thought, probably just leering at me. Then, maybe 10 minutes later on another road, I saw the truck drive by again, but normally. This rose my hackles slightly, but it was broad daylight. Still though, I was alone and there weren't any other people within earshot. Finally, I saw the zoo in the distance, but I had to cross a series of streets to get to it. At one point, I cut across a small parking lot. As I did, I heard a man's voice say, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" I turned toward the voice because it sounded really friendly, and like I said, I was young, and I generally listened when adults talked to me. The man said something else, but it was kind of quiet. Instinctually, I started to walk closer to him so I could hear. All of a sudden something in my head clicked, and I realized the man was in the truck that I had seen several times, and suddenly I knew that he was trying to get me to come closer to him so he could either touch me or pull me into the truck. I knew in my heart of hearts that he was trying to either assault, rap, or abduct me. I ran away as fast as I could to any people I could see. It happened to be a Spanish-speaking family with a mom, dad, and 2 kids. I spoke to them in high school Spanish. I just remember saying "ayúdame" over and over. I wasn't fluent enough to explain, but they let me walk with them into the zoo. All the while, the truck was still parked in the lot. I got to the zoo and asked the first staff member I saw for help calling the police. The whole time, I could see the truck. As I waited for the police to show up, he sped off. The officer drove me home, since they didn't think it would be safe to walk home alone after the incident, because they didn't catch him. I really believe the only reason I'm here living my life right now, and not a corpse or victim of sex trafficking, was because my instincts took over. It was so close, I almost fell for the trick. Many people would have. And honestly, if I had noticed the truck driving around before, I probably wouldn't have been suspicious to begin with, and it would have worked. He would have gotten me. One of my twins has silent aspiration, swallow liquid into your lungs, a heart condition and lung issues which wasn't found out until later. I had a bad feeling, which I guess is mother's instinct. I repeatedly took him to the doctors and to Ed for not eating and raspy breathing, but as he had been hospitalized for what they thought was bronchitis and he was premature, they dismissed all of my concerns. One day I woke up at 2 AM for no particular reason to check on him, and he wouldn't wake up. I jetted to Ed, but he woke up, and they began to dismiss me all over again, even going as far to accuse me of smoking in my own home. To explain the breathing issues, I refused to leave. My husband said I was being crazy. My family and friends thought I was paranoid. but I refused to leave the hospital until they found out what was wrong. They wrote that he was just a fussy baby literally. Then the doctor who treated my son for bronchitis came on duty and immediately recognized something was seriously wrong as he should have been well over his bronchitis by this point. My son was experiencing heart failure, his lungs full of liquid and his heart couldn't cope. After 4 operations he pulled through fine, and we have had months of physiotherapist, speech therapy, dietitians, and pediatricians to help us. But my instinct saved my child's life. If I'd left that hospital he wouldn't be here today, he would have drowned in his sleep. Scary. Listen to your mother's instinct, ladies. Me and the other kids on my street used to play night tag, which was basically just man, and there was pretty much no rules in terms of hiding places, since everyone who lived on the street knew each other and were family friends to some degree, and if they didn't want us on their property they would say so. When they heard us getting ready, me and my buddy Zach were hiding in my own backyard when our buddy Dan, who was it that round, came back there looking for us. We were both able to escape, but Zach hopped the fence directly behind my house to the street behind us. We had close calls with the old man who lived there before, but never anything substantial. Guy was creepy, lived alone, and we would often catch him just staring out his back window at my house. Zach accidentally triggered this guy's driveway light, and thus this guy came out with a baseball bat thinking it was a burglar. Zach managed to jump into another neighbor's backyard and escaped him. About 10 minutes later he came back to our street after a series of fence hopping. It was at this point I had this sinking guttural feeling I needed to leave now, so I did. I'm told by my friends that after I had left, the crazy guy got into his truck and slowly patrolled the street for us for a solid hour, just driving back and forth before eventually calling the cops. We got let off with a warning since, thankfully, the guy who lived next door whose fence hopped to get away from the crazy old guy was some cool young guy who apparently saw most of the whole thing from his balcony and knew this was just a game that went wrong. I got off scot-free because I had left early, whereas everyone else ended up getting grounded for varying periods of time. This was like 10 plus years ago, and the cops in my area were relatively good guys. I drove past a house that was being demolished that had several barn type buildings on the property. There was a sign that said barn wood for sale, and I decided to pull in and inquire as I do a lot of wood art. I pulled up and immediately felt a weird feeling, but stupidly ignored it. I got out and walked around, yelling for anyone who was around. A man came out of the house and was in the process of putting clothes on. I knew immediately that I should leave, but I just couldn't get past the ingrained feeling of needing to be polite. So I told him that I was there about the barn wood for sale, and he took me over to a big pile of wood, and we started talking about pieces. He asked what I was going to do with them, and what other art I did. Another man stepped out from somewhere behind me, and I got incredibly bad vibes from him. He kept commenting on my tattoos and even touched the one on my shoulder. He also wanted to know about my art, but wanted to see my Instagram and see pictures. My skin was crawling. The second man told me that there was more wood in another building and pointed to a barn a few hundred feet away, and I knew that I needed to leave right now. At that moment I became increasingly aware of my surroundings and noticed the broken bottles and used needles all over the ground. I was so scared that if I tried to drive off, that my tires would be punctured and I would have to run. I told them that I left my wallet in the car and I would be right back with the money for the wood. I got in my car and drove away as fast as I could. I was so scared and so embarrassed that I let myself be in that situation for so long that I didn't tell anyone for about a week. But I drove by the next day and the sign for the wood for sale was gone. I don't know if it saved me, because I will never know the truth. But I was sitting on my school bus at the end of the school day, about 14 years old, like any normal day, waiting for it to pull out of the bus queue and rumble down the road to take me and the rest of the kids home. Suddenly I get this intense, overwhelming, horrific feeling that washes over me. My skin is crawling, my hair is on end, and I feel deeply agitated, as if I'm being screamed at. Something is telling me, get off this bus, get off this bus, jet off this bus, jet off this bus, get off this bus now. I look around me. It's a normal day. Other teenagers are getting on the bus to go home, doing normal teenager stuff. Someone plops down in the seat beside me. The bus driver closes the doors and starts to roll forward. Now the screaming in my head is a deafening roar, and it feels like I'm in immediate intense danger. I grab my sheet, jump up out of my seat, push past the kid next to me, and run to the front of the bus and down the stairwell. The bus driver gives me a dirty look, but stops and lets me out. I think I muttered something about how I am so sorry I forgot something. I run out of the bus like someone is chasing me. As soon as I'm off the bus and back in the portico, all is well. The creepy screaming sensation subsides. I'm just left shaken. I've never felt anything like that before or since. It was unmistakable, violent, intense and disturbing. I will never know what it was all about, since I followed its instructions and got off the faking bus, but I did have about a 10-minute walk home from the bus stop to my house at that time. Upon arriving home I was a latchkey kid and my mom was still at work, so I would have walked up to my back door in a wooded area alone with no surrounding visibility. My mom also had a bad practice of leaving the back door unlocked, which bothered me deeply. I did get her to stop doing that. I'll never know if some opportunist was in my house that day and I avoided crossing their path because my mom picked me up from school when she left work. I sat at school for 2 or 3 hours because mom was not impressed. I simply told her I had missed the bus. I'll never know if I would have crossed paths with someone on the walk home or a nefarious driver on the walk home. I still think about it to this day, and I'm just thankful I did what it told me to do. It's not the only such feeling or premonition I've ever had, but most of them are pretty minor and personal, even somewhat ambiguous. This one was not minor in any way whatsoever, and it was absolutely hair-raising and unambiguous. I rode the bus just fine before that and after that. It was only this one specific day. Was at a club with a girlfriend. She met some guy that she liked and took off with him. She was crazy like that, and she was a solid 6 feet 240 pounds former basketball player, so no biggie. Some guy bought me a couple of drinks and all of a sudden I can barely walk. I go to the ladies' room and can hardly get out of the stall. It takes me forever to use the restroom, wash my hands, and hobble over to the door of the bathroom. I know what I can drink, and those couple of drinks shouldn't have been enough to get me wasted. Guy is waiting for me right outside the door, like looking in. I'm wasted. I know I was wasted, but I couldn't get a hold of my friend, even though I called her millions of times and I knew this guy was up to no good. But I had to leave the bathroom to find my friend, so she could take me home. I'm heading to the door and I see the dude waiting for me like a hungry wolf, and I know I need to get out of there, but I don't know how to shake him, since I'm so wasted I can hardly think or walk straight. All of a sudden a couple of chicks come up and each take one of my arms. I recognized one of them from another time we had been at the same club. They'd taken me to their monster truck, throw me in the back seat with my head hanging out so I could puke, and I hear them arguing with the guy that was bringing me drinks all night. They saw what he was doing and waited for the club to close so I could find my friend. Never saw those chicks again, even though that club was place I frequented. Crazy night, but I had guardian angels looking out for me. I'm a little late to the party, but several years ago I was sitting in the kitchen of my parents' house, which has a big open window to the driveway. Basically, anyone who comes to the porch has a great view of the inside of the kitchen, including the table where I was sitting. For context, I'm a very petite woman and was only 17 or so at the time. It's about 10 PM and a car I don't recognize pulls into the driveway. This isn't super unusual. Amazon had started using unmarked cars to deliver packages relatively late at night, in our area at least. Sure enough, I see the guy pull a box out of his backseat. I turn back to whatever I'm doing on my phone. He knocks, but I ignore it, figuring that he'll just leave the package on the porch and I'll grab it on my way to bed. A few moments pass and he knocks again. Then he starts pounding on the screen door, which is metal and makes a ton of noise if you hit it like that. I get up, wondering what on earth he's doing. I'm about to open the door. Not smart, I know, but I wasn't thinking straight since it was such a weird situation. At the last second, something in me yells, "Do not open the door. Something isn't right." He's still knocking, So I call my dad, on the shorter side, but a stocky man with a lot of muscle, and ask him to open the door. As soon as my dad opens the door, this guy's face drops and turns pale. He quickly shoves the package into my dad's hands, stammers something about package delivery, jumps in his car, and peels out of the driveway. I'm not sure what would have happened to me if I had opened the door, but considering his reaction when he saw my dad instead of me, it wouldn't have ended well. I loved storms growing up. So sometimes, as a child, I would get a bit reckless and go outside if the lightning seemed distant enough. We lived in a place where power lines and transformers were aerial, and this is important to the story. I'm watching the storm and my mother has joined me. Suddenly, every hair on my neck stands up, and I hear the telltale sound of a transformer blowing from the next street over. My mom wants to get closer to look and wants to drag me with her, but everything in me is telling me to stay on the brick patio and under no circumstances step on the lawn. I grab her arm before she can go herring off and drag her back inside. It had been a real soaker of a storm, and the ground was absolutely saturated. When we looked later, after the power company had made things safe and the storm was over, we could see a divot in the sidewalk where the severed wire hit the ground, and there was a lot of dirt fulgurite in the ground around that area. If we had gotten as close as she had wanted, we would probably both die of electrocution being conducted through the saturated ground. Her brother just died in the exact same manner. In fact, after the recent Midwest derecho. Thank God I had that instinct, because it's a terrible way to die, and a terrible thing for your loved ones to find. Eater, fuck you too, autocorrect. This was almost 5 years ago. I was heading back home before work from dropping my son off at my parents' and stopped in at the gas station. Now at this time I was living in an apt complex that wasn't in a great part of town. As a single mother and going through school, I had come across a book called The Gift of Fear and you need to read it ASAP. Now the clerks have known me for years. They see me nightly. I'm very outgoing and friendly with them all. I go to grab my usual at work snacks and feel someone staring at me. I look around and see this guy a couple of aisles over normal, average looking guy. But he's smiling oddly and his eyes looked almost blank, but focused on me. Everything in me told me to keep my distance and get ready to run. I get my snacks and go to grab my drink. As the cooler closes, I see the guy again. He's closer now, just an aisle away. A feeling of dread washed over me. I knew if I wasn't careful, tonight might be my last night. I get to the counter with my stuff. I'm looking down at the counter. Then I hear the clerk say my name loudly. I look up and say yeah. She immediately knew something was wrong. Asked if I was okay. I said no. There's a guy here. I'm not sure what he wants from me. I honestly don't know why I didn't say more or directly say that I felt scared. I paid and walked quickly to my car. As I shut my car door, the guy was starting to come out the gas station doors towards me. That same damn smile. I put my car in reverse and sped away. I was paranoid the rest of the night. Took the long way to my friend's making sure I wasn't followed. Even called her on the way. I didn't want to go home to be alone. Here's the kicker. The next night, after dropping off my son at my parents' again before work, I questioned my routine. Do I still go into the gas station? For whatever reason, I knew I'd be okay. Sure enough, as soon as I get in the store, the clerks freak out and call me over. When I left, the strange guy was trying to leave after me, but my clerk called for another employee to stop the strange guy. She said he was stealing, which he was, but she knew he was going after me. The guy employee rushed the strange guy and strange guy went crazy. Said he had to leave. Has to leave right now. He can't lose her. He can't. He has to get her. She's mine. Mine. Cops were called for the attempted stealing. Strange guy was being corralled by customers and employees until cops got there. The police station is right down the road, not even 3 minutes away. The strange guy immediately switched gears into normal mode. That's how the clerk put it. As soon as he saw the cops, straightened himself out, gave the clerk money, apologized for any inconvenience he caused, and wishes them all a good night. Walked out like nothing happened. Went straight to the cops. chit-chatted, got in his car and drove away. The clerk explained to the cops what actually happened, showed them the surveillance video, and yelled at them for letting go a possible murderer. She showed me the video, and it was truly disturbing. Everything about that guy was sinister and evil. I'm so thankful I listened to my gut, paid attention to my surroundings, and that the clerk had great observation and interpretation. I know without a doubt I'd be dead. No one can convince me otherwise. To this day I kick myself for not going over the rules of college parties to my younger sister and her best friend when they went to their first party. We were college athletes at the same college, and it was the beginning of the school year, so they drive out to the city to go to the big university for frat parties, etc. At this point in time in the school year, I hadn't become a fan of drinking and parties yet. I was still recovering from a life-threatening illness. I'm asleep in bed at like 1:32, 2 o'clock in the morning when I start receiving phone calls from numbers I don't know before I get quite possibly one of the scariest voicemails of my life. It's from some guy my sister knows from high school. He went to a different school, so I didn't know him, stating that something had happened at the party. He said my sister drank punch from a bowl, and he thinks it was laced W something, and she's going insane and tripping out, and he needs help with her because he's scared and doesn't know what to do. I immediately shoot up out of bed and throw on the first things I can get my hands on, and I fly out the door, phone in hand, trying to call my teammate and sister's best friend. I call and can't get a hold of her. I get another call from Mystery Dude, and I answer, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What's going on? And where are you guys? I'm coming to get everyone. RN. Kid has no clue because he's new to campus and says they are chasing my sister around the parking garage. I get a call from teammate and I tell this guy I'll call him back. I answer and she's crying, saying she's freaking out and can't get my sister to calm down. I tell her I'm on my way and will be there in 30 minutes. Fast forward to getting to that campus. I can't find them, can't get a hold of anyone, and so after wandering campus for 45 minutes, I go to the strip where all the fast food joints are because it's closing time and everyone is getting last minute food before sauntering home to sleep off their drunken states. I finally get a hold of teammate. She says they're in the car and at the McDonald's. I pull into the McDonald's and roll my window down next to them in line, and my sister loses her mind and is like, what the fuck, you said you wouldn't call her, etc. I had to lie and tell her I had been out on a date. I was in pajamas and a ball cap. I most definition wasn't. Was able to get her and everybody else home where they needed to be, and we never spoke about it again. I always think about how irresponsible I was to just assume they'd know the rules for going to parties, even though I myself had been taught those rules 2 years earlier by the upperclassman on my team. TLDR. My sister got drugged at a party, and one of my teammates and another random dude spent the night calling me terrified and chasing her around university campus while they were also intoxicated and all underage, all because I irresponsibly believed they knew the rules to going to parties as freshmen 2 weeks into college. I was hanging out on the beach and met some cool people. One claimed he had a lot of money and the other was his friend. They seemed like good people and they brought me into bars from the back doors and seemed to know everyone along the strip. At one point we were eating food behind a restaurant where the staff had set up tables, and the table where one of the guy's flasks with a glass cap shook. His bottle fell over and cracked and he got pissed, saying I owed him $40 for a new bottle. In order to defuse the situation I said alright. 30 minutes go by and he decides to walk me to the ATM to get money. I pull out my wallet and go to put my card in and he turns around. I immediately think, this is a setup. Fuck no. How do I know he won't come over and take out more? I don't even know this guy. I look at him still turned around, then proceeded to book it out of there. I mean full on sprint straight through the street and around the corner. I was recently out of the military, so my fitness was still superb. I ran all the way through the streets twisting and turning, so I couldn't be followed, and made it back to my car and left. I got a call the next day from his friend saying he's glad I ran because he was looking for someone to fight anyway. Few. Solo 20-something female traveler arrived at the Athens airport around 1 PM and decided to cut cost and take the train to my hostel accommodation. I was meeting a girlfriend who was flying in the following day, so had one night on my own. Before she arrived, the train itself was dodgy, got bad vibes, and stood the whole trip with my backpack pressed against a wall for line of sight. Was already on high alert, which probably helped me be more aware for the next bit. Train station was about a mile from the accommodation, had full light and lots of people out and about. I got turned around coming out of the train station and walked a half mile in the wrong direction before realizing my mistake, turned around in the middle of the sidewalk and backtracked the way I had come. I noticed 3 young-ish, handsome men across the street stop and pull out their phones for a few seconds and then turn around and start heading back in the same direction as me. Like, okay, could happen to anyone, but something told me to keep my peepers peeped. When I got back to the train station, I entered through the first opening hoping to lose them in the shuffle and came out a different exit and immediately turned to the side and paused for a few moments at a street vendor stall. Sure enough, they exited but walked right past me. I took off the other way towards my accommodation, checking over my shoulder. About halfway there I recognized one of them across the street with 2 different guys. Couldn't possibly be a coincidence. I looked behind me. Sure enough, 2 of the original men were behind me about 50 feet. I turned into a highly trafficked coffee shop, got a latte and some whiffy, and asked the waitstaff the best way to get to my hostel. They called a cab for me, and I hopped directly in. All 5 guys still across the street as the cab pulled away. Probably just avoided a general mugging, but felt sinister and like it could have been something much worse. I took the train back to the airport the next day to pick up my girlfriend so she wouldn't have to make the trek solo. Felt much safer with 2 of us. Just being aware of surroundings anywhere new can be all it takes to avoid a dodgy situation. I was about 8 months pregnant and driving home alone from my cousin's house. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday night and the roads were pretty deserted. Sitting at a red light, and out of nowhere came a young kid kind of banging on my window of the passenger side. He startled me as I had no idea where he came from. I opened my window a crack and asked him what he wanted. He asked if I was headed to my city. I said yes. He said that he had missed the last bus back and that his aunt was going to kill him because he missed his curfew. I was scared just because he literally came out of nowhere, and more scared because I was 8 months pregnant, and although lots of people hitchhiked back then, I vowed to never ever pick up a hitchhiker because I'd had a couple of scary experiences previously. But at the same time, he was a young kid and I was worried about something happening to him and didn't really want to leave him at that time of the morning on his own. So I let him get in the car and I said to him, I hope you're not thinking of pulling anything. And I say that not because you're a guy, but because you're a stranger in my car at 1 in the morning and I'm clearly 8 months pregnant. I asked him where he was going and he gave me a rough idea, but once we got there it was turn down this street, turn down that street, turn down this street. With every street I turned into I felt more and more uncomfortable. So I just pulled over the car and said, you've got to get out here, I don't have any more time. He said it's just a little bit further, but I said no, I have to go. At that point he hesitated, but got out of my car and I immediately started to drive away, and as I did, I saw him in my rearview mirror standing there staring at me, when in fact he should been running to his aunt's house. I thought. This is sort of an opposite, but I'll put it here anyway. So let me start by saying I'm 19, and I was born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska, smack dab in the middle of Tornado Alley. I've been known to have very sensitive ears, often hearing police sirens and alarms minutes before others. Never knew why, never understood it. There were 3 different occasions where, somehow, I had heard the tornado sirens go off before they actually went off. The most memorable of these 3, I wanna say I was 6 or 7. I was asleep with my grandmother. This was a 3-bedroom house with a finished basement and 1.5 bath. It was 2 stories, and I slept in one room. My older sister slept in another. My grandmother on my father's side slept in the master and my parents slept in the basement. Anyway, back to the story. On this particular night, my sister wasn't home. She was out of town on a church thing. It had already been storming a bit that night. Nothing major. The radar had no extreme prediction, so, as I said, I was sleeping with my grandmother that night. I don't exactly remember why, but at around 2 to 3 am, I bolted upright and, still half asleep, said loudly, "The tornado sirens are going off," and I quickly woke up my grandmother, who ushered me to go back to sleep, and that nothing was happening. But I insisted. I told her to turn on the TV and check. I kid you not, there was a tornadic supercell not even 20 miles from where I lived, which an hour prior had dropped 2 different twisters across some smaller towns. And I kid you not, the weatherman was talking about it, and as he pointed to the green screen, I'm guessing that's what it was, and traced the closest symbol that indicated rotation to us with his finger. He said, "You can see here, there is strong rotation right above HW 370 and South 122nd Street." As soon as the word strong rotation left his mouth, those damn sirens kicked off. Mind you, this was still when you wouldn't have a warning for 5 minutes after rotation was spotted, and that's when me and my grandma grabbed our pets, went downstairs and hid in the basement in the room that my parents made for themselves. Back in the early 90s, when stranger danger was just a topic we covered in health class, our year went on an orienteering field trip. We were all dropped off at the top of Monument at one end of a big park and supposed to navigate our way to the museum at the opposite end of the park. We paired off, equipped with compasses and sheets of directions, and the teachers all said, "See you at the end," and disappeared. It really was a different time, but it should be noted that no part of our planned route took us anywhere out of the park boundaries. My buddy and I were both somewhat directionally challenged and ended up walking alongside a road wondering where the fuck we were. A car pulls up with 3 mid-20s dudes in it. We were 2 13-ish-year-old girls in full school uniform, and these dudes are trying to convince us to catch a ride with them. My buddy was super keen because we were behind time, but something about the trio gave me an incredibly bad feeling, so I told her flat out that she could go with them if she really felt like it, but I was going to continue on foot. My buddy got the sheets with me, but ultimately decided to stick with me and beach the whole way, and the guys drove off. 10 minutes later they're back, asking if we've changed our minds yet. Then the absolute clincher, we could go party with them for half an hour, and they'd still have us at the museum before the 2 PM deadline. My buddy was annoyingly forthcoming with information. Across the road, a woman in a car pulled up and asked if we were okay, what we were doing, etc. I was hugely suspicious of these guys, even though I couldn't say why, so I grabbed my buddy by her shirt and dragged her across the road. I had no intention initially of getting in the woman's car, but the guys jumped out of their car and started to get aggressive. "We were here first. Fuck off and mind your own business. She's my sister," etc. I convinced my buddy to get into the woman's car, and she drove us directly to the museum and explained to some very unimpressed teachers how she'd found us 2 weeks of detention and no field trips for the entire rest of term. But I'm still not sorry. If those guys genuinely wanted to help us with our assignment, they would have had no reason to get aggressive to another good Samaritan. It was the late 90s. I was a very lucky scholarship student at Tulane University for my second year. I was a goth kid really enjoying the scene in New Orleans, and some of my friends got together and started their own goth club in the French Quarter. This place was off the beaten path, but just a few blocks from Bourbon and Canal. It was opening weekend for them, and I was all gothed out in a ripped lace dress and heels, ready to celebrate with them. I ran out of cigarettes while at the club, so I took a short walk over to Bourbon to buy some. I was returning to the club down a deserted side street and a car is coming just as I'm about to cross, so I wait. The car stops in front of me, and there are 2 older men inside. The passenger asks if I know a good place to get a drink. I laughed and facetiously responded, "Bourbon Street." The passenger extends his arm out of the window and introduces himself. I never realized how programmed I was to this everyday type of greeting until this moment. Suddenly everything was in slow motion as I responded in a naturally friendly manner, stepping off the curb to shake his hand. I glanced at the driver as I moved to greet the passenger, and noticed him watching, both hands on the wheel, poised to take off in a hurry. Everything in my body screamed in terror. I pulled my hand back in a flash and stepped back onto the sidewalk immediately, backing away as I mumbled my own greetings. They took off without another word. I don't think I've ever moved that fast in my life. A few years ago went to my first college party with my roommate and 2 of his frat brothers. It was about 3 hours away, which was about 3 hours farther than I thought, in a completely different state. We get there, and it's already full of people. We go in, and I already feel tense. I don't even know why everyone I could see was drinking, dancing, having fun, whatever. When I tell the others they think that's just me being socially awkward, which I am. 10 minutes in, and they separate. When I went to grab us drinks, and I start to get nervous, I decide to go outside and get some air, but a group of guys standing by the door stop me and start sounding really aggressive. I apologized and backed off, heading to the back door instead, only for the same thing to happen. I tried calling and texting the guys, but no one picked up. I see one of the frat guys go upstairs attached at the lips with some girl, so no help there, but I couldn't find the others. I started feeling like a trapped rat and just had to get out of there, or at least away from everyone, so I went to the bathroom. Unfortunately, a group of girls already claimed it, and were doing lines off the toilet seat. Before they could say anything, gunshots go off behind me back at the party. They start screaming and run past me back into the party while I decided to hop out the window. I'm running through the woods and until I stop hearing gunshots and try calling the guys. No signal. I keep walking for another 2 hours hoping for something, and I end up coming out of the woods between a Walmart and a Waffle House. I stayed at the Waffle House using the Walmart's Wi-Fi and was finally able to call and talk to someone. Apparently one of the frat guys got shot in the arm, grazed him, when they tried to run off. An hour later they finally come pick me up from the Waffle House, and we head back to campus. That was my first and last college party, and we still don't know what happened. Thinking back, it's kinda funny, because we only went to the party because frat guy wanted to meet this girl from Tinder. On the bright side, they met and got to second base. Downside, he only got to second base, and he took a bullet. OHH boy, I was living out in a town called Fairview, Tennessee. A little backstory, so it makes sense. I was 17, and we were staying in a hotel, because we got evicted from our home, and one fateful day we went to a gas station to get coffee, and go to work. I was working with my dad at this time. He owns a plumbing company. It was summertime, and I was trying to help, and then out of nowhere a woman came running to my dad saying, "You got to help me, I need a plumber." And my dad was happy to help, so a few days later we set a well pump for them, and in return they offered to help us, and let us stay with them. It was good for a few weeks, and then their true colors showed. They were screaming and fighting. I swear to God they sounded like 2 demons having sex. Then after fighting for days they would stay in bed for a week. This was a cycle, and it happened once a month. They had kids around my age and I hung out with them. And they explained to me how bad it actually was, and around October it was like a bomb went off. It was the worst it's ever been. They both cheated on each other, and it was bad. I remember the day. It was a Saturday and I stayed up the previous night hanging out with some friends. We were teenagers. We got our hands on some alcohol and weed, and we had a blast outside in the field. Only good memory of that place. That morning my parents left me at the house because I was obviously hungover, and he didn't want me around customers while hungover. Made him look bad. So I stayed in the guest bedroom most of the day, and it sounded like a hurricane in the living room, and I sat in that room most of the day, and I could tell something bad was going to happen. And soon when my dad got home he could feel the tension, and I told him, "We need to leave," and we did. The next day their kids were living with an older sibling, and the husband was gone. He left and went to Louisiana, and from what I heard that sparked her into a rage and she abandoned her kids and nobody knows where she went. Her kids tell me she calls every once in a while, but refuses to tell them where she is. When we went back to get our belongings we saw blood all over the kitchen. I don't know whose it was, and I don't want to find out. When I was 18 me and my mother moved to another city so I can pursue my university education. The city we moved to is incredibly big and cosmopolitan. Imagine a New York-like city in Europe. Coming from a nice, safe place, we were literally sleeping with our doors open. I was extremely naive. It was the second day after we moved. It was an apartment and we were on the 3rd floor. A very hot summer night. I'm only sleeping with a shirt half naked. I woke up and decided to open the window because it was extremely hot. I fell asleep again. Not sure how much time has passed, but when I opened my eyes there was a grown-up man right next to me kneeled, looking for stuff. It was dark, so I couldn't even see his face. In that split of a second I thought to myself, what do I do? I decided not to scream, I don't know why, and acting all sleepy I said, "Mom, you okay?" This all happened in less than 3 seconds. The second I said that, the man jumped out of the window and ran away. I didn't get up for 10 minutes. I was in shock. I also thought, if there are other people in the house I should give them time to leave. After 10 minutes, I got up. I was shaking. I went to the kitchen, grab a knife. I don't know why I did that. I went to my mum's room and woke her up. Police came. He said that I saved my own life by not screaming cause apparently there was a group of people in the neighborhood who were high on drugs all the time and breaking in the houses. They were violent and they attacked people who screamed cause they were carrying guns. They took fingerprints and all. My computer, wallet and my camera was gone. There were 3 people, 2 of them were waiting outside. I learned that from the fingerprints. 5 years later I got a phone call from the police. They told me they found the guy. He was a 19-year-old junkie. He was murdered. Gang conflict. They asked me if I want to press charges against him. I said no, there was no point. I actually felt sorry for him. He was just a kid too. I couldn't sleep in that room for 3 weeks. Edit. He was 19 when he broke into our house, 24 when he died. Sad life. Sorry if it's kinda long, but here it goes. Back when I was like 14, our city hall has this summer job for teens, where we are put in different departments to assist regular worker. In the department I was put, there's 4 of us, 3 girls and a boy, and me being the youngest, I was kinda babied by everyone, so bringing me foods or taking me out to eat is not new, and part of our job is to distribute campaign supplies to the towns within the city. Therefore we kinda travel a lot, and I honestly liked that job. But then this older man arrived. He's a senior in the department and everyone respected him, telling that he's a family man and devoted a Christian. He immediately taken liking of me. He's kinda touchy, but not too much to be considered as a red flag right away. Always take all 4 of us to eat somewhere far and making me sit in the passenger seat. But at the time, I was just in it for the food. Since we apply in different times, there's just 2 of us left, me and the boy. The older man's behavior kinda intensifies and is starting to make me uncomfortable. I think the boy kinda knew, so he never lets me go somewhere this the older man alone, and this one time the man invited me to his house. I don't wanna go, but he keep pushing and pushing until I said yes. I think the boy heard, so he said he wanted to go too. I was so relieved. When we arrive in his house, the man's loaded. Hard not notice. Big house and 4 cars. But what caught my eyes is the 6-foot statue of the Virgin Mary. It's the first thing you'll see when you enter the house, and it's terrifying. The whole time we were there he keeps trying to be with me alone, but the boy never left my side. I'm really grateful. But then it's the boy's time to leave, and I'll be alone. I told myself I'll be fine, as long as I said no to the man. But it's hard, especially when everyone is telling me to, and that is a waste of free food, and me being dumb agreed. We went to this fast food chain. The driver's quiet, but when we finished eating and back in the car he didn't drive out right away. He stared at me, then put his hand on my upper thigh and started caressing it and whispering how pretty I am and how my any man is lucky to be with me. He then moved closer till I can feel his breath in my face, and the way he look at me, like he devour me, it's terrifying. He then kissed my temple and caressed my arms for what felt like hours until he moved back and drive away. I still has some time left in the office until I can go home, and I was honestly shaking. This is not the first time that I was molested. I should have been more aware, so when I got back home I told my mom that I won't continue the last 4 days, and I could tell she sees how uncomfortable I am. So she just agreed. When we get to pick up our paycheck I learned that the man rapped a Muslim girl and the girl filed a case, but he bribed the girl's family to drop her, and they said it's not the first He had raped many teenage girls, but he got away with it since he got money and status and people didn't believe the accusations because he's such a devoted Catholic. I can't even imagine what those girls had gone through and the thought of people's not believing you. Thank God I didn't suffer the same fate and thank God of the boy that noticed and protected me. I had 10 minutes until the restaurant I was working at closed for the night and this really sketchy man kept walking up and down the street staring into the restaurant. I was outside cleaning tables and he tapped me on the shoulder and smirked and asked if we were still open. I don't know how to describe it, but he held his hand weirdly behind his back grasping on the side of a black backpack. I felt really uncomfortable and really scared. I was the youngest person working that night and there was only 4 other people inside the shop. I politely said sorry sir, but we are just closing up and not serving anyone else tonight. He got rather angry and hit me with chair. He was pretty much just standing opposite me, so he picked up the nearest chair and threw it when my back was turned. I apologized and said I'm really sorry, we open again tomorrow morning at 10 AM. At this time I assumed he was high on drugs or just really drunk as he was screaming random words at me and continued trying to throw chairs into people. 2 people from inside the restaurant tried to help me and try to get him to stop throwing chairs and to try to get him to calm down. This was at like 12:30 AM by the way. In the end I just said sorry sir, we are closed. Please put the chairs down, we open at 10 AM. If you want a burger you can come back then, and ran back into the shop because I just felt like something wasn't right at all. So I locked all the doors and we all left by the back door because he continued screaming and we all got really scared. We called the police and they said they would come and arrest him for public intoxication. But I still felt really uneasy that night, like my stomach was churning and I just felt icky. I go back to work in the morning at about 8 AM to prepare all the food. I was the first person there that morning because my friend who had the key to the store was late. But our shop and half of the street had a police tape surrounding the outside. A bank that was only a few stores down had been blown up. It was discovered that the strange man from the night before was having a psychiatric episode and went into the bank a few minutes before the police had arrived and blew both him and the main entrance of the bank up. He blew the bank up only about 10 minutes after the 4 of us left the shop and called the police. The half of the street that had been closed off was closed off because police wanted to find fingerprints on who the man was. I just assume that the backpack had a bomb inside it and lots of matches. It was really scary. When I was about 18, I went to a Halloween party about 30 minutes out of town. A dude at the restaurant I worked with at the time had invited everyone, and being underage I was pretty much at any party I could drink and hang with my friends. He lived on an acre or so in a double wide and there were probably about 20 to 30 people when we got there, which 10 minutes of the drive was a small winding road with no lighting. My best friends and I were all having a great time. There was just this dude who was dressed as the Mad Hatter who got really loud and was really putting off a bad vibe, making most of us uncomfortable. I'm guessing now he was probably doing coke. Well, around prime time drunk our Mad Hatter gets into a fist fight with some other dude at the party. They got separated and other dude left by force by his friends. That pretty much killed my party vibe. Waited about 10 over 20 minutes hoping it would change, but ended up rounding up my 2 best friends and my boyfriend since we all rode together and convinced them we would have a way better time finishing the night back home. I was successful and we did end the night safely. Come into work the next day and found out the Mad Hatter got into it with someone else, but this fight had ended in him stabbing the guy he was fighting with. IMS was called immediately, but the victim's best friend was freaking out and thought it would take too long since the party was deep into the rural area and proceeded to drive his friend to the hospital. Well, the dark small road had quite a few curves and they ended up crashing into a tree and the passenger was ejected, killing him, and the driver barely made it. Yes, the Mad Hatter went mad and I haven't been able to trust anyone in the costume since. Boyfriend and I went hiking one weekend. After some setbacks we finally started hiking around 5 PM. Shortly after we came across a man who had a small duffel bag and a super cheap camping stove. I say cheap because I saw the exact same stove at the gas station down the mountain. He asked directions and told us a story about how he wound up there, but the story kept changing. had a weird feeling about him, but we continued hiking. But it was a poorly marked trail, and it got dark, so we decided to turn around, to go back to a place we could camp for the night. This dude was maybe 20 feet behind us, and made a big show about throwing his duffel bag into the brush on the side of the trail, which made lots of red flags raise. He struck up a conversation about how he was going to sleep there and hopefully his water purifier works, and he asked for a cigarette. My boyfriend and I don't smoke, but he'd complained about a headache, so I offered Tylenol, which he turned down. He mentioned he had fentanyl that he could take for the headache. We continued on, walking quickly, both of us silently agreeing that we are heading back to the car now. So we basically race up a mountain at midnight. We got dehydrated because even though we had enough water, we were sweating more than we were attaining the water we drank, and I was starting to hallucinate because of it. Took about 2 hours to speed walk 6 miles up the mountainside at midnight in 105-degree heat. There may or may not have been a bear following us, and on the way out of the park we saw a few signs cautioning that hitchhikers may be escaped convicts. Found myself kicked out of a city bar for being far too drunk. That's always a good start to a story, isn't it? Anyway, there was a really sketchy taxi depot near my house that sold alcohol from the back door 24/7. You just had to go and knock. I found myself waiting outside as there was a note on the door saying they were out for 5 minutes. As I waited, another man came and stood next to me. This was 1 AM and it was deadly silent. So of course I made jovial small talk with him and asked what he was getting. The topic of conversation turned to my getting kicked out of the bar and he seemed really sympathetic. I thought it was weird, but maybe he's just friendly. He said I should come back to a party at his house. I seemed cool and was welcome. Being very drunk still, I thought hell yeah, score. We walked to his house, not too far from mine, and on the way, when the street lamps hit us, I suddenly realized this man's face was covered in some pretty sketchy tattoos. Alarm bells rang, but apparently not loud enough as we stepped into his house. There was nobody there. It was a small empty apartment with a few pieces of furniture. I immediately started drinking and filling the silence with tedious conversation, while my brain processed why he could possibly want to invite me back here. Eventually I started laying the groundwork for some excuses to make my exit. That's when he started saying he would phone some people to come over, and that I shouldn't leave. It's got to be 2:30 am now and I'm thinking, nope, don't need to be here anymore. Anyway, I had to keep talking over his reasoning with me to stay as I approached his door, and when I got outside I noticed he didn't stop following me. So I started walking briskly, and he sped up too. The whole time I was shouting behind me, I have to go bud, not tonight. Eventually, pretty much running at this point, he gave up, and I got home. It was about 6 months later I told this story to a colleague that lived in the same area, and they told me that this guy had connections and a reputation for violence, and couldn't believe that I'd walked into this guy's house. Asking around I found out that this was true, and he was at this point serving for sexual assault and grievous bodily harm. The circumstances of that I don't know. Fast forward to 2020, and in January he stabbed another guy in the neck over drug money owed, caught and named. I can't imagine he had been walking the streets long at this point either, so yeah, if you get kicked out of a bar for being too drunk, it's probably time to just go home. My wife and I were visiting New Orleans for Mardi Gras for the first time a few years back in 2013. Getting there on Thursday, we did the typical touristy things the time we were there, and kept to ourselves when friends joined us Friday night. For the most part, we were all alert, and well, it was no big deal. People were being drunk as holes, and I was one of 2 guys among my wife and her 5 friends, and the oldest by a margin. I had my head on a swivel, but seemed like it was largely unneeded. My wife's friends were all smart and fairly responsible, making it easy. Then on Saturday, we're supposed to leave town for the night, to hang with friends in Baton Rouge. We are going down Bourbon Street, to catch a show and a drink to kill time. Plans fell eventually through, so we said, let's just make the most of it. We are getting near the venue and a cold chill slaps me, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stopped the group near the Hard Rock, and said we need to get the fuck out of here. When I stopped the group, some incredibly drunk fuck tried starting shit, because our stopping made him stumble. I have 5 inches and easily 80 pounds on the guy, so when I made eye contact and asked if we had a problem, he moved along, mumbling. Every single person fought with me, and my wife, who knows my gut, is never wrong about not wanting to leave. They bitched and moaned the entire way through the discussion. Before we start walking back down Bourbon, we get maybe about 30 seconds into the walk back closer to harass. Gunshots. The crowd parts, and it's clear as day. The guy who bumped into us and his friend opened fire and shot a girl in the face over a petty argument. Her dude and someone else. Bar security and cops mobbed them. If I didn't get them to move, we'd have probably been shot. First and last time going to Mardi Gras. If I didn't have my bones shaking and adrenaline pumping, I'd have told them, see, I faking told you. Instead, a single glance to the group was all that was needed. We went back to the hotel that night quietly and thankful that we were alive. We all left Sunday morning, saying fuck it, those who flew and ate the change fees, and my wife and I drove back to Austin still in mostly stunned silence. So I was an expat in Egypt. I had moved there for grad school in fall of 2010. I came back from winter break on January 20th, 2011. 5 days later the revolution broke out. Being a stranger in a city that size, when it goes tgs up, is pretty insane to begin with. However, I was in the anthropology program, and that means a lot of us wanted to observe social change in person. This led to my roommate, I, and a group of her friends heading down to Terry Square to see the protests. There were volunteers patting people down before entering the square to avoid any weapons. Largely, the protests were peaceful and the mood in the air was joyful. People seemed pretty excited that they might actually get rid of Mubarak. We went 2 days in a row. On the third day I met a fellow grad student outside of the square as she lived nearby. The mood was palpably different. There was a new current of anger and a vibration that could be felt. We didn't go into the square that day and instead walked around it. Things kept feeling worse, so we decided to walk back to her place. We saw a large group of people parading down the street. They looked completely different from the protesters. They looked poorer, worn clothes, visible dirt. They looked angry, and they were shouting and carrying pictures of Mubarak. So I had my camera with me to document things, and there's a shot-by-shot progression of this crowd overtaking us, and eventually slapping us with the pictures. Some random guy standing on the street helped extricate us, and told us to go home now. I took the metro 45 minutes to my place, and when I got home I saw it was the infamous horse and camel day in the square. I was so glad we didn't do our usual thing and enter the square. So glad we headed home when we did. I didn't go downtown after that for the rest of the revolution. In college I went to an interview for a full-time position right after graduation. The start of the interview was odd, but some companies require tests, I guess. But then after 80 moderately normal questions they started getting odd and vague. I was interrupted because my interviewer was ready and I could finish the questions later. First interviewer, really kind, overly so. Gut feeling goes off, but I have anxiety, so maybe I'm projecting. I'm anxious in an interview and maybe I didn't eat enough or something. He offers repeatedly to get me a drink. Gut feeling will not allow acceptance. I'm put in a room for second interviewer. He sighs in relief when he opens the door and the first guy isn't there. He tells me he is glad I didn't accept a drink from the guy. He tells me I should not want to work there. He says he can tell I have tons of brains and should be fine interviewing elsewhere. He basically confirms the get the F out feeling. He asks if I have questions. I ask, when you wake up and know you're going to work, what are you most excited about? He responds, not sure if it's excited or obligated, but protecting all of the employees here. And then asks if there's anything else. Nope. He takes me back down to finish the test. I don't even remember what I answered on the last 100 questions. I just clicked buttons to get me out of there as fast as I could while appearing to have politeness. I drive back to college and call my mom, crying because I feel like I bombed the interview. My mom says, I don't think you should work there. A week later I get a call from the company. We have decided to go in another direction. Do you know what that means? I'm no longer a candidate. Me actually confused at her tone. Woman explaining in a whisper, "You're safe, and I wouldn't come back to this small town if I were you." Louder. "To be sure her manager hears, we won't keep your resume on file, and we won't reach out for future opportunities then." I understand. Thank you for your time. Pretend click and whispering again. "I'm so glad you're safe." Actual click. "I've been watching newspapers. Nothing has shown up about anyone there. Either it's a news desert or nothing has happened. Either way I'm not going back to the small town." Nobody is probably going to see this, but this is my first time commenting on one of these. When I was in 6th grade my mom was living in an apartment complex after my parents' divorce, and a friend of mine was in 5th grade and lived in an apartment building across from mine, so we would go to / come home from school together. When my mom was driving us home from school, along with my brother, we had seen two guys messing around in front of one of the first apartment buildings and they were swinging this gutter around. The apartment complex manager had called the police, but the police didn't know where the guys went. Being young, nosy, and a bit naive, my friend and I were walking around with the cops telling them what we had seen. The cops advised us to play inside for the rest of the evening, but of course we didn't listen. When my friend and I were standing outside of my apartment building, the parking lot was on one side of the building and a field on another. My apartment was closest to the field, but we were standing closer to the parking lot. We watched a man holding up what we described as a big butcher knife as he rapidly walked towards us. I feel like this whole situation happened in fast forward, like it only took 10 seconds, and I was on autopilot. Well, the guy started yelling and swearing at us as he approached us, saying something like "I don't know who the fuck you think are" and stuff. I'm 27 years old now, and the details have faded after my other traumas. I don't remember if my friend or I said anything to one another, but we both took off running as fast as we could to my apartment and quickly shut/locked the door. I had even lost my shoe. I was in such a hurry. I remember being so naively worried the guy was going to steal my shoe. My mom didn't want to call the cops, but my friend called his mom and she called the cops. When the guy had moved out, my friend and I had gone inside the man's apartment with the maintenance man. Remember, young and nosy. There was blood splatter on the walls. We were told the guy was a gang leader, that he had been threatening his pregnant cousin on their balcony with a knife. It's been some time since I looked up the man's record, but it was incredibly long, over 10 years ago. Wonder where he's at now. The name still sticks with me somehow. I wonder if my friend and I avoided a hairy situation that night. 2005. Me and my best friend/colleague are in China in a business trip. Two girls in their 20s. Everything was alright in Yiwu, in the middle of China. Last day we had to travel up and spend a night in Beijing before the trip home. We asked one of our business partner's assistant to book us a nice hotel. When we said the address to the cab driver, first he refused to take us there, but we insisted. When we get half an hour out of Beijing in the dark, we started to feel it's not okay and told the cab driver that we will pay extra if he waits for us to decide if hotel is okay or not. As we got out, immediately he drove away. I tried to tell it as it happened, but never before or after experienced anything like it. Crazy big beautifully looking hotel, almost empty. We asked for restaurant, closed they said. No internet. They led us to our room, but took our passports with them to copy they said. We started to feel really strange and decided to go back to the lobby and leave. First the receptionist said it's not possible, not giving us back our passports. And then, in the corridor, doors started to open and Chinese people came out. Not talking, nothing, just stood there and looking down to us. We were in a panic mood already and called our expat friend who lived there and married a Chinese girl, so spoke native Chinese. He then ordered them to give us back the passports and told that he already called us a cab. So we grabbed the papers, our suitcases and try to leave, but they are not opening the doors. More and more silent people are there just to look at us. Okay, in complete panic we decide to break the glass door with smashing the suitcases through, and then they open it. Cab arrives, we cry, go into the Midlestock city center to biggest American chain. Later the assistant who booked us this hotel denied that she ever spoke to us. To this day I still don't know what was it, vampire den, organ traffic point, or what. Never ever we had any problems with our Chinese business partners, but this. I used to work weekends in NorCal right off the PCH. A couple years ago, there was a rash of terrible storms. Around where I worked, roads were essentially eroding down the mountains. Huge redwood trees were falling on cars, etc. One weekend after we were done with a day of work, we went to get tequila, because we were 20 to 25-year-old kids, working in the middle of nowhere. The road up to my workplace was super curvy, and the rain was coming down so hard it looked like a waterfall going down the windshield point. About 10 minutes into the drive up, I got this feeling in my stomach. It was usually normal for me, because of my fear of cars and car sickness, but this one was different. I got the driver's attention, and told her to pull over, as soon as there was space on the inside of the road. She did, and I swear right after the engine turned off we heard a huge crack sound and a tree fell just off the road, breaking these huge branches off others, and onto the road, like 40 or 50 feet in front of us. We might have gotten past them, but I'm glad I made her stop. It took like 8 people to lift the branches off the road, like 4 cars worth of folks together. Besides being absolutely drenched, it wasn't that bad, especially because of the amount of help we got. I think the other people were pretty used to it, as it was a pretty normal thing to find trees/branches on the road. Their point I found out at the end of that weekend that we couldn't use that road on the way home because it had collapsed. Needless to say, it didn't help with my fear of cars. I had gone home for lunch when a man came walking up just as I reached the door, who wanted to use the phone, but something made me think he might force his way inside when I opened it, so pretended I locked my keys in the house, which upset him so much I started walking calmly away towards my neighbors to use the phone. When it suddenly occurred to him I had put some distance between us, he became enraged, banged his head with his hands, spun around, then took off running down the street. I don't know if my neighbor even called the police, because they never came, but when the news showed the serial rapist caught in the area, he looked like this man. But it wasn't until someone told me a woman was attacked 3 blocks by the serial rapist that had been on the news that it finally hit me. It was him. I felt weak in the knees and still can't believe how quickly he appeared and how fast this all happened. The Gift of Fear is a book everyone should read, written by a man who developed a method/software used to identify threats to Supreme Court judges. He said to listen to your first gut feeling before you convince yourself there's no reason to be concerned. The subconscious registers far more and faster than we are consciously aware of, and this is where that gut instinct saves/protects us from harm. The gut instinct is based on the first few seconds your subconscious mind scans a situation, analyzes and compares at lightning speed to what you already know is normal before your conscious self takes over, and that is when a stranger can convince you to trust them. Point enforcement ag. I used to work retail. It was the end of the night, about 15 minutes until close. My coworker was an older woman who rarely did any work. She refused to do any of the cleanup at night, so I had to start a little early so we would get out on time. We would get in trouble if we stayed past a certain time. I had vacuumed the store, finishing up in the back behind the racks last. I put the vacuum away, tidied up a few things in the back room and started out. I had never heard the bell go off indicating a customer came in, but there was a man standing to the side of the register. The way he was standing told me something wasn't right, but I didn't know what. Point I very quietly went back into the back room and waited until I heard him leave. I thought about calling the cops, but I hadn't seen anything suspicious. Something just simply felt wrong. I slowly came out to find my coworker on the floor. Apparently, even though we weren't closed and there were windows all along the front of the store, she decided to count the money on the counter facing the window, with the door unlocked, and during business hours, a guy came in, held a gun to her and robbed her. That's when I realized what was so odd about the guy. He was standing in a strange position, but the way he was standing, I couldn't see the gun. He probably didn't even realize there was another employee in the store. Had I gone out there and startled him, he could have shot both of us. The coworker ended up being taken into the police station and questioned for her involvement in the robbery. She was cleared, but the police couldn't believe she was dumb enough to count money facing the windows with the door unlocked. She was also fired. I was chaperoning a field trip for the school I worked at, and we were at a historical location in downtown LA. There are a lot of homeless people who hang out there in the day. This day was an interesting one. At one point a guy sorta lunged, or maybe it was more like lurched towards a couple of my students, but I just stepped between them, and he walked the other way. One dude yelled at one docent as he was explaining a statue. The docent handled that one. He didn't even skip a beat, and kept talking until he'd finished that part, rounded on the man, and gave him a firm talking to. At one point I heard a siren I didn't quite recognize, and was thinking HMM. Not an ambulance, not a fire truck, not a cop. When the bomb squad trucks rolled through, luckily they were just passing by, so the potential bomb wasn't actually near us. There was one guy who was clearly tripping on something, so I just made sure I was standing between him and the kids. The docent here was a smaller man, and not as aware as the previous one, so he hadn't really noticed the guy behind the crowd of students. At first the tripping guy was just sorta dancing in circles with no music. Here's where I got to the time to leave situation. One student was looking behind me at the guy, so I just quietly said pay attention. And the student quietly said to me, is that a knife? Dancing. Man had drawn a knife, and was no longer dancing. So I just loudly interrupted the docent, and said alright everybody, time to go over here, and started herding the kids away. The docent meekly said oh, but I wasn't finished, so I gently grabbed him by the shoulder, since he wasn't moving yet, and turned him to walk with me, and said we can finish it over here. The teacher, a foreign national who had never been downtown before this trip, whispered to me as we were getting to the bus pickup spot, this place is scary. And I had to honestly tell her that this wasn't an awful day in this area. I'm not 100% sure if this saved us, but I think I rescued my girlfriend at the time when I was 19. My girlfriend, 21, now ex, and I got in a fight, and she ended up leaving my apartment and went to a house party with some male acquaintances of my coworker. I was crashing on my coworker's couch. I didn't know these guys, didn't know where they lived, didn't have any of their numbers. I had a bad feeling about these dudes, so I tried calling my girlfriend a few times. She didn't answer, then suddenly it just went straight to voicemail. I knew she was probably drunk, and I started to freak out. My coworker didn't know the dude's address, she only knew the apartment building. So at like 1 AM, I drove to the apartment building and searched for her car. I eventually found it, and just started knocking on doors to see if someone would answer. It didn't take long for me to find them. This house party was 3 men that I didn't know and my girlfriend. Her phone went straight to voicemail because they stole the battery out of her cell and wouldn't give it back. Despite her being drunk, they were trying to ply her with more alcohol. I screamed at them to give her the battery back. Then I grabbed her and drove her back to my place. She was faking plastered. I'm 100% certain they would have assaulted her if I hadn't freaked out. Edit sheet. I have another one. About 9 years ago I was walking home around 3 AM in a sketchy part of town. I lived in the sketchy part, so unavoidable. A Jeep rolled up next to me, and a man asked if I wanted to go to a party with him. I told him no, thanks. He insisted, but I declined again. He drove away, but a few minutes later he drove by me again. It scared the shit out of me, but I was close to home, so I just kept walking. He then drove by me a third time. My instincts were screaming, so as soon as he rounded the corner I booked it down a side street and to my apartment building. I didn't have this feeling Peresi, but this happened last night. Me and my son were coming home from my aunt's and we were listening to music around 9 PM. Once we were home we stayed in the car because I wanted to listen to the chorus of the song. As we are sitting in the car, and Sav pulls up down the street and a burly man gets out of the car and runs to an own meth house. The Sav drives up the street to turn around, and the man exits the house and jumps back into the Sav. By this time my son and I have left my vehicle and were at my front gate. About a half an hour later there are about half a dozen cop cars stationed outside of that house. One of the officers comes to our house and asks us if we heard gunshots around 8:30 to 9 PM. My stepdad acknowledges that he did in fact hear what sounded like a firecracker being set off. The officer then asks if we have an outdoor camera, which we do not. He thanks us and continues to the next house. Now cut to this morning. The cops are still there at the house, and they did also arrest a few women last night. The neighbor from across the street stops by our house and informs us that there was an apparent shooting in the house and the man in the sub was most likely the shooter. Another neighbor directly across the street from the meth house caught what appears to be shooter on camera. I'm so thankful that nothing did happen to my son and I, and urging my parents to consider getting a camera for themselves. A few years ago, I was bored as all be and saw a guy friend on Facebook talking about having a small get together with some of his friends from work. I hadn't really spoken to the guy in 3 to 5 years, but I reached out and said that if he had room for one more I would like to see him and chill. He said that the group of people there were taking some acid and that if I came over I would also need to drop, so I didn't make the others weirded out by being sober. This would have been my 4th time over the course of like 12 years, so no big deal. I show up and there is my buddy and 2 other guys just chilling, smoking some weed and playing GTA 4 and listening to music. So my buddy hands me the acid, which is a hard-ish piece of plastic. First sign that this was weird, as all other times I had dropped it had been on paper. But I was down to chill. One of the guys that I didn't know started talking about his life and said a whole bunch of crazy shit about being in the military and killing a bunch of people. As he spoke, his tone of voice and speech were changing based on how I was sitting on this very uncomfortable couch. The effects that I was feeling were not like the acid I had used before. It was making me sleepy and my head felt muddy. So I excused myself to go outside his house to get some fresh air. I was out there for like a minute before the crazy guy walks outside off the porch and goes and stands by a van, presumably his, and says to me that I should come see something cool that he has. I pass and tell him I'm good where I'm at. A few minutes later the other 2 guys come out of the house and walk down to the other guy. They talk for a few seconds and my friend says that they want to go on a walk and that since he is going I have to go as well. I begin to walk toward them and red flags are shooting off, and I know if I follow things would go bad. Luckily I had my own car and my keys were in my pocket. I jump into my car, lock the doors, start it and drive away. I'm way too messed up to drive the 15 miles to my house from his. Luckily there is a gas station like 3 miles from his place, so I pulled in and waited for things to clear up. At the same time I called like 15 different people. It's like 3 AM just to help me calm down and no one is awake. My mom was the last person I called and I talked to her in the parking lot for like 2 hours until I felt like I could drive home. I'm pretty sure they wanted to rob me, but I was broke AF and told my buddy I was before I even went over, and I felt like that guy would have taken my life instead. So, we had a VIP party table in the city I grew up in, although at this time we lived in another city a few hours away. It was our friend's birthday. He knew a promoter that had promised us a VIP table with an initial sense of free drinks. The drinks arrived without tops on. I became the group's grouch and refused to touch them. Eventually, it was put down to my autism, although my wife was seriously annoyed because I was showing us up. I can't remember if I bought my own drink or refused because of their fuss. Anyway, a group of men came along and very quickly I had a sense something was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it initially. Nevertheless, I was once again a Scrooge and they were invited to share the drinks. They tried getting me to dance with them, and I had this distinct feeling they wanted to rap me, but my wife felt it was in my head. After all, I have been abused before. I'd be fine as long as I kept near my friends and drunkenly wanted me to try their drink. Everyone backed it, as I had refused. My friends, however, had been passing and were now maybe 10 feet from me in a clear line of view. At this point, I knew what would happen. I was going to be given date-wrapped drugs anyway. I rudely abandoned them with a degree of fuss and hoovered anxiously, telling my wife they were dangerous and we needed to leave. We had, however, barely been at my friend's party. At some point, they got my wife to chat/dance with them and sirens were going off on my head. I repeatedly tried to extract her, but the men obviously didn't want it, and my wife thought I was being mental. She tried their drink against my advice, and what felt like forever after but probably wasn't, I extracted her and then put up enough of a whinge that she left with complaints of me ruining the night and being a terrible friend. I would say not even 10 minutes after that, she seemed drugged, but adamant she knew how to get us home with a gradual deterioration. Eventually, after having completed a few circles around the streets, she winged at me for checking my phone, but ultimately was too out of it to keep up with where I was taking her. Most of what she said was utterly incoherent. I got us to the coach stop, called 111, the non-emergency urgent helpline, but they refused to give me any advice unless I gave them an address. 111 in England is dire, in Scotland it is excellent. My wife is absolutely petrified of needles and repeatedly caught wind of the idea and was adamant she would jump into the road if an ambulance was sent. I just wanted advice. I hung up, got the coach, and she was absolutely conked. We'd barely drunk nothing on the journey, and had been there an hour tops by the time we got back again. I was able to wake her for more than a few moments. But she refused to walk home in the cold and wet weather, so decided she would sleep outside. This went on every 5 or so steps. When she'd forgotten, she'd refused. No taxis could come for at least an hour. In the end, I did call an ambulance. Unfortunately, my wife turns violent if she sees a needle, and although she didn't hurt anyone, the ambulance crew refused to come near her. I had to reassure her there weren't any. While initially showing all the signs I'd described, once in the ambulance the adrenaline made her lucid, so I looked a fool and apologized. The ambulance kindly dropped us home, as we were only a few minutes drive away. By the time we'd got to our stairwell, it had worn off. So came the challenge of bribing her up the stairs in a crawling position. She remembers very little of this, besides being scared and a few scattered blips. The ambulance section, of course, is clearly remembered. For reference, she's been given both nasally administered anesthetic in a hospital setting at the maximum dose, and been perfectly lucid during the appointment, to the genuine shock of the staff, only to fall asleep in the lift once they've discharged her. Not so much a got a GTFO 30 seconds ago, but more a what is happening is a trap. In high school I had to deal with the typical bullshit, bullies, assholes, and people cutting the line during breakfast and lunch. One morning, for some reason I chose to stand my ground and not let this sheethead cut the line in front of me. Dunno how or why. Anyway, I'm eating my breakfast and some girl approaches me and asks if I want to join her outside. I'm an awkward, borderline antisocial teenage nerd with zero interpersonal skills and about as much sexual appeal as, well, as you'd expect someone who self-describes that way to have. No girl in the history of my educational hellscape has approached me in this way before, so this interaction goes about throwing up every red flag in the red flag factory rather than go along with what is clearly a trap. My reaction is a casual "why, so your friend can beat me up?" She gives a kind of "oh damn, you got me" laugh and says "yeah," and then leaves. So yeah, virginity is cool. Remain pure saved me from an ass beating. Though I wish I'd been quicker on the draw and had said "sure, just let me finish eating and I'll see you in a bit." Waited for her to leave, finished eating, and then faked off to class so they could waste their time outside waiting to deliver an ass beating that was never going to be received. I live in a rural part of the UK, however the area that I live in still not that far from a pretty big town, so you get a lot of through traffic of people on their way to work, etc. I was heading home and had got off my bus back from college on a main road and went to the petrol station next to so I could get a drink when this 30-year-old guy filling up his motor starts staring me down. I thought it was a bit weird, but I finished up inside then started walking down the lane I live on. Takes about half an hour to get home. I make this walk every day and the area being so small means everyone here knows each other. It was about 6 o'clock in early autumn, so it was still broad daylight, and the same guy from the petrol station comes down my lane asking me if I wanted a lift. My head was questioning a bit if I knew him, as a few of the locals do sometimes offer to take me home as they are good friends with me and my parents. Anyways, I decline, but he keeps persisting until he eventually is demanding I get in. At this point alarm bells are ringing, but there's nowhere to go even if I tried. fields in all directions with just short of half a mile to the next house. Luckily for me, although I'm 17, I'm a big guy and often get mistaken for being in my 20s. I told the guy to leave quite harshly, and it seemed to shake him a bit, so he left. The next day I spoke to the owners of the petrol station, and it turns out they know the guy. He lives in the complete opposite direction to where my lane is, and they confronted him about it the next time he was there. He's never come back into the area, and I reported it to the police. I was in high school. We were on a trip to New York City and we were at a loose end for a couple of hours, and we decided to go eat at a place called the Russian Tea Room. It was this sorta low light, red leather, circular booths restaurant with a bar along one side kinda deal. Extremely fancy. It would have a $$ by its rating on Google. Anyway, we get in there, me, 2 friends, one a female, and we sit, and a very sweaty server in a white shirt and black vest and black tie comes over. I'll never forget his face. It was sallow, like he wasn't feeling well, or had just been in a car accident. He was literally shaking. Not a hangover shake, but a shark just ate my girlfriend shake. He had a thinning hair comb over, and it was plastered with sweat. He also had a vague accent. He handed us napkins and menus, and kept looking at the door. I peeked over the booth, to see who had come in. It was a guy, big fella in a taut London fog style trench coat, all bundled up to his neck, but not tied around the middle. This was in March or April, so it wasn't too cold out. Anyway, he's walking through toward the back of the restaurant, and our server looked like Godzilla was walking through his neighborhood in Tokyo. He was completely distracted. He did a 180 degrees turn as the man in the coat went by. So, I looked at my friends and they were oblivious. However, I now had a very bad feeling. Everyone else in the restaurant was silent and gawping at the guy walking through. This was bad. It was about to be. I just knew it. I said, "Hey, these prices are too expensive for my blood. Let's find someplace cheaper." Must have been the look on my face, but the two with me agreed immediately, and we shifted out of our booth, thanked the server, who, if anything, looked relieved that we were skedaddling, and we booked it. I had this terrible urge to look back, but I don't think I did. It's closed now, or it was. I think it has been opened again. It was closed for a long time, anyway. Turns out, back then, it was a big meeting place for the New York mob. Once upon a time, maybe the Russian mobsters too, I guess. Anyway, this was pre-9/11 and the world in that city were different back then. My assumption is that the dude in the Luca Brasi outfit had 2 sawdust under his trench and was coming in to make a hit. We wound up eating at a deli. It was really good. Don't remember the name. This is not my first, nor was it the last probable brush with organized crime in my youth. This was one of those hard stopping, we gotta get out of here, or die moments, though. Who knows what would have happened? My dad woulda killed us for paying $40 for a side salad and getting hit with buckshot, I'm sure. Summer break of 2016 was a good time. Me and my 2 best friends, all of us girls, would ride the trolley all over the city seeing what fun thing we could run into that day. It was later in the season and public transit was not as busy as it would be in the start. I remember the day well. We made our usual rounds around the city, getting tea in Old Town, going to the bookstore, and combing through the mall, things like that. This got old fast as we'd done them all a million times before, so we decided to call it a day and head back to my friend's house to just watch a movie or something. Now, the farther you get down this trolley line the less busy it is, so it wouldn't be too odd to find yourself with only 2 or 3 other people sharing the car with you, especially on a weekday. So, we are just cruising along the tracks sitting in our favorite seats that face each other, so I can see behind them, and they can see behind me. I'm lost out the window daydreaming about whatever was important to me at the time. I was 16 and my friends were 15, and suddenly I get slammed with this lurching bad feeling. I feel the slime of someone's eyes on me, and I quickly look up to see 2 men sitting in the corner of the car. One of them is looking me dead in the eyes, and it seems like he was almost vibrating. I was confused, but only for a moment. Then the disgust and shock washed over me as my eyes went down and saw he was masturbating. He didn't care that I saw, and he sure didn't care that the other man did either, leading me to believe that they were together. I kept eye contact with the man as much as it repulsed me. I wanted him to know that he didn't scare me and that if he tried some shit I wouldn't back down. My hand crawled to the knife my dad gave me in my purse, frightened but ready for anything. We only had less than a minute before we pulled into the next stop, and still keeping eye contact with him, I addressed my friends. Guys, we are gonna get off at this next stop, okay? Just walk off this car and get on the one behind us. Don't turn around and don't look back. My eyes flashed to them quickly when said the last part, just to make sure they understood me. I didn't want them to see this. I remember the look in their eyes, both of them sitting up straight, panic and fear draping over them, quick fast nods and nervous dry gulps. 2 light chimes, and the trolley squealed to a stop. I motioned for my friends to go first, and they took the longest strides their little legs could, and left the car. I followed behind them quickly, still looking at that disgusting fuck. Right before he was out of my sight I shot him an evil eye. He smiled back at me, a large grin, toothy and evil. I'm glad they didn't see that. Whenever I'm reminded of evil in this world I think of that man shaking and smiling. The part that scares me to think back on most is that if I had not seen that man and his friend we would have been stuck with them till the next stop. The ride to the next stop is 5 minutes long, cuts through a dark tunnel, and when we got off, so did the only other person who was on the car. 3 girls alone with 2 grown men for 5 minutes. I try not to think of all that could have happened in that span of time, which seemed so short, but had so much potential to be a daytime nightmare. Moral of the story is be aware of your surroundings. Always trust your gut, and if you don't have to, don't look back. Back before Craigslist was a thing, a friend knew a guy who was selling a laptop for a price too good to be true. I was supposed to meet him at a gas station to buy it. He was dropped off by some buddies. His buddies seemed kind of weird. They all stared forward and didn't make eye contact, to the point of it being noticeable. The guy apologized that he was running late and hadn't picked up the laptop yet, and asked if we could run back to his place to get it. Being stupid and naive, I agreed and gave him a ride. I figured if my friend knew him, he was okay. We are heading over, and I'm following his directions, and I start getting a little sketched out. I realize I'm going from a public place that was supposed to allow a transaction that I brought cash for, to an isolated place that this guy is leading me to. But I'm a big dude and can take this guy, so I don't instantly pull the plug. Dumb. As I'm driving, I guess he notices me looking in the rearview mirror and says don't worry about them, the guys who dropped him off, following us. I owe them the money I'm getting from you to buy the laptop. They just want to make sure they get it. He basically said it thinking I noticed we were being followed, and to try to calm me and keep me going where he wanted. But guess what? I didn't even realize they were following us. I was just checking my mirrors like a regular driver. And the fact that they were, the situation, and his comment showing he was hyper aware that this may look like a robbery made it obvious that's exactly what it was. I said fuck that, flipped the car around to go back into a more public area. I gunned the gas and basically acted crazy toward this guy, faking pissed that he was going to try to rob me. Scared the shit out of him with my driving and aggression toward him, and kind of intimidated him from trying to take any action toward me, since I knew the jig was up. He couldn't have taken me on his own, and if he had a weapon and used it, we were going too fast for him to hurt me and not get injured by being in a fast moving car with an incapacitated driver. He was also acting guilty as hell. I don't know how to explain it, just the kind of thing like when you catch a kid with their hand in the cookie jar. Once I got back to a relatively public area and had a few hundred yards between me and the guys following me, I slammed on the brakes and aggressively got him out of the car before he could scurry up the courage to pull out a weapon or let his buddies catch up to us. I didn't physically push him out, but made it clear if he didn't get out that instant I was going to assume it was on and fuck him up. I think I said something to that effect. I saw him think about it for an instant, but knew his friends were kind of far away. I could probably take him, and even if he pulled out a weapon I might be able to disarm him, and I was acting crazy. I could also just gun the gas again. But point being, I saw him think about it. He hesitated, then got out. He wasn't getting out of the car from a paranoid person. He clearly tried to scurry up his nerve then lost it. It may sound like I overreacted, but it was the kind of situation where, if you'd have been there, it was obvious what they were doing once you noticed. I'm very sure he would have led me somewhere once he was sure where the money was, and his little gang would have surrounded me with at least one or two of them being armed. Turns out my friend didn't even know the guy that well. He just came into the shop he worked on occasion. Stopped being friends with that guy because he is either an idiot or was in on it to a degree. A while back, me, 15 at the time, and my younger brother 12, were at our dad's new apartment. Our parents just starting the divorce process, and he had a female neighbor who he introduced to us a couple weeks prior as his friend. Anyways, around 10 PM, he was over at her apartment while we stayed in our dad's apartment because we didn't really wanna hang with her. Us being young pranksters, we decided to sneak out of our bedroom window and go around to the other side of the building to scare them at our living room window. Both windows were ground level because we were on the first, or ground, floor of the building. We leave the window open a crack, enough to get our fingers in, go around and get up to her window to scare them, and we saw my dad and his neighbor kissing. My brother and I are pissed because my parents just split up, but we later concluded he was probably cheating on our mom with her. So we take off to go towards town, a couple blocks away. We get on the street and we see a guy in a hoodie walk from the next street over and cross the road we were walking on. He then notices us, his body language changed, he flicks his cigarette and starts walking towards us. I thought it was odd he started walking towards us, since he came out from the next street over, and the direction towards us was a dead end. Once he started walking towards us, my stomach dropped. Trying to remain calm, I nudged my brother's arm signaling to turn back around. This guy was about 20-30 feet from us once we turned around, and I whispered to my brother stay very quiet and listen so we could hear if his pace picks up. Once we get to the grass, I'll run ahead and open the window and you dive inside. And as soon as we hit the grass we both took off and I ripped that window open and he dove in and then me right after, quickly shutting the window behind us and locking it. Maybe the dude was harmless, but we were young and scrawny and not willing to take that chance. Mid-70s. Spending the night at a friend's house. We snuck out very late and roamed the neighborhood. No one knew we were out or where we were. We walked by this one house where a couple of guys were out front drinking. They were probably in their 20s or early 30s, so quite a bit older than me and my buddy. My buddy kind of knew them from the neighborhood and we talked to them. They invited us in to watch some porn. Being young boys just hitting puberty, that appealed to us, so we went and nothing happened, but the porn was very eye-opening. Eye-opening in a disturbing way. After the film was over, we watched it on a projector. We were going to leave, but the guys insisted we stay and wanted us to go to the basement with them so they could show us something. It was very cordial the way they asked, and my buddy, who was not the brightest crayon in the box, agreed, but I felt like something was off and said we should leave. The older guys tried to get us to stay, but I just slowly backed away towards the door and kind of pulled my buddy with me. I don't really remember the details of how we got to the door. At this point in time, I became a little scared and told my friend I was leaving. I believe I just walked out the door, hoping he would take the hint and follow. Again, this memory is a bit hazy. Luckily he followed me out, and the guys followed him out and said goodbye in a very cordial manner. They didn't chase us or force us or anything like that, and maybe nothing was going to happen in the basement, but it sure creeped me out. I still have bad dreams about that night sometimes. I never saw those guys again. My buddy and I kind of drifted apart not too long after that. We didn't live near each other, so our parents had to drive us to get-togethers. My buddy ended up dying of a heart attack at like age 40 or something like that. He made some very poor life choices. His children grew up to be delinquents and are in and out of prison. Like I said, he wasn't the brightest crayon in the box. I was young at the time. Probably 10 to 11, maybe younger. My dad took me to a local park that was separated by a really large pond/lake. On one side, you had swing sets, merry-go-round, seesaws, jungle gym, everything you'd expect a park to have 20 years ago. The other side was an area for small gatherings, birthday parties, etc. The two sides were connected via an asphalt path that's around 1/8 of a mile. Was playing on the swing sets, while my dad was talking to a friend of his on the other side. While I was there, an older bookregal pulled up, and two people got out, 20s, male and female. Female sat on a bench near the swings, and didn't say anything the entire time this interaction happened, just watched. The guy came over, and started talking to me, asking if I'd like to go over to play on the seesaw or something like that. I said no, and tightened my grip on the swing set chain. He looked at the woman, then back to me, and said, "Oh okay. How about some martial arts? Want to get off the swing set and practice some martial arts with me?" Again I declined and tightened further. This went on for what felt like forever before they finally just left without saying anything. As soon as they were out of sight, I sprinted to the other side to my dad and told him what happened. He made me stay with him, drove to a payphone, and called the local sheriff that we knew, and told him about it, but nothing ever came of it. Not exactly the true nature of the thread/question, but there's no doubt in my mind that if I had gotten off the swings, or wasn't obvious about holding on so tightly, that I would have been kidnapped. I was sitting in the back row on my second bus back home from work. I was listening to music and chillin' when I suddenly started to smell fire. It was a strong smell, but I, nor anyone else on the bus, didn't think much of it, since there were lots of dry weeds on the side of the road, so we all just assumed there was a fire on the side of the road somewhere. However, as we kept going, I began noticing there was no fire or smoke to be seen anywhere in the distance, and the smell was only getting stronger. Now, the back of the bus is near the engine, so I was used to it being relatively hot there, but I was starting to realize it was really hot. Like, too hot. Even for this. I felt torn between the need to get out of there and the feeling that maybe there is just a fire on the side of the road and I'm just acting crazy. I was looking around to see if anyone else is noticing the smell or anything, and I saw another girl looking at me. She noticed me and said, "That smell is really strong, isn't it?" "Too strong." I agreed, and as soon as people heard us, they started catching on. Soon enough people were yelling for the driver to stop the bus, and we all got off. Looking at the back of the bus, I could see smoke and sparks as the driver opened the sort of little door. Sorry, English is my second language. To the engine, a literal fire just burst out. As the driver bolted to get the fire extinguisher, people just got closer to film it. I didn't just back up, I got the fuck out of there. Why? The driver decided it would be best to park a possibly flaming bus next to a gas station. 3 years ago I was traveling Vietnam with my buddy. It was our first night in Hanoi and our first day in Vietnam. We went out on the street, had this amazing beef stew with a fresh baguette. It was tremendous. We sat outside in the rain drinking cheap beers and got pretty drunk. We decided to go to a nightclub, and this nightclub was bouncing. DJ was on fire, drinks flowing. It's a great night until we heard girls screaming and people shouting. The cops had came in and they were beating people up, throwing people out and kicking people. A group of guys started fighting with the cops and a full-blown riot kicked off. I got punched hard, my friend fell on glass, cut himself, and we looked at each other and ran for the exit. We managed to get outside, and it was still kicking off outside. 2 bottles and cans flying about, chairs and tables. The level of brutality that night was horrible. Me and my buddy were terrified we were gonna end up in jail for something we didn't do. We booked it hard, ran like Fact Point, and got out of there. All we heard that night was ambulances and cop cars. Any type of riot is scary, but drunk nightclub riot in a foreign country on my first day was faking freighting. Welcome to Vietnam. Get punched in the face, almost trampled to death, and nearly being arrested. Wild night. I loved Vietnam and had a great time there. We didn't get off on the best foot though. Bun cha for life, y'all. At the end of a family trip through Europe, we were in Berlin on New Year's Eve. After the festivities, we were gonna get taxis back to our hotel. My girlfriend, brother and I took one taxi, while the rest of my family took the one behind us. After getting in the taxi, the driver started driving, and I asked him if he took credit cards. He said no, only cash. I told him there was an ATM right at the corner I could get cash out of, but he said no, I know a place with an ATM. I'll take you. During the car ride, he asked multiple probing questions about why we were here and if we were traveling with anyone. I made sure to tell him we had family in the taxi behind us and they were meeting us at the hotel. While the three of us didn't mention anything to each other, we were all really concerned at this point. He took us to a small restaurant on the corner of a very dark street. He specifically stated only one person could get out to get cash. I was the one paying, so I climbed out. I was terrified. My girlfriend stood on the street with the car door open and didn't move, despite the driver telling her only one person out of the car. My brother told me afterwards that he had his hand on his seatbelt ready to unbuckle and fight if the driver tried to do anything. The restaurant was empty when I walked in, but immediately after I did, a large group followed me in. I didn't look up or say anything. I took my cash out and quickly left. We got back in the car and drove off. The driver answered a phone call and had a long conversation in a different language during the drive. He dropped us off on the side of the road 100 feet from our hotel. We assumed to avoid any cameras. In the end, we were overcharged for a taxi ride, but we walked away with our lives. We are sure this guy was involved in the sex trade and we were all terrified we weren't gonna get home that night. About 8 years ago, my friend and I, both female, 23 at the time, were at a well-known club in Australia. It was just the two of us, but we went out together all the time. About 20 minutes into getting into this club, a manager comes over to us and motions that there's a celebrity in the booth who wants us to go and sit with him. We declined cause we couldn't be faked and were having fun on our own. He insisted and said he'd give us 20 drink tokens because we were young and dumb, and who would say no to free tokens. We agreed. When we sat down, my friend was on my right, the celebrity next to me on my left, with about 3 other guys, and one older guy curved around the booth. There was a huge bottle of Grey Goose on the table in a bucket of ice with multiple empty glasses. They kept insisting we have a drink. We just kept declining, since we had our drink tokens, but because they were so annoying and wouldn't let up, we just said okay, we will have one with you. Keep in mind we hadn't drank anything at all yet that night. One of the guys poured myself and my friend a glass. She sculled hers and I had a sip/gulp, didn't even finish it. I'll never forget this night because the stuck-up prick couldn't even hold a conversation with me, but all he mustered to say was, "I can see your cleavage, you're definitely asking for it tonight, haha." That was enough for me to grab my friend and tell the guy we're gonna go dance. He said he didn't dance and to just stick around for a chat. He'd grossed me out, so I said thanks for the drink and we got up and walked off towards the dance floor. I started to feel lightheaded and looked at my friend. Her eyes were rolling backwards, and it freaked me the fuck out. I started losing my motor skills, and she was losing her balance, so we got the fuck out of there, and called a taxi straight away. We were staying at a hotel nearby luckily, and as soon as we got in both of us were almost incapacitated. She threw up a few times, and called the guy she was seeing at the time to try tell him, and ask what to do. That whole time in the hotel was a blur. We woke up in the morning and could barely remember anything. We were lucky she called that guy because he was able to corroborate our night and relay it back to us. His friend was with him at the time of her call and was able to back it up too. He's now my fiance. We never pressed charges because we thought no one would believe us, and the guy was at the time a popular sports star, even more popular now. Whenever I see his ugly faking face I get so angry and feel sick, but yeah, dodged a bullet there. Edit. Edited to @ we had no faking clue who he was. He had the nerve to say, "Don't you know who I am? People call me the." So yeah, it wasn't till we googled him after we realized his sports star status. I was driving around by myself after dark, but not really late at night in the SoCal suburbs. It was maybe 9:10 p.m. but it was shortly after 9/11, so things were more deserted than normal. I pulled up to a stoplight, and the only other vehicle was a pickup to my left. The driver flickered their dome light, and I could see out of the corner of my eye that the driver was making weird gestures. The light turned green, and I drove ahead, and the truck with the dome light was keeping pace with me, flickering the dome light. I look over, and there is an older guy in the truck gesturing. The next light is green, and I just slow to a stop, hoping he accelerates ahead. But no. He stops, in the lane next to me, at a green light. I look to my left at him, and his mouth is open, tongue flicking. He's making weird faces, pointing at me, and the dome light is on solid. The light turns red, and I just keep my eyes on the road, waiting for it to turn green. When the light changes, I kind of fake peeling out, which he does too, but then I cut across the intersection and make a sharp right into a residential neighborhood. His truck goes through the intersection straight. I turn a couple of corners and parallel park and turn my lights off. Pretty quickly, I see his car takes a couple of slow passes up and down the nearby street, his dome light still on. I waited there for what seemed like an eternity before I gathered up the courage to start my car and head home. This was 2001, and while I owned a cell phone, I had forgotten it at home and its charger. Two of my friends and I, all females, went out of town in Denver. We went to a couple of bars and decided we wanted to keep exploring. We ended up at a hookah bar. When we walked in, we noticed the bar was filled with Middle Eastern men and maybe one girl. They all seemed to be staring at us. We sat at a table by the door, and across from us on the other side of the room there was a long table with older Middle Eastern men in nice suits. One of them called over some younger guys who were at a table near us, and they spoke for a couple of seconds. Then the younger guys came over and sat by us. We know what it is like when a guy's hitting on you at a bar, but this seemed different. These guys were asking us weird questions. I was overhearing what my friends were being asked, and they wanted to know what car we were driving and if we knew anyone in town. Something felt off to me, so I lied and said we were waiting for my cousin to join us, and they kept telling us they were having a big party at one of their houses and that they could take us, my friends, and I kept declining. They were so persistent. They kept trying to separate us, and I looked through the window and saw our car had been blocked in with another car straight behind ours. I texted my friends, and the look on their faces when they looked through the window gave me chills. A fight broke out, and the guys that were talking to us got up to break it up. We ran out and across the street, called an Uber, and went to a diner, picked up our car the next morning. I can't explain what we felt, but we all agreed something bad was going to happen to us if we didn't leave at the right time. When I was 13, I'd made a new friend at school. Let's call her Chelsea. We started on a group project and then quickly became inseparable. After a few weeks of hanging around at school and occasionally going to the skate park together, afterwards she invited me to spend the night at her house. I was very excited all week as I'd never slept over at someone's house before. That Friday after class, her and I met up at her locker, and she warned me about her brother, how he was very weird, and to just not talk to him, and definitely 100% to lock the door when I use the bathroom, which I always did anyway. I thought she was just goofing off. Typical lol, my brother is weird. Little sister stuff. At her house things went awesome. Her mom was so nice. She let us play PlayStation 2 and eat tons of chips and soda and whatever other junk we could come up with. For dinner we had pizza. Everything was great. Her brother got off work from his after school job and came home. He seemed nice enough and polite, but something about him was just off. He seemed almost too nice to me for some reason. I mean, when he shook my hand, he grabbed mine with both of his hands. He would find any reason to pat me on the back or shoulder or play with my hair. Just stuff you don't do to an almost total stranger. That night we went to bed, and as I lay there and pretended to be asleep, I heard Chelsea get up and lock her bedroom door. Now I knew something was wrong, so I asked why she did that. The only answer I got was, "Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. My brother likes you, but I'll lock the door." I called my mom at nearly 1 AM to come get me. She did. Chelsea and I grew apart after this, but that was fine because she quickly made friends with another girl. Towards the end of the school year though, Chelsea quit coming to school at all. I later found out it was because her brother had molested/raped a few of their neighbors and Chelsea's friends, and when people found out, her family moved away. Thank God I got a gut feeling and called my mom to go home, or I could have been one of them. On my 21st birthday, a guy I was taking culinary classes with invited me to a party. I'm not much for parties, never have been, and maybe had been to one or two when I was in middle school. So those weren't even parties. I found a babysitter for my son, got dressed and let him pick me up instead of taking an Uber. Even though I was only 21, I used to drink a lot when I was 17 and up, so I was pretty familiar with alcohol. I also decided to bring along my own bottle of birthday cake vodka to share, since it was my birthday, but the party wasn't for me, and also because that was the only bottle I planned to drink out of just to be safe. We get there, everything seems fine. It's pretty even on people. I remember there being something like 8 guys and 9 girls. Then things start getting flirty and pushy, and there's people playing strip pong, and I'm weirded out. I figured it was just how parties went, but I'm really shy, and decided to stay mostly to myself in the kitchen or patio, when the guy hosting the party comes out trying to get me to join the stripping game. I refuse, make some excuses, just had a baby, not comfy with my body, etc. And he kept saying I was the sexiest MILF he'd ever seen, not to worry, yada yada. Point I get up to go inside to use the bathroom and left my drink outside and realized that after I was done, but instead of drinking it, I poured it out and was making me another one when the same guy came in the kitchen and asked what I was doing. I told him there was a bug in my drink. There wasn't, and I was making another. He seemed really miffed, so I tried apologizing and explained that I had only drank out of the bottle I brought, so I wasn't wasting anyone else's alcohol. He shrugged and said it was no big deal, and I left the kitchen. Strip pong had ended, and it was a weird feeling I couldn't shake, and everyone was really flirty with each other. I'm standing next to the TV trying to get back outside when the guy who invited me offers me a shot of something. I figured since he was nice in class and I obviously felt comfortable enough to come with him, that I would drink it. I ended up staying inside instead of going outside, and we were laughing, and I was finally loosening up but also getting really fuzzy thinking and tired. Right when I was about to say something, the host came up behind me and pulled my dress down. It was a strapless black bandage bodycon dress, but it was slightly big, and I was wearing shapuya underneath back postpartum bod, and everyone started laughing and someone grabbed my ass. They were all making jokes that I was finally not so much of a priss, and this couple was patting their laps and inviting me in between them. I pretended that I was going to go smoke and the host decided to come with. While he was talking to me, I was trying to order an Uber to go home and couldn't really work my hands like I wanted. I guess he figured something was off because he asked me what I was doing, and I started crying saying I wanted to leave. He was trying to touch my face and stuff and was telling me I was too drunk to leave, to come inside and sleep it off in his bed and no one would bother me, and that he'd put my phone on a charger for me. I started crying harder and harder and repeating I wanted to leave, which just made him mad and start yelling at me about why did I come to the party if I wasn't here to hook up, since that was what it was about. I kind of snapped out of it and told him I didn't know that or I wouldn't have come, and that now I was leaving and I was sorry, I thought it was something different. He tried stopping me, and I remember I just started screaming and running around the apartment complex thinking he was following me. Some people were on their patio or outside or something because they stopped me and asked me what was wrong, and after tearfully explaining the situation, they ordered me an Uber and helped me in it. I remember getting home barely because my babysitter has to help me inside after the Uber driver tried waking me up, and I wouldn't point I really believe I was roofied because I'd only had 1.5 drinks and a shot. There's no way I would have felt like that off of some Pinnacle vodka and Sprite. I was like 18, walking home late at night, think 2 AM, and noticed behind me a bloke run out of his house, jump in his van and peel out of there. Okay, no big deal, strange shit happens sometimes. Bit creepy he did that just after I walked past his house, but still point he goes down the street then does a U-turn and comes up it again. Slowly past me. Then I see him about to do another and come back again, fuck that noise. I bail and jump down a side street that has pedestrian only access. Keep walking and eventually come to the main road. Yee, I got a waypoint, alas. This motherfucker was parked where the walkway met the main road, blocking it. Just sitting there. I was super creeped out and lurked in the shadows. Eventually another car came along and he had to drive off point, so I literally sprinted across the main road and into another pedestrian only path. We played this game for a little while, me using dark pathways he was unable to follow and him trying to cut me off point. Eventually he sped off down a side road. Ah, great, it looks like he has given up. Nope. That road was a dead end. In order to get home I would have to walk out into the open down a full street, because there was no more hiding places. I can only explain it as a trap. After about 10 minutes of him sitting down this dead end, thank God I knew the area, with his engine and everything off, he does one last sweep of the area like 10 miles per hour over the speed limit and facts off. Point I moved out of that estate and hid in another one and called my mom to pick me up. Point I have no faking idea what that guy planned, but hell no. I'm happy my brain told me to run when it did and then to stay hidden when he was trying to bait me out. I'm also super happy I knew the area like the back of my hand, because I don't want to imagine what would have happened if I couldn't evade using paths a van was unable to fit down. Those little pathways don't even show up on Google Maps. Another time I walked over to my local corner shop for some snacks and smokes. My usual routine was to buy some rolling tobacco and then duck behind the store to roll some up, since it's less windy back there. I usually did that and played Pokemon Go, just sitting there for like 10 minutes smoking and enjoying the fresh air for some reason. I don't know why I decided I just wanted to get away. I decided to power walk out of there and roll my cigs in the next street over and didn't bother playing on my phone. There was no unusual cars, people or anything. I have no idea why I got spooked, but I had a really bad vibe. About 5 minutes after I left I heard some fireworks, but didn't see any in the sky. The newspaper the next day was that the bloke who worked at the takeaway next door was shot as he came out the back of the building. Suspected hitman style affair, and they were waiting for him back there in the dark. Exactly where I would have been. This one is my mom. She went to a pub and walked home. I was like 22 at the time, but still living at home. She was kinda late, so I text her, and she texts back something along the lines of "Don't call me, stop texting me." Some creepy guys began to follow me, so I'm hiding in a bush. I did as I was told. I didn't want the light giving up her position. About 5 minutes later I get a more detailed text, and about 25 minutes later she shows up home. I ask her some questions and find out the bush she was hiding in was the one on the opposite side of our garden fence. This spoon had such crappy spatial awareness she hid in a bush for like 45 minutes instead of hopping the fence the second she got a free moment and landing quite literally in our back garden. It's a funny story now. She didn't know where she was, so couldn't call the police easily and didn't want to talk on the phone either. She wasn't even drunk. She just sucks at directions. She was sore and cold but otherwise fine. It's a funny story nowadays. For people who don't wanna read, felt weird vibes from a group of men entering a train, made my group leave. These men ended up stabbing multiple people, trying to rob them. And for those who want more details, my best friend, with my partner and I, were going home after a massive night drinking. We scanned our cards and waited for the train. It was about 2-3 am. Everyone was mostly going home from the clubs. But there was this small group of men that was looking around really weird at people. So I just put it down to paranoid people on drugs we get in the train, and I watched these small group of men look my carriage up and down, kinda nod to each other, and they sat down separately. I don't know why, but I immediately panicked, and I think they picked up on it. So I acted as drunk as I could and said, "Shit, I forgot my license, we have to get it please." My group, pissed off, quickly got up and off the train and started heading for the exit. I kinda stayed on the station considering just going in another carriage. But two men on the station side were like death staring me. They asked me what the hell was wrong and I explained. They were both so angry with me cause we had to wait almost an hour for another train, but forgave me pretty quickly cause we were all very drunk and I was trying to protect them, but gave me shit for the rest of the night. Until the next morning on the news, multiple people were stabbed and robbed on the train we were supposed to be on. The police caught a group of 4 men targeting drunks on the train, when unfortunately someone didn't give them what they wanted and ended in 3 innocent people getting stabbed multiple times with extremely serious injuries. The fact that it was 3 people almost made me throw up. My partner now refuses to go on a train due to this. Seriously, the craziest story I get to tell. Almost every year growing up, my dad's recreational league soccer team would have a tournament at a big park/campsite a couple hours away. We would always go, stay the weekend in a tent, and while he played soccer I hung out with the kids of the other dads playing, one of whom was my best friend growing up. One year when I was maybe 14 to 15, me and my friend were up late around a campfire with these 3 guys that were a couple years older than us. We decided to see if we could stay up all night. At one point, very late after everyone had gone to bed, these guys start telling us about how they threw tomatoes or some kind of food at cars driving in earlier that day, and that they wanted to show us where. We start walking across the soccer fields to the entrance of the park, which is fairly isolated and far from all the tents, and as we are walking I just get the oddest sensation deep in my stomach. It's almost like something was pulling my organs down to the ground, and by the time we were halfway there my adrenaline was going, and the urge to turn around and go back was insane. I grab my friend and I say we have to go back, that we are too tired, and it's too dark, and they can show us in the morning. The guys don't really argue, that I can remember, and we go back and stay up until the morning just hanging out around the fire. Nothing else happens, and the feeling doesn't come back. Looking back, it was definitely me unconsciously picking up on all the cues that I was seeing, specifically that as we were walking I remember one of the guys wrapping and unwrapping caution tape around his hands. Also we went back in the morning to see what they were talking about and there was no food thrown about like they were saying. My friend says she didn't think anything weird about it at the time, but looking back she was pretty glad that I had the sense to not listen to them. I've only felt that feeling once in my 25 years of life, and I hope to never feel it again. When I was in college, I used to have to drive through an extremely sketchy area of a major metropolitan area in order to visit my boyfriend, go to social events, etc. I didn't live in a great area of town. I also drove my grandma's old and kind of crappy car. Because it was grandma's, it was in great shape despite being old and looking ugly. One night as I was headed through that part of town, I stopped at a red light. I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The person in the car next to me was gesturing to me to roll down the window. Because I'm an absolute idiot, I did so. The guy was trying to tell me that my wheel was shaking like it was going to come off, and that I had better pull over before something happens. He offered to take a look and gestured to the closest street, which was residential and pitch black. Thanks, I'll check it out at the next gas station up ahead. I said, not wanting to make him mad. Ma'am, he said, giving me a really forced look of some kind. I'm a mechanic. Oh, thanks. I'm just going to check it out at the gas station. I think the look was supposed to be patronizing honesty, but it's what sent all the alarm bells off, even more so than the extremely dark creepy street. He tried to argue with me, but the light turned green, and I hit the gas as fast as I could, and made it to the next very brightly lit gas station point. As soon as I got there I realized my tires were fine. I didn't need to even look at them. If they were going to come off my damn car, how? I would have absolutely felt it on the drive. And my car had never had a major problem of any kind. It was immaculately maintained. I'm just grateful the guy didn't have a gun. It was so stupid of me to roll down my window in a creepy part of town late at night. Most of my friends came from not so good conditions, or places that weren't high society. I live in a retirement town that has a drug issue. Because of this, I know a lot of shit can go wrong. Here I'm a month or so ago, and I just did some repairs to my car. I had the back seats taken out of it to make it lighter. My friend wanted me to put them back in, so we could bring one of his friends. I had a bad feeling, and told him I lost my boots to reinstall it. Once I get to his house, he says he wants to visit his friend. Anxiety is through the roof now, and I've got an awful feeling. I tell him I need gas first, and we go to the gas station point later. Me and him are going down the road, and he insists on visiting his friend. I start that way, when we see 5 police cars peel out of the local station. I turned around, and told him no, we are not going, and I drove to the local lake to have lunch with him. We eat and he wants to go there still. The feeling subsided, and we drive by that way, when we see police tape all over the apartments. I got him home, and his mom runs out to check on us. He told her we'd be at the apartments, a different discussion I had with him. I told her we didn't go to the apartments cause I had a bad feeling at the time. A guy broke into the apartment next door to my friend's friend. Lady who owned said apartment shot at the guy and the guy shot back. She was shot multiple times and murdered. Guy ran and no one has caught him yet. Cops haven't even made an official statement on the crime, yet I went, when he told me, we'd either A, be in the hall or stairwell and shot, or B, in his friend's apartment, when the gunfire started. One bullet went through the wall, and we could have been hit. I've told this story before, but I think it fits here. Two of my high school friends were spending the night after we had gone to a movie. Instead of going to bed we were up looking at ghost or alien videos online when I heard the fridge door close. It caught my ear because I didn't hear anyone walk down the stairs into the kitchen or open the fridge. This freaked me out a little, but I was on edge because of what we were looking at, so I went into the kitchen to check it out. No one was in the kitchen at all, and no one went upstairs. I then noticed my basement door was open, and it literally never was. It was also always locked, albeit with the key in the lock. My friend got a knife and locked the door. We went back into my room, which was just off the kitchen. A couple hours later I heard the back door handle jiggle, like one of cats wanted to go outside. So I went to the kitchen again to let it out, but there was no cat there. What was in the kitchen was smoke billowing out from the bottom of the basement door. A fire had started inside the furnace and the basement was filled with smoke. I woke my parents up, and we called the fire department. I learned that the house was also filling up with carbon monoxide. Had I not been scared, if the fridge door closing, which kept us up longer, everyone in my house would have died that night, pets included. I've since realized a lot, if it was hallucinations, and probably my brain's way to get me to go outside where there was air. Disclaimer, I was a little shit as a teenager, so me and my friends used to go to a nearby track. It was virtually abandoned for 330 days a year, and being little sheets, we used to go there, get drunk, get high, and smash it up. It was never huge amounts of damage, but clearly bang out of order. One day there was a bigger group than usual, and we took our usual route via fields and farms. We got just past a barn full of hay, and I had this intense urge to flee. I made my excuses and went home. They got caught in the act, 1 AM wake-ups and arrests, and everyone there got an ASBO, a criminal record, and limitations on who they could see, where they could go etc. Another time we were shooting replica airsoft guns all through the town. Generally at each other, but also at people we didn't like. Got a similar sensation, so I threw my gun in a charity shop collection point, and convinced the others to do the same. Got all the insults, but no more than 2 minutes later, armed police showed up. We were told to go home immediately because of reports of a gun-toting gang in the area. A little older, I was living in a homeless shelter. It was a little rough, but it felt like home. One day I felt that need to leave again, so I walked around town. Came back to find my new flatmate had been beaten up and robbed at Niffer Point. They even cut his dreads off. All I lost was a loaf of bread and a bag of frozen sausages. I had the intense urge to flee just before a childhood car crash. I couldn't do anything that time, but I will always listen to it as a result. Bonus. To this day I don't know how it happened, but my old computer with a court monitor picked up a police radio with someone confirming my address. I was in possession, so jumped out of the ground floor window and hid in a nearby orchard. They were doing the rounds contacting friends of my friend who'd just been caught dealing. Everyone else was asked politely to come to the police station and make a statement if they objected to a patting down. I live in a small village with some abandoned / rundown houses on the outskirts and closer down by an old unused quarry. There's one house in particular that has a weird homemade cross above the entryway. It's got cracks in the windows, ivy, and plants growing like crazy all over it, and in the drain pipes, and the back garden is known to be humongous and overgrown, like it spans across 4 or 5 acres. My mates and I decided to explore this house, because at least it's got a massive outside space to explore. When we climbed over the broken back gate we saw in the window and the kitchen there was a recent medicine bottle on the side. There's been talk in the village there's possibly someone that occasionally sleeps in there, but generally it's idle village gossip, so we didn't think anything of it. The further we got in the garden we saw a broken down caravan with new fuel tanks and there were electricity lines running from a box into the house. We'd heard noises like twigs snapping coming from behind us as we walked along. So we cut off left instead of headed straight down and came into a small opening with a wooden block at knee level off center and what looked like blood seeped into the wood and an axe on the floor beside it. Safe to say, we faking legged it out of there. We ran away from the house, so we didn't come across anyone, and kept running all the way back to the village point. Good thing we didn't stale mayo. Turns out there was actually someone staying there, and they've been known all across our part of the country to squat in abandoned houses and attack anyone that entered the property they were on. They'd been following us from the house and was trying to corner us at the bottom part of the garden that led to a cliff drop off the old quarry. Pretty sure the blood was them killing chickens, but still, glad we didn't risk it. Point at it. The reason we went left instead of down is because it would have led down to the cliff edge and we all felt a bit off, like we were being watched, so we turned away from it just in case. This will sound fake as fuck, I know, but it's all true, and also only one of 2 accidents I've seen in 8+ years of daily driving. The other one was horrific in its own right, but this one was a big cliche. You'll see why. Point: driving on my motorcycle in heavy traffic. Lane splitting is legal here, and I've done that safely for 8+ years during my daily commute. I know what I'm doing, and there are tons of tricks to not get hurt. But this one time I was splitting between 2 cars. Typically that means that the drivers of said cars are aware of the other car being there. I assume they have no idea I'm there, but at least they won't bump into each other. Point right. Point: something felt off about the car on my left as I was overtaking them with a +10 miles per hour speed difference. I realized something was going to happen when I was in between 2 cars. Behind me was another motorcyclist, way too close, and trying to push me, so I couldn't hit the brakes to safety. Point: luckily, I was driving a fast bike, Honda VFR 1200F. So I simply downshifted and stepped on it. Not a second too late. The car on my left, without looking or indicating, swerved to the right and slammed into the other motorcyclist and car. The car on the left overcorrected and hit the rails on the side, flipped over, ejected the driver, who died. The other motorcyclist also died, and 2 people in the other car were injured but otherwise fine. Seeing that all unfold in your rear view mirrors is unreal, to say the least. Point: the motorcyclist who died was driving a BMW and the car driver who died was also driving a BMW. It's like the biggest cliche. Point: I think I noticed the oncoming problem because the driver on the left had been pushing traffic to speed up. He was focused only on what happened in front of him and only trying to get ahead of the people slowing him down, completely unaware of his surroundings. After this happened, I looped back through 2 exits to give my story to the police. I was there before they arrived, and I tried to help out a few onlookers who were trying to help where they could. Point: my biggest surprise was actually how calm and collected some people, including myself, can be in the face of death. At that moment it was just, this is what it is, and we dealt with it. Even years later I don't have any lingering bad feelings about it. Point: it did, however, make me decide to sell the motorcycle. I miss it. My friend and I think we were 19 over 20, were on our way to a float trip with her family, but we had to take away. That was in an incredibly rural part of Missouri. There weren't any cars around. We saw a dog running on the side of the road who was starving to death. You could see its bones very clearly. We stopped and got out to approach the dog, slowly and safely, but it seemed very scared. We didn't have any food except trail mix, so I tried to lure him to us with that. He was starting to get closer after about 15 minutes when a beat up pickup truck came down the road and stopped and yelled at us. It was this redneck guy who was upset we were trying to help this dog and said the dog was his friend's property, and in so many words said there's a lot of hunters around here and that they abandon their dogs in the middle of the woods and starve them to be better hunting dogs. I was going to take the dog anyway if I could get him close to me, but he wasn't getting close. The dude started getting really aggressive, and I whispered to my friend, who was trying to feed the dog while I was talking to the guy, to call 911. The dude called his friend who owned the dog to get over here and take care of this. My friend couldn't get any service and neither could I. We have the same carrier and we both didn't live anywhere close to this area. I had a bad feeling, so I grabbed my friend and we got in the car and left. People out there always have guns and think they are above the law. In fact, the closest town didn't even have law enforcement because it wasn't big enough. I don't know what would have happened if his friend showed up, but I really regret leaving that dog to this day. I wish I could have got him in my car, but he wouldn't come near us and would run away. I know he wasn't my dog, but he was clearly being abused and looked like a literal skeleton. Anyway, rural Missouri is really scary. Was at a party one night and my friend says that a relative who just got out of jail was going to be there at some point for a few drinks. Apparently the dude was a former hardcore gangland type with some major reputation for being extremely violent. Seemed like BS, because I'd never heard of his gang in any way, and this friend always talked up how tough their family was. Guy turns up and he's old, like 50s. He did look kind of dodgy, but not this insanely tough murderer he had been made out to be. Well, I was wrong. A few drinks down, and he admits he was fresh out of jail after a 25-year sentence for a particularly brutal killing. According to him, the only one they could tie him to. Point also found out his actual name, different surname from my friend, but very much a relative. I left when he started looking kind of awkward. It was his first week out of jail after all, and it was plainly obvious he was uncomfortable with all these young folk crowding the small place we had the party in. Googled him when I got home, and turned out he was kind of infamous in his day. Decided I probably made the right choice. Point next day I found out he stabbed someone minutes after I left for being disrespectful. Point I was on bail myself at the time with a no alcohol order, so I dodged both potentially getting stabbed and a certain jail sentence myself. Point he went back to jail, and the guy who got stabbed was mostly fine, just a lot less dickish after. Back in my teenage hoodlum days, some friends and I did some urban exploration in an abandoned medical facility. It was perched atop a steep hill with only one road in and out, surrounded by a small forest. From what we had heard, this place did some serious procedures, heart surgery and the like, but now it was totally left to rot, or so we thought. We imagined our expedition would be a creepy midnight jaunt through a haunted hospital that we could brag about to our lamer friends. So I drive up this hill and park behind the facility. The first thing we notice is that there are some ambient lights on. The place is not totally off the grid, like we were led to believe. No problem, they're probably there just to scare off troublemakers like us. The rest of the facade is dark. There are no cars in the lot. Point then, as we're scoping out the exterior, we notice that there's a board over one of the windows. Sure enough, we peel it back, and the window is broken. A way in. We waste no time in vaulting up and over, avoiding the edges of the broken glass. Suddenly we are inside, and it's clear this place is certainly not abandoned. There are interior lights that come on as we wander around. There's some equipment scattered about. I start to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. My friends are enjoying themselves, and I don't want to be the bussy who got scared. Yet I can't ignore the sense of pure dread that is getting stronger every second I'm in this place. Point finally I tell them that we need to GTFO, and don't bother explaining why. I drove, so they have no choice but to follow me. We scramble back out the window we came in, climb in the car and peel off, turning off the only road that leads up the hill and stopping at a nearby gas station. A few of my friends went inside to get drinks, but a few of us stayed in the car. From the spot where we parked you can see up the hill to the outside of the facility, and we watched as a security car with flashing orange lights pulled up to the front, followed shortly by a cop car. We must have missed them by 2 minutes. Once my friends come back we point out the welcome wagon sitting outside the facility, and after a bout of nervous laughter we head back home and marvel at how lucky we are. Point. If I hadn't listened to my gut, my hoodlum friends and I probably would have spent some time in juvie for breaking and entering. When I was younger, about 15, 16, I was just starting to drink with some friends from school. Point. Obviously being so young I had no experience with alcohol, didn't know how to pace myself, or the dangerous situations that can happen because of it. Point. At the time me and my friends would go drink with this guy Nathan. Nathan was 21 or 22 at the time, and being a young teenager I thought he was the coolest guy because he had his own place, smoked weed and let us drink at his house. Now that I'm 22 I see how messed up it is for a 22-year-old to be getting 15, 16-year-olds drunk, let alone give them a place to drink. This should have been my first red flag. Nathan was also a security guard and would often wrestle with us to show us some jujitsu moves. Being a bunch of young boys, we wrestled all the time, so it was no big deal at the time in my 16-year-old brain. One night when we were very drunk, we helped Nathan walk to the local Safeway to go buy drunk munches, and as a joke one of my friends asked, "What, are you gay?" And he said yes and came out of the closet to use. A lot of my friends slowly stopped talking to him after this because he was gay. I didn't see anything wrong with the fact he's gay, I really didn't care. However, immature teens will be immature teens, and a lot of my friends didn't like that about him. One night a few weeks after he came out, me and my friends decided to go drink, but had nowhere to do it besides a park or outside, possibly a construction site. The thing about drinking outside all night in Canada is that it gets cold. I mean, like possibly die of hypothermia because you're only wearing a single sweater cold. So we decided to go drink at Nathan's. We got to Nathan's, spent the whole night drinking, and slowly everyone started to leave and headed home if they could. The people who couldn't go home went to friends' places. I got the short end of the stick and had nowhere to go because I wouldn't be able to get into my house, lived on the 4th floor, and could go stay at a friend's because many people were going there too and they didn't want to get in trouble with their parents. I decided to stay the night at Nathan's. Once everyone was gone, Nathan immediately started talking about his favorite porn and invited me to masturbate with him to it. I said no, I'm going to go to sleep to try and avoid the situation, and laid on my back on his couch in the living room, only furniture in that place. He decided to come lay on the floor right beside the couch instead of his bed in his room. It was at this point I got the "you need to get out of here" feeling, but I knew he would try and talk me out of leaving his place. I said alright, I need to use the bathroom, took my pillow and blanket, locked the door behind me, and slept in his tube. Woke up in the morning, grabbed my stuff, took off, and never went back. Fast forward a week later, he had some of my friends go over to his place again, 15, 16-year-old kids, got them drunk, introduced them to blow for the first time, and rapped one of them after everyone was gone and passed out. Last I heard he went to jail, not sure for how long. Thought point. When I heard that, I made me realize just how close I was to that being me who got rapped, and how my gut feeling of get somewhere safe before you fall asleep saved me from a potentially horrible situation. Needed to buy some weed, but it was a long weekend and my regular guy was out of town. Called around, couldn't find any. Talked to a girlfriend of mine who's dating this new guy and she says we can probably get some from them. Drive her to the place. It's this sketchy rundown apartment complex. We knock on the door, hear scrambling and someone yells, "Who is it?" She answers, "It's me," and the door opens a crack. "What do you want?" "I'm here to see boyfriend," she replies. Dude eyes me suspiciously, then begrudgingly lets us in and escorts us down the hall to the living room. There's 4 dudes in the room plus the guy who opened the door. None of them are her boyfriend, but I guess these are his friends/roommates. They're all sitting on the edge of their seats, nervous as fuck, looking at us come in, all tweaked out to their minds. And there's a big bag of ice on the table. Leader dude tells us to sit down, so I do, and as I'm sitting I see the gun next to him on the couch. Turn to my left, there's a twitchy dude in a chair with a gun lying flat on his thigh. His finger on the trigger and his leg is bouncing up and down from the nervous energy of the meth. I'm wondering if I can make it down the hallway without getting shot. Probably not, so I just talk real slow, like I'm just a harmless pothead, no concern. We explain that we're just looking for some weed. Leader dude tells her that she shouldn't just bring people over like this, not when they got stuff going on. Not sure what he meant. Big deal going down maybe. They tell Muse they don't have any weed, but they'll sell us some meth. Everyone is staring daggers at me. I don't faking want any meth, but I'm terrified to say no in case they think I'm a narc or undercover or something. So I buy a dime bag just to get the fuck out to there. Still gives me the heebie-jeebies. My little brother got himself kicked out of our parents' house shortly after high school and was staying at a friend's place. I went over to hang out one night and it became immediately clear that this was some kind of crash house, and even though the friend's mom was present, she was pissed drunk around 7 o'clock on a Wednesday and clearly not a person in control of her life. I didn't think too much of It at first because hey, we all hang out with scumbags at some point and maybe this was his rebellious phase, but what tipped me off was some of the guys there talking about how so and so needed their ass kicked, and one suggested that they split a strip before going to do it. As in a 10 strip of acid points, so not only do we have some 18-year-old idiots planning an assault, but they plan to be railed on 5 tabs of acid each while they did it. If you aren't familiar with acid, just know that planning to fight on acid is weird, and on 5 tabs is ludicrous. Absolutely psychotic shit point anyways. I pulled my brother aside after seeing that, and multiple other red flags, and told him point blank that he needed to leave, and if he stayed he could count me out for backup when things went to shit. After a few more days and some minor incidents he left. And then several weeks later the police found and questioned him about the group and the house. Turns out they had legitimately tried to start some drug gang, got themselves into a shootout, and were then on the run. I don't know if they ever got caught, but I would be floored if they got very far. Oh yeah, and there were 2 17-year-old girls living there. I didn't ask any questions about that part beyond confirming that my brother wasn't doing anything. A few years ago I was dating a girl that I already thought was probably a bad idea. One day her mom asks me to go with daughter to pick her up some weed. I figure why not? I used to be a big pothead, no judgment. She knew the guy. We get to the apartments and he meets us out front. I can already tell the guy is a total dirtbag just by his demeanor. He starts giving me the old runaround about I need a ride here to pick it up and you'll have to wait outside etc. I've seen enough, been there done, that in my teenage years I tell him no thanks and we start heading back to my car. The girl starts insulting him, aggravating him. He's following us. I tell her to pipe down and get in. She does. I get the car started. She rolls down the window and continues to aggravate him. They start a pissing match. I roll the window back up for her. He leans down, stands back up. I immediately grab her head and push it down. He's tried to send a rock through the window, missed, and hit the door. He leans back down again, and with a much larger rock caves in my windshield. I'm in reverse by the time it hits. He runs to my rear passenger side and leans down again, but this time I floored it and sent him flying into the car next to us. She was promptly scolded, dumped, dropped off. They were both broke and jobless, her and mom. So of course I footed the $600 repair bill over her desire to run her mouth to an angry alcoholic. I have no problem defending myself against physical aggression, but you're never guaranteed to get out safely. I don't even want to know what would have happened if I didn't leave when I did. Wasn't a we need to get out of here quite as much as it was a we are driving separately and then a we aren't going. Wife's family was in town and we had a camping trip planned. For days I'd been warning them about the weather forecast, but they insisted it would be okay. One car heads up with sister and brother-in-law. Their daughter decided to ride in the motorhome with aunt and uncle and grandma and grandpa. They were disappointed we didn't want to ride in the motorhome, but I refused. They're dangerous faking vehicles anyway, and we took my truck. Well, as they're driving up someone pulls up next to them and motions that something's wrong with the motorhome. They pull over onto the shoulder of the expressway. Father-in-law realizes the steps are sticking out and the button to retract them isn't working, so he shuts off the engine to restart and see if it resets the breakers. Not how that works, but whatever. When he tries to start the engine again, there is no power. Nothing. As if the battery had vanished into thin air. This almost means no lights. We catch up in my truck and it's getting dark. Also, to the west are those dangerous looking clouds I warned them about. Moving and I maneuver in front to try to jump the motorhome, but it's a broken wire or something because it's not doing anything at all. It starts getting windy. You can hear thunder in the distance. The clouds have blocked out all light. I had one road flare in my truck, so I lit it and threw it down. Then the wind picked up and the motorhome started leaning. I had no room for any of them in my truck. We were packed and had my 6-month-old son, so I told them just to buckle up and ride it out while waiting for the tow truck. Then got in the truck and floored it to the off-ramp a half-mile away, where he should have pulled off in the first place for fact's sake. My wife insisted we just continue to the campground. I told her no faking way, and we stopped at a McDonald's to go inside for dinner, since we were all getting hungry. The storm hits, Power goes out for a few minutes, signs get knocked down, and in about 10 minutes everything clears up. We call her parents. Everyone is okay, the motorhome stayed upright, and the tow truck driver is puking up in the downpour. We call sister and brother-in-law. They are trapped in the campground. A branch landed in the spot their car was parked. Right after they decided to leave, Wolf crushed their car. Another branch blocked the exit to the campground, so they were stuck. Motorhomes and campers got knocked over, some crushed by trees, tents totally blown away. It was a disaster and the campground closed for the rest of the season. They were stuck in that area for 5 hours as trees were down all over the place blocking roads, even after campers hacked up the fallen tree to open the campground drive. We would have shown up there right as the storm hit if we'd kept going. We went straight home. The next day we all reconvened at the in-laws house. Father-in-law wanted me to look at the motorhome and see if I could figure out what was wrong. I turned the key and it started up instantly. He wanted to load up and go to the campground. I had to show him their Facebook post that they were closed due to damage to convince him to cancel the goddamned camping trip. We just put our tents up in their yard and had a nice time without going anywhere. I was arriving back to my apartment in a small town around 1 or 2 AM on a weeknight. I got a weird feeling before I even got out of the car, so I made sure to have my key to get into the building ready to go, just in case. My building's lock had been broken for weeks, but I just didn't feel right, so I was like tonight would be the night the lock was fixed. So I gather my sheet, have my key at the ready, and I start walking to the front door. The door was recessed a bit, so there was maybe 20 feet of building on the right before you get to the door. As soon as I walked by the side of the building and past the bushes that were there, just at the edge of my peripheral vision I see a man in all black wearing a hoodie with the hoodie up, rise up out of the bushes. I'm terrified at this point, but I don't want it to turn into a chase, so I'm listening intently to his footsteps. He's walking slightly faster than me. I can hear the dead leaves crunching under his feet. I pick up my pace, he does the same. I reach the steps to the door, and I'm praying to anything that the lock wasn't fixed, because I wouldn't have time to open the door, even though my key was out. The lock was still broken. Oh, thank God. I get inside and get out of eyeshot. The door was glass. Phew, I'm safe. Oh, shit. No, you idiot. The door is unlocked. Get the fuck out of there. So as soon as I'm out of eyeshot I run as fast as I've ever run up the stairs to my apartment door. Since my keys were already out I unlocked my door and opened it. Then because my door was at the top of the stairs I listened to see if he was going to come upstairs. I heard him enter the stairwell. Then I snuck back into my apartment and quietly shut the door and locked it. I don't know what he was going to do, but if the back of my neck wasn't tingling when I parked my car, I truly feel like I wouldn't have been paying enough attention and that something very different would have happened that night. For context, where I live, there's a long and thin artificial island, like 30 kilometers by 40 meters, and there are only 2 bridges to go there, separated by 15 kilometers, so it's a pretty isolated area. Also, there is a part of the island that is inside our indigenous territory and the access is restricted. You need authorization to go there. Anyways, a few weeks ago I was biking with my friend on the island and I wanted to show him the view from the reserve part. It was at the border between my city and the reserve and we wanted to stay only a few minutes. To access there, we needed to bike for 2 kilometers on a isolated rock road that has on one side a deep canal and the other a dense forest point. So we arrived at the intersection with a small dirty road we needed to take to go to our spot, and it was at the limit of the reserve. There was a big panel saying, "This is Mohawk territory, trespassers will be prosecuted." Under the panel there was a Ref 150 with a white guy in it looking at us. White people are not authorized on the reserve, so it was strange. We were stressed because we weren't sure where was the border and the guy was looking at us like for a long time, and we thought he might be police. We decided to take the path and not stay along, since I was pretty sure we were on the good side of the border. We went, looked at the view, and decided to come back. When we got back to the rock road, a blue car was just going away from the F-150 and the guy inside the F-150 had gotten out of his car and was getting back inside. Don't forget we were pretty fucking isolated, and very few people know the spots we went at. At this moment we decided to head home, but the blue car was in front of us, and he was driving slow, almost at the same speed as us. I whispered to my friend that I thought this was some drug deal, or some shit, and we were in the middle of it. The closest path was like 1,5 kilometers from where we were, and we couldn't go anywhere, because there was a canal at our right and the forest at our left. When we arrived next to the path, I turned left, and, stupid as I am, I did a fuck you to the blue car. He instantly stopped, and after that he was out of my sight. I was lucky that I knew extremely well that island, so we were able to hide for an hour before going out. It was a bit scary, but I'm happy I've lived that. It was badass. 1995. Two young manuscript kids on our honeymoon to Paris, and nice, the airline had a package deal for airfare, transfer and hotel. The directions for the bus had an error, and we got off one stop too late. This was before Google Maps and we were lost. Found a taxi stand, and two taxis tried to separate my new wife and I, saying we had too much luggage. We didn't, and I was arguing with them trying to get the bags into just one taxi. A nice German guy walked past and saw the exchange and asked if we spoke French. We didn't. He said, please don't get in the taxi. I overheard them plotting to separate you and take your wife somewhere else. Grab your bags and come with me. He helps us wrangle the bags from the angry taxi drivers, and we go a couple of blocks with him to get away, and he gives us walking directions to our hotel. On the flight to Nice, we were sitting next to a kind man, and I told him the story and asked if he would review the directions before landing. He read them, said I live 2 blocks from there, and the hotel manager is my best friend. If you trust me after your Paris experience, I will take you, as I need to drop off something to him anyways. My bride and I looked a little skeptical, but said yes, and thank you for your kindness. Upon arrival he spoke a few minutes with the manager as we were checking in, said our goodbye thank you pleasantries, and he left us to be got to the room, and he had the manager upgrade us to the nicest suite in the hotel, and had left us a nice candlelight dinner at a 5-star restaurant the next night, all on his tab. He even told the manager the wine he wanted served. We barely knew his name, and the manager refused to give us his address, so we could properly thank him for his kindness. He was famous in France, and suggested we buy him a small gift and he would get it to him. Needless to say, we planned to skip Paris and return to Nice on our 25th anniversary this year, but COVID has delayed the trip until next year. Often wondered who he really was to show such kindness without wanting anything in return. And thank you, German guy, too. I wouldn't call this intuition, maybe some ancient baseline human instinct that was triggered in this scenario. I like elephants. The year was 2010 or 2011, and I went to the fair with my boyfriend. The only thing I was looking forward to was the elephant ride. Looking back, I realize how wrong it was for me to be excited by an enslaved being for entertainment in the first place. Anyways, we finally get up to the front of the line and I realize the elephant looked like it was crying. I put my glasses on and realized that the wet stream of tears wasn't coming from its eyes, but from its temples. I looked into its eye, and when it looked back, I was hit by a wave of fear so sharp and powerful that I was suddenly close to peeing my pants, and I ran to the nearest bathroom to go sit and shake on the seat point. But I love elephants. They're gentle giants, and I was so confused by my body's fight/flight response being triggered because I didn't fully understand what my brain was seeing. If it was just crying, why would I feel so shaken and full of ice cold fear instead of just feeling deeply bad for the animal? I didn't get back in line. I later that year found out that male elephants go through a months-long period of must where they secrete hormones from their temples and become hyper-aggressive, have been known to kill people and other elephants, and destroy villages. Dangerous or not, no idea why there was an animal experiencing must at the fair. Seems like a disaster waiting to happen. I don't think any kind of disaster happened, but the elephant ride was nixed from the fair not too long after, probably because the concept is faked up in the first place. The human brain has survival mechanisms that we are not consciously aware of or fully understand. I hope that poor elephant is somewhere safe and happy at a sanctuary now. I'll never forget what it felt like when it looked at me. Haven't experienced a sudden jolt of anything quite like it since. I had been left at a party in a suburban neighborhood and had no way to get home. I was about 20ish at this time. I was pretty drunk, so I wandered into the nearest gas station convenience store to try and call my friends to come get me. I kept trying to call them with no answer. It was about 3 in the morning, and so I was pretty upset and had no way home. The store worker asked me if I was okay, and I told him I was fine, but I stupidly told him I was stranded with no way home. He spoke to me in broken English, and so I wasn't totally understanding him, but he said something along the lines of "I'll call my friend to take you home." Because I was drunk and stupid, I felt like that was a bright idea, so why not? He calls his friend and says he's coming to pick me up. The entire time I was waiting in the store, he kept eyeing me up and down, which I told him made me uncomfortable and to stop. At one point, he came up and tried to touch me. I cussed him out and ran outside into the parking lot right as the most sketchiest, dingiest death machine of a van pulled up. The guy who was driving it got out and was easily the most disgusting looking human being I'd ever seen. He looked like Bin Laden when he was living in the pipe underground or something. The convenience store clerk comes out and points at me and says, "Get in, my friend will take you home." They both started to circle me like vultures. I suddenly snapped to my senses and became more sober than a judge in that moment, and took one look at the van and proceeded to turn around and leap across 4 lanes of traffic and run like a bat out of hell across 3 neighborhoods and into an empty shopping center, and trying to make sure I wasn't followed. A bartender who was closing up one of the bars saw me and asked if I was okay, and I proceeded to tell him what went on, and he nice enough to call me an Uber and wait with me just in case. He was cool. I don't know what would have happened, but my adrenaline was so high that I wasn't going to be caught dead getting into that death mobile with some of the worst degenerates of society. It's been about 10 years since, but I still think of that incident in the back of my mind anytime I go to the store by my house late at night. I'm much more vigilant and way more of an asshole now whenever creeps approach me, but I wonder what the hell 20-year-old me was thinking. Me and my family took a religious trip to Saudi Arabia, and my parents thought it was a good idea to stop in Istanbul on the way back for a couple of days. In all honesty, the whole trip was amazing except for one instance which me and my siblings experienced. We were exploring the Grand Bazaar and my sister stumbled upon a place that sold nice handbags. She was browsing and looking around while I waited patiently. She came to the conclusion that these bags were no good and asked the man about a specific purse. This is when I got sketched out, because he paused after the question and looked me and her up and down. Then said, "Yeah, I have more purses but in storage." My sister, who really wanted the purse, said okay. Being a brother, I'm always protective of my fam, especially my sister, so I told her while we were following this guy that it's not worth it. But she kept insisting it'll be fine. We were winding and going deeper into the bazaar and it was getting weirder. He kept asking us questions like where we were from, how old we were, are we by ourselves. I looked at my sister, who began to get a little concerned but kept going. Eventually we go to a weird little corridor where he said it's just downstairs. He proceeded to pull out a bunch of keys and unlock the door, which had about 4 separate locks on it. Another man opened the door. He was rather large and was speaking to the man who brought us there in Arabic. Then they opened the door fully, which was a dark staircase going down, and at the bottom was a dinky little brown door. He looked at my sister only and said, "Your bag is down here, beautiful," in a broken English. I grabbed my sister and said this is a bad idea and not worth it in our own language. She hesitated and said fine. We said never mind to the man and walked away quickly, but he started following us and telling in an angry tone. I turned around and told him to basically fuck off and we aren't interested. He looked at me for a solid 20 seconds as if contemplating something there. He looked at my sister, which set me off further, and told it to back off. He then turned around and stormed off. Till this day I'm sure that he had malicious intent. Stay safe, guys. Not really a "we need to get out of here" thing, I guess, but it was still a gut feeling that saved me. When I was a sophomore in high school, I was not one of the cool kids, Had never had a boyfriend or even been kissed, and was even pretty frequently the butt of people's jokes and pranks about dating. Like any teenage girl with major self-esteem issues, I just wanted a boy to notice me, in not a "you're one of the guys" way, so I could feel validated. I had these two friends who had made it their mission to hook me up with someone. This was in the years right before social media was a big thing, so using the internet wasn't really much of an option. Both of my friends were the type of girl who had been convinced, by grown-ass men, that they were mature for their ages, and had generally dated some pretty crappy guys, so I already kind of had my guard up when it came to the guys they were trying to find for me. One of them eventually said she found someone who didn't go to our school, but who was allegedly the sweetest guy, and tried to set me up with him for a movie date, or whatever. But eventually, she let it slip that the reason he didn't go to our school was that he was 19. We were only 15 at the time, and the age difference seemed huge to me. I noped out of that one. Both of my friends kept trying to pressure me into it, though they eventually dropped it. Ironically, after this, I stopped hanging out with those girls in the mornings and started spending time with another friend group, where I met my wonderful current boyfriend. We are in our 30s now and about to spend our 15th anniversary together next month. One day, during the summer break between junior and senior year, one of my best friends and I were hanging out and somehow the topic of sex offenders and rapists came up. He mentioned that one of his other female friends had actually been raped in the Walmart parking lot. He said the name of the rapist, and he was the same guy my two friends had been trying too hard to get me to date. The friend/victim was even younger than us, maybe a year or two younger, so not only was she raped, she was also underage. Had I not had more sense than my friends, and gone on a date with that scumbag, it easily could have been me. I was 12. I was walking by the side of the highway and this silver car literally stopped dead as in front of that red ramp that goes down the sidewalk into the street. It literally stopped there. ABD then these two white males in their late 20s stepped out and started walking towards me. There were no other people or cars around, and these guys were wearing black from head to toe, and sunglasses, and black hats. Fortunately for me, these dudes were the biggest idiots I have ever seen in my life. Probably wanting to kidnap me for some gang initiation. They literally were looking up and around everywhere but at me. They looked like cartoon characters pretending trying not to be suspicious. Like, if they needed to go anywhere, they would have just drove. I kept walking, but I knew that I had to do something. Eventually, one of the new literally points at a leaf and is like, "Bro, look straight this leaf," and they started looking at it. Even 11-year me would have laughed at that, but I was still in shock. While they were looking at the leaf, I jumped over the fence and into some random person's yard. I hid between a tree and a fence. The fence was super thick, so they couldn't see me through it. I looked through a tiny hole to see if they would pass, and they didn't, obviously. But I stood there for 30 minutes and saw that same car pass several times on the road. I was like, I gotta get out of here. So I just jumped back over and started running. Once the car turned away, I got to my house without them following and ate an entire bag of Colonel's corn. Needless to say, they probably did not pass that gang initiation. I whatever TF. Was walking home one night, around 1 AM. I was coming from the ghetto, if you can call it that, as I'm from a small town, and was already in a nice neighborhood point about 1 kilometer away from my grandma's. I was walking with headphones on, and enjoying the walk, when I see a car at the end of the street, on a perpendicular street. It looked like it was going straight, but then upon seeing me it slowed down, and turned in my direction. Now, I was a bit confused and paranoid since they did not put their turn light on, and I got a weird feeling. I was a bit high, so it might have been what saved me. I was walking on the right curb, and they drove on the right side, so they were on the opposite side of me. I instantly removed a headphone. When they arrived at my height, they suddenly crossed the street with full-on light and parked just in front of me. I was maybe 1.5 meters away from the car. Then a guy opened the door, and it got the light inside the car on. The morons forgot about that, I guess. And there were 4 guys with hoods, like full-on hoods, like in the police. One of them had a long stick with what looked like electricity at the edge point. I froze for a second and screamed putain d-murd holy fuck. and ran, mind you, not in the opposite direction, but instead passing them by the left, crossing the street, and kept running. Two of them chased me and kept shouting stop, point stop. Like I would have stopped. Anyway, a car in the distance saw me. I was shouting like hell, felt like I was gonna die, but ran so fast for some reason that I had 20-30 meters of advance and accelerated, which made the guys turn back. Point all in all, lasted for 1 to 2 minutes I think, but I have rarely been so scared in my life. Called the police while running. They told me call me again if they come back. Thanks for nothing I guess. I hope it was understandable as I'm not a native. Point edit. Could have been an overkilled attempt at stealing my phone, or could have been a more morbid affair. It was around 7 years ago, when I was 18. At that time, there was a jihadist cell operating in my city. Might been a failed and pathetic attempt at doing some terrorist stuff. Mom's intuition. Actually 2006 World Cup Brazil. Just riding the wave of being 5-time victor in 2002. And to be honest, we could have come straight from the evil, cruel, and cursed Germany game, that I would still be living for the World Cup. I'm the most stereotyped football Brazilian ever. My first word was goal, or goal for you guys that said it wrong, haha. I couldn't see my country's flag without screaming whatever the version of the name of the country I could, spelled Basil or Brasil. They were both my country, and I was the tiny little most futuristic patriotic girl in this country. Fair to say World Cup is my jam. Most of my important emotional memories are tied to football. I've met my husband on World Cup of 2014, and we married in the World Cup of 2018. I was 13. My best friend, still today, came, we watched, we won. Of course we are going to out on the town to celebrate. The night was going to be long, and we were planning to celebrate like the young vibrant teens we were. Getting drunk on ice cream and candy on the amazing ice cream shop my neighborhood had. Of course. We'd done of it a lot of times. He basically lived on my home on weekends or vice versa. We didn't even need permission for this things anymore. So we were leaving, and the moment mom heard the keys, she teletransported and no, we were not going. Why? I have a bad feeling about this. It's dangerous. It's no. I'm responsible for both of you and it's no. We tried plotting to run away, but the woman stationed herself on the only way to leave the house. Few minutes ago we heard noises, pop pop pop. We lived a fairly secure neighborhood, stealing sure murder / kidnapping, and things like this. Nah. So we thought it was a motor acting. Until 1, 2, 3 and many more we starting losing count of how many police cars of all types starting showing up. Coroner office, agents I didn't even know existed. They decided to use the World Cup fires to disguise gunshots on a Quima de Arquivo, something gangs do when they need to end someone's life who knows too much. 2 blocks from my home, on the street I would be passing at the exact same time we would be passing their. TLDR, my World Cup celebration was going to end with 2 families grieving the wrong place wrong time deaths of their 2 teens, daughter and son, if my mom hasn't had a feeling. Not as exciting as the other stories, but here we go. So freshman year of uni, I had usual feeling of freedom, where I didn't have my mom breathing down my throat all the time. Because of this, I always was out, going to the mall, various shows, shopping, eating out, basically faking around town. If I wasn't in lecture, so some context, at that point, I didn't know anything about this new city, Tally, and I was always freaking lost but Google Maps got me through most of it. Now, one thing I loved doing was going to Walmart, because we didn't have one back at home. So I go Walmart shopping like usual, but since it's far out it took the bus a while to get there. When I was finally leaving, it was getting dark pretty fast, and in a rush to get back to the dorms I ended up catching the wrong, last, bus. When I realized my mistake, we had already went some ways away from the Walmart, and I didn't have enough for a lift. Luckily the bus driver was nice enough to direct me and inform me that he passes another bus's route that'll pass right by my school. After a while, when it's completely dark, he dropped me off at this corner, or whatever. He told me to find a gas station right around the corner, because the other bus's stop is right in front of it. 8. I can follow directions right. Trouble is, because it's dark I couldn't see shit, and I already have terrible vision. My phone was dying. The battery was bad, and even with maps I couldn't understand where I was, or like my orientation. Basically, everything was stacked against me, including my stupidity. Yes, LMAO, I find the gas station, but I walk right past it. Because I didn't see the sign, it was too dark. So there's barely any street lights, and I'm walking away from the station like a dumbass. Also, side note, I assumed that I could probably make it to my school, since it was technically down the street. Lol. While walking, I call my mom. I didn't want to because I know I would be ripped a new one if she found out I was out that late, and I jokingly tell her of my situation. I told her I can handle it, but I'm letting her know where I'm at just in case, and then I hung up. To preserve my battery point right after that, this really tall buff guy walks out of the bushes like a wide grass median. There were apartments on the other side of the station, and starts talking to me like, hey girl, hey. And I answer hey. My mom told me to not talk to strangers, mostly strange men at night. He immediately asked me, you wanna have sex with me? Or something along those sex related lines. I say no, and I'm like no. They probably thought I was a prostitute or something, I don't know. If anything else, why would he ask? Anyway, I just got this uneasy gut feeling that I needed to be by other people. We finally reached the point of the thread. So I turned around and I started walking back to the gas station, which was quite a ways away. My anxiety is on 10, and I remember I was feeling hella dizzy point. So this guy starts following me asking variations of the questions. Why don't you wanna mess with me? Why you gotta act like that? What you walking away for? As I speed walked faster, I felt like running would have triggered him to run too, and I'm not a good runner. I felt like he was getting more aggressive. So I pulled out my phone and pretended to call my mom. At that point, my phone was dying, so I didn't bother to actually go through with it. As I opened the door, I heard the guy say to his friends, oh man, guys, she went into the gas station. There were more guys? So I chilled in the station for a while, and I told the clerk, hope it's cool, I'm just hiding from these dudes. He even went out to scope the area, and he came out there and told me no one was there. Lol. Eventually I got on the bus that passed my school, and I called my mom when I got home to let her know that I was alright. So was like minutes away from calling the Unis PD. So yeah, that's the story on how I almost got kidnapped, maybe by being a dumbass. I was 11 when this happened. I was hanging out with a few friends. For the sake of this not getting traced back to anyone, we'll call them S, L, and B. We were hanging around at the park on those little bridges when a lady comes up to us with a child that looked nothing like her. She started talking to us in a whole different language, pretty sure it was German, and tried to take L's phone out of her hand. I think she was asking for the time, but we told her we didn't speak whatever language she was speaking, and she left us alone. After a while she went and sat down at the bench while her kids started playing in the park. She kept her eyes fixed on us and wouldn't stop staring. Maybe 5 minutes later, L whispers something to B, and he whispers it to S and she to me. L says she has a bad feeling. She thinks we should leave, was what she said. I was really tired that day and was trying to take a nap, so I waved it off and went back to attempting to sleep. Elle keeps saying she felt unsafe, but stopped after I started getting mad at her. Everything was silent for about 3 minutes, until I suddenly jumped up and said in French to the others, we all went to a French school, and I don't know why I didn't say it in English. I didn't even think about it, I just said it. It might have had to do with the feeling that she knew English to get up and leave right now. The others stood up, and we passed her on our way to leave the park. This part of the story varies a bit depending on which friend I talked to, but the lady reached into her bag and went to pull something out. B says he saw a gun handle. I live in a place where you need a license. S thinks it was a taser handle. L and I agree that it looked like a knife. We aren't sure of what it actually was, but we hurried out of the place and went to a place pretty far away. 3 hours or so later we decided to go to my house, and that meant having to go past the park. We hurried past, and when she saw us, she stood up and began approaching us. B quickly yelled that we were having a race and gave us a reason to start running. I don't know if my gut feeling saved our lives, but I'm pretty sure it did. We were playing man and near the bay at my friend's house. I was hiding with my friend, who decided to go down closer to the docks, where there was a little staircase into the water. It was frozen over, and there was a wooden raft / platform frozen in the ice. Keep in mind this was Canada in February, so the ice was thick. Like 2 feet thick. She decided to go down the stairs and hide on the raft, so no one could see her behind the drop. She told me to follow her. I refused. She called me a wimp and got on the raft. Pretty much right away the raft shifted and dropped her into the water, then started to float back over the hole she was in. Thank God I was there and didn't get into, or we would have been trapped with no one around. I started yelling, grabbed a post, and stuck my leg down near the raft to push it away. Luckily she was able to climb back up onto it, and then the stairs. Walked her home soaking wet in -20 degrees. Don't fuck with ice. Thick ice doesn't mean it's safe to walk on. Edit. Oh. And the opposite. Can't believe I forgot this one. I was working, and my back was to the window. I had stayed late after everyone else left. I got a tornado warning on my phone, but rolled my eyes. We had gotten several that summer. That turned into nothing. And I don't live anywhere near tornado country. Kept working when the power went out. Shrugged and decided to pack up. Got in my car, started to drive, and noticed the sky was black behind me, with a great big funnel cloud. Did I go back in the building and hide? No. I kept driving. The tornado basically followed me all the way home. Destroyed houses, schools, and loads of buildings behind me. One of the biggest disasters my area has ever had. Even my work building was damaged, and my friend's house on the same road I was driving on